All right. We are live. What's up, guys? Sorry for the wait. I already know. Everybody's about to get on me, but we're live. We're here now, okay? Blame Myron. He influences me, okay? Don't blame me. Nah, I'm kidding. I take accountability. I'm sorry for being late, but we've got some interesting stuff to get into. Will be a quicker stream tonight, maybe 2-ish hours, but I've said this before, and then it ends up being like 3-4 hours, but really more like 2.5 hours of coverage. We'll be joining our friend shortly. He's over on Kick. I think he's covering something else in regards to some celebrity drama or something like that, but we're going to go over the current conflict that is seemingly getting worse in the Middle East. As we all know, this war seems to be picking up a new perspective or angle every single day. Our most recent development, and kind of the biggest thing that I want to get into, Trump says Iran has 48 hours to open up the Strait of Hormuz before the United States bombs power plants. So we'll get into everything in regards to what this may mean for the future. We can get into why the United States is doing this, at least my speculation as to why Trump is doing this, aside from the fact that there's a lot of pressure on him globally to open up the Strait of Hormuz. As you guys know, 1/5 or 20% of the world's oil moves through that tight passageway. It's critical for a lot of export of oil, not only for all of these countries, but for the Gulf to make a lot of money economically as well. And when such a passageway that's critical or vital to the oil market, as well as honestly the stock market that's been volatile in the United States, when something like that is closed or congested or even threatened with any sort of military capability, like landmines, like missiles, like drones, or any of the other things that Iran utilizes, obviously these ships are not going to pass through. And of course, if supply goes down, demand goes up, so does price. So we've seen gas prices go up a full $1 in the United States, according to AAA, as well as the fact that the oil market and the stock market has been volatile. Brent crude oil has now reached around $112 to $114, as I've checked earlier, which is almost an emergency price. That's kind of critical. That's a big deal. And the world is kind of turning to turmoil. And I'll tell you why. We have another report here that all of these Gulf countries, the UAE primarily, but I think a lot of these Gulf countries have kind of built up this loose axis to fight against Iran. As you guys know, in the beginning of this war, the Gulf countries didn't really want to be directly involved. They had no interest in being directly involved. Mohammed bin Salman being the crown prince of Saudi Arabia and kind of like the custodian of the Middle East, as well as the two major holy mosques, but really the leader of the Middle East, at least the biggest face in the Middle East, had even verbalized that he didn't want this war to continue on in the beginning, although there were some conflicting reports that he had spoke to Trump prior and called Washington a few months prior saying he wanted a war with Iran, which I'm inclined to believe, but that's speculatory, and so I don't want to get too far into that. But regardless, now it seems that these Gulf countries have kind of built up this loose alliance, if you will, this kind of like Arab NATO front, whatever you want to call it, and they're going to join the United States and Israel in attacking Iran as well. So they're fully on board, not only from a defensive capability or a defensive standpoint, which they have been, but now it's a lot more offensive, meaning they want to gear up. They want to help the United States however they can. And there's a couple reasons for this. Obviously, a lot of these Gulf countries would benefit if Iran is to lose power, but realistically, this is Donald Trump's doing. Donald Trump needs support, not only in the Middle East, but he needs support from NATO. He needs support from the EU because, I mean, just to think about it strategically, this is basic political science. It's a lot easier for Iran to disrupt the flow of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz than it is for the United States to actually secure and reopen such a passageway. Why? Because geostrategically, Iran is right on the Persian Gulf. It is their strait. They control about 80% of it, as well as Oman controlling the other 20%, although at this point, maybe that has been subsided. And so for Iran, it's very easy for them to disrupt the flow of traffic, and they don't even have to really attack a ship so long as they're just hurling threats at any ships that are passing through. It's more than enough to send the world into a crisis mode or scare these countries, scare these economies, and make oil prices volatile, as we have seen it. All it takes is threats. It doesn't even take physical attack half of the time. And who's one to call Iran's bluff? You know, you'll say, oh, well, if they're threatening the ships, then why don't they just pass through? Well, do you really want to call a country's bluff that has attacked 9 countries in the last 3 weeks? They've hit Kuwait, they've hit Bahrain, they've hit the UAE, they've hit Oman, even Oman. I mean, these guys want peace in the Middle East. Oman is never involved in any sort of conflict. That's kind of the whole idea of their country. That's their whole MO, and even they've been involved in this war. And so Iran has kind of shown that there are no red lines at this point. There are no boundaries they won't cross. And that's why I'm concerned about Trump claiming to bomb these power plants in 48 hours if Iran does not get off of the Strait of Hormuz, because if they do that, how much farther will Iran go in not only attacking United States bases, U.S. assets, and of course Israel, but what kind of weapons will they pull out that they have up their sleeve? Now, one may argue they don't have anything, but they've been quite confident in this conflict ongoing for these 3 weeks. The president or the foreign minister, I can't remember who said it, but I'll pull up the clip later because it's really funny. He had an exclusive interview with ABC or NBC News, rather, I apologize, and they asked him, what will you do, or what's the whole plan if the United States launches a ground invasion, which, as I've been very honest in my communication, I know it's a bold prediction, but I think the United States will enter a phase of boots on the ground. I think that's the only way you can actually effectuate regime change in a country like Iran with its rough turmoil, its rough terrain. And he responds, the foreign minister responds, I believe it's Arakchi, his name was, Abbas Arakchi, and he says, well, we're waiting for that, and we want that. And now look, obviously, militarily, Iran is not superior to the United States in any fashion at all. But the real issue is that this is a country that has nothing to lose. And if you have an idea on how the world works, if you've got any sort of grasp of common sense, you'd be the first person to understand that you don't want to fight with somebody who's got nothing to lose. See, here in the United States, we actually do have a lot to lose. We are the #1 country in the world. We have hegemony in every single corner of the globe, maybe besides a few areas like Russia and North Korea. And so for the United States, it's critical for us to be able to tip our finger on the scale anytime we want and flex our guns and flex our big muscles as well as our strongest military. But you kind of lose the ability to flex that or use that, weaponize that against the country when they're fighting for their existence. And that's quite literally what Iran has been doing these last 3 weeks. They probably understand full and well this war won't end in diplomacy. It's very unlikely, although that's what we want back at home. That's what I'm sure the Iranians want to some degree. And so they know if the United States is going to come fight and they're going to launch boots to the ground, that means this war won't end without them removing the IRGC from complete military control of the country and completely destroying all the remnants of the Ayatollah regime or the religious portion of the Iranian government. As you know, there's kind of two portions of the Iranian government, but of course the Ayatollah has more so the influence as well as the military capability. And so they understand this is a battle that, yeah, is uphill and it's kind of a losing battle, but they've been experts in making the war asymmetric. Okay, if you don't know what asymmetric means, just look at the way the war has been going for the last 3 weeks. It's a lot more painful for us to deliver these strikes onto Iran, no matter how badly we're damaging Tehran or any of their infrastructure, their military capabilities, their military officials. They still are bombing the Middle Eastern countries. They still are bombing Israel. And Israel is actually on the thinner or lower end of their defense missiles. As we all know, just a few weeks ago, the United States had actually moved some of its THAAD missile systems, which have a big role in playing responsibility for protecting the airspace of not only any country allied to the United States, but primarily Israel. They took them from South Korea and they put them in Israel. And they've been over prioritizing Israeli airspace to no success because Israeli infrastructure has been getting critically hit. Benjamin Netanyahu actually visited one of the sites that was struck, I believe, 2 nights ago. And he was saying something along the lines of, well, they're targeting civilian infrastructure. They're hitting civilians. And it's remarkable that he has the gall or the audacity to say something as close to, civilian casualties as he did, because as we all know, he's the architect behind the 26-month, honestly, the current genocide in Gaza and slaughtering Palestinians without any regard for any sort of civilian life. And he's been doing that effectively for the last 2.5 years. The death toll in Gaza is estimated to be around 70 or 80,000, but if we're being real, it's probably higher than that if we're given all the missing people who probably were pulverized from those strikes by Israel or hidden under rubble to this day. As we know, Gaza was desecrated and they've got years to clean up before the country looks, manageable again for any sort of governmental control or any sort of, gains in economy or infrastructure. But that's where we kind of are right now. We'll get into all of that good stuff. Couple statements from Netanyahu, couple statements from Trump. We'll get into his Truth Social post. Trump has been losing his mind on Truth Social. And I spoke about this in my last video, but he's been losing his mind on Truth Social. So he comes to Truth Social, I believe 2 nights ago, and he says, this war is seemingly over. Maybe we're done here. We've kind of done everything we needed to do. And he feels good. He has his bragging rights. Obviously, he's taken out tons of military leadership. He killed the Ayatollah. He's cut the head off the snake for all intensive purposes at this point. And so he's flexing this. And of course, we know Trump loves to flex his wins, as he was very proud about his regime change in Venezuela. That was seemingly, effortless, by the way. We took out Maduro in the matter of a few hours with our secret weapon that discombobulated his security guards, whatever that was. Obviously, Trump gave way too much information on it because now we have the drop on some secret weapon that is hidden from us. But regardless, Trump loves to flex these things. And so he comes on the Truth Social and he says, we might be nearing the end of this war. And then now he's tweeting out about 14 hours ago or so that if Iran doesn't open up this passageway, which, by the way, they have to effectively leverage against the United States because in military capacity or in military terms, they're a lot weaker than us. So they're going to utilize it. Everybody knew they were going to do that. Everybody knew oil prices were going to shoot up. And Trump says, well, hey, if they don't let go of their biggest leverage point, well, then we're going to bomb their power plants and put the country in an entire blackout. And what that looks like on the ground is catastrophic for Iran. And so that's how I know that would pull out their best weapon, or that would pull out their most extreme military capabilities. And who knows, maybe this attempt at bombing their power plants could be a good grand entrance for a ground invasion. Maybe if the country's in dark and they have generators and the hospitals are not able to take care of the wounded and the military doesn't have their radar systems and they can't operate on full grid electricity and they have a grid blackout, then at that point, potentially it'd be easier for the United States to launch some sort of ground invasion and actually cover ground and make progress. But as we know, the IRGC has somewhere around 250,000 armed guards on the ground ready to fight, ready to die. And it's kind of difficult to go to war with a country that's defending their own land, right? Israel always says they have the right to defend themselves. Well, you best bet your ass that Iran has the same mindset. Of course, they have the right to defend themselves because we're the ones who started the war, unfortunately. And so, you know, these are people that have a home court advantage. Again, as we understand, Iran from the north and the west is guarded by mountains, and we struggled with a very similar terrain. If you look at Iran from a topographical map, it's almost all mountains, vast, harsh deserts, or even in some of the higher peaks or higher altitudes, there's snow. Not a good terrain for our military personnel, especially our special forces, to try to go in and get into these underground cities and take them out. And actually the chief of, I believe it was the IAEA, had said that the United States is going to have a very hard time in effectuating any sort of change of the IRGC or removing Iran's nuclear capabilities or their missile capabilities by having special forces on the ground. He had said this in a clip that I saw some excerpt on X, and so I'll pull that up as well. I have that in the queue. So a lot of stuff to get into, and we'll join Myron before we do any of the, you know, big digging, but that's kind of a brief overview of what the show is going to look like. So we'll get into everything. We'll see if we have I see I have a chat here, so I'll read it in a moment. Let's see what Myron's doing first. But I wanted to start the stream because I was late, so right, easy on me. But he's wrapping up, and I'll give him a text right now and let him know. We'll get started. Well, what's going on? How's everybody doing tonight? Sunday night, my least favorite night of the week. I hate Sundays. Who likes a Sunday? Not me. All right. Oops, excuse me. Okay, yeah, so he's still doing his segment for Jack Denmo, I believe his name is. But let's get into some of it while we're waiting, right? Oh, sorry, I have a chat here. Oops. Okay. History Legends made a good point about the Marines invading from the south. This is from Nino NPC, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. History Legends made a good point about the Marines invading from the south of Iran at the naval bases they destroyed, and there are militias there that will fight against IRGC. What's your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, look, the United States is going to utilize any sort of chess piece again. We're going to have to play some 5D sort of chess if we do launch a ground invasion. However, how we're going to go about that, I don't know. There's many ways. We could try Karg Island, right? We can try the island off of the coast of Iran, about 16 miles off the coast, which is responsible for a lot of their oil production, oil refinery, as well as some sort of military production, although it's kind of vague as to what the main purpose of the island is. I think that's kind of kept a secret. I don't believe everything that I read. And this is a militarily fortified island. It's been attacked before by Saddam Hussein, in which we backed him in this attack. It failed miserably. This was back in the late 80s. And so now if we try to do the same thing, we're going to have to hit hard. That's one option. Also, the second option is Trump does actually hit these power plants. We know he likes to bluff, but he's being serious about that. If he's being serious about that, then we can expect some sort of ground invasion to happen at a peak blackout time. Airports aren't operating or nothing like that is functioning. Hospitals aren't functioning. And so maybe we'll try to kind of kick their feet out from under them in that regard. In regards to utilizing militias, yeah, sure. The Kurds have not offered to mobilize. Matter of fact, the leader of the Kurdish forces, which is a militia group over in the north, which isn't the biggest fan of the IRGC, has said they're not going to get involved. And the reason why is because it's quite literally a suicide mission to fight the Iranians on the ground, because if you don't have any sort of air superiority that's actually going to effectuate some sort of change, it's not worth it. And the reason why I say that is because we've already dominated their airspace. I think that that's not really going to help us on the ground. I don't know if that'll go a long way in terms of doing something. We saw what happened in Iraq. We saw what happened in Afghanistan. You know, of course, we have more bodies. We could deploy more bodies, but that means more American casualties. And as we know, the Trump administration had said this war would be 4 to 6 weeks. And we're nearing the 4th week in the next few days, and we've done really nothing. And Pete Hegseth would beg to differ, right? Pete Hegseth says, well, we've destroyed so many missile carriers, and we've destroyed so many missile launchers, and we destroyed their Navy, and we destroyed their Air Force. Yeah, but see, the problem is that they have thousands upon thousands of these systems in which they launch missiles from. They're also underground, something that we haven't made a dent in yet, even with our bunker buster bombs or B2, whatever it is. And then the cherry on top is the IRGC still seems to be functioning perfectly without their military leadership or their religious leadership. We've killed several high-ranking military officials, yet I think just 10 minutes ago I read that there were sirens going off in Kuwait. They're still attacking Qatar. They're still attacking Dubai. So, and Israel's still getting hit hard. Sirens are going off in the north and the south as of last night, and I think we'll probably see something similar tonight. 12 explosions in Bahrain just a few hours ago. Again, sirens in Bahrain. So, I mean, you know, I'll tell you what, if we see a ground invasion, it is very plausible this war can go for way longer than Trump had ever wanted. And so maybe that's why at the beginning he didn't have that in his mind, but now that he's realizing this is going to be a little bit more difficult than he had anticipated, that might have to be a realistic option for him. Remember and bear in mind, in the beginning of this, Trump thought that this was going to be a situation. Remember what we did in the protests. He thought this was going to be a situation in where we can disrupt their protests with CIA and Mossad agents, which is something Mike Pompeo, the former director of the CIA, had actually admitted, that Mossad agents were walking alongside all of these protesters. Trump thought that that would do something in terms of charging up the people who are dissatisfied with the Ayatollah and the IRGC and cause some sort of organic revolutionary regime change. And it's like, yeah, this isn't Puerto Rico. This isn't Cuba. This isn't Honduras. Like, that doesn't work in the Middle East, especially in 2026, where Iran has had the chance to prepare for this for several years, because we always knew it was a matter of if, not when. So that didn't work. I think that backfired on Trump, and so he was left at a crossroads where he said, wow, I may actually have to invade Iran. And so he thought a couple airstrikes would make the military leadership cower and scour away, and then the people would take charge and take to the streets in this like Disney fairy tale world. Didn't work. Okay, and now he's realizing I may have to actually enter a legitimate phase of this war, which will look like American units on the ground. As you guys know, about 4,500 Marine troops have been deployed, some just 2 days ago from California, off the coast of California. The first batch last week that were deployed are still on the way, and then these ones that were deployed just a couple days ago will make it in 2 to 3 weeks. Estimates have it, as well as some naval carriers, our best one being the USS Tripoli. So we're sending our best naval assets out there. We're sending our best military out there, that being the Marine Corps. Can you not see where the wind is blowing? I mean, can you not see where things are going? As well as the fact that we're promising to bomb their power plants if they don't let go of the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, they're not going to let go of the Strait of Hormuz. That's how they can make this war painful for the United States, because now Trump is trying to gaslight his NATO partners into getting involved, and he's calling them paper tigers for not getting involved. Okay, so they don't want to die for Israel. That means that they're cowards? It's all blowing up in his face. Let's see. We've got DV6367. Do you believe the strike would have taken place had Kamala won the election? I say yes, because she emphasized Iran can't have a nuclear weapon in 60 minutes. Yeah, a 60-minute interview. Good question, and thank you for the super chat. You know, we can theorize. We can always do the what-if situation. This is what I will say, and this is not a popular thing to say, but I will say it because I don't care. The truth is the truth. From what I've seen in my lifetime, and I haven't been here many years, I'm only 24 years old, but pay attention to Obama, pay attention to Biden. Something that they tried very hard to do, and obviously Kamala is their successor, which is why I bring them up. Pay attention to something that they tried very hard to do. Of course, Obama introduced the JCPOA, but Biden actually attempted to revive the plan. This is the Iran nuclear deal that guaranteed they would halt their enrichment of uranium, or at least slow it down, and so that the United States can introduce some sort of inspectionary clause later, or even do it in that plan. There were some stipulations that the Israelis didn't like, of course. And in turn, we would give them sanction relief. We would remove the sanctions or release the sanctions, lift them off of Iran, which would bolster their economy. But the concern for Israel was, of course, that means they can fund their proxy networks. The main one, or the main threat, honestly, being Hezbollah, which is southern Lebanon. And so Biden tried to revive this. Obama introduced it. Obama figured it out. He kind of had a plan for peace, and he had it panned out, and he kind of did it behind the Israelis' back. He just did it on his own right before he exited his presidency. And of course, Trump came and tarnished that 2 years later. So I'm going to answer your question, but I'm trying to make a bigger point here, and I want to elucidate the idea that Democrats arguably had, at some points, better foreign policy than Trump. I don't think that's a really controversial thing to say at this point. We're full-fledged war with Iran at this point. We are at full-fledged war. That's not something that Obama wanted to happen. That's not something that Biden wanted to happen. They actually told Israel, hang on, we're not just going to go to war with Iran this moment. But Trump caved and he folded. So that's a question you have to ask yourself. In regards to Kamala and what she would have done, yeah, it's plausible. It could have been the case that she started a war, but we'll never know because it never happened. I would like to think that she would try and offer some more diplomacy. Trump really just did it quickly. I mean, we met with them twice. Once in Oman, second time in Geneva, I believe, and then before the third or fourth negotiations. And Rubio and Vance in the first week of March were allegedly expected to go to Israel from some reports that I saw, although I don't know if they were confirmed. And so we were planning more diplomacy, and Trump just halted all of it, drove a wedge between what could have potentially been peace between the United States and Iran, or at least temporary peace for a greater deal later, and struck them and killed their military leader on day 1 or 2. So would Kamala Harris have done that? I don't know. It's an interesting question, but what we can say is Trump is the president. Trump earned the win, and he's been doing a horrible job. It's a good question, but, it's all speculative. Nana, please get your brother some help. Okay. C-Band's lifestyle, am I going to get drafted? I don't know. We might all get drafted. I'm kidding. No, you won't get drafted. But this war might drag on. It might be a full-fledged ground war. That's plausible at this point. And by the way, that wasn't plausible 2 months ago. I was saying a month and a half ago, I was saying even right before the war, if we want regime change, and this is what all the top experts were saying. I'm not pioneering this, but I was saying, and I was of the opinion, hey, regime change means boots on the ground. I said this before U.S. intelligence came out and said they told Trump this. So, and that's common sense. It's very hard to effectuate regime change via air power, and we've never really successfully done it. Coup d'etats, CIA involvement, revolutions, overthrowing leaders, and putting our own leaders, yeah, we've done that very successfully in our hemisphere, in South America. But in regards to the Middle East, it's actually not been useful for us. It's kind of rendered invalid. So that's why I think ground invasion is inevitable. But I would love for Trump to just go, we're done here, and pull out. That would be great. But then again, Netanyahu does not want that to happen. And I tweeted this, by the way. I'll save the tweet, actually. I'll pull it up when my brother comes on. But I had tweeted something along the lines of, anytime you notice Benjamin Netanyahu wants something and Donald Trump wants something, who edges over? That's an important question you have to ask yourself. When Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in all of these countries, when Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want a two-state solution, something that the Americans have historically always pushed for, by the way. When Benjamin Netanyahu wants war with Iran, when Benjamin Netanyahu tries to annex the West Bank, which, by the way, Trump and J.D. Vance had responded to back in October because we saw Israeli settlers were ramping up their aggression against the Palestinians in the West Bank, destroying their livestock, destroying their crops, their animals, their farms, killing them, expelling them from their homes, chasing them down with baseball bats. And Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, they say, Israel's not going to annex the West Bank. Israel's not going to annex the West Bank. But that's kind of exactly where things are going. Look at the direction and where the violence is headed. Palestinians are being expelled out of the West Bank. By the way, these settlements are illegal. Obama condemned the settlements, by the way. Obama had came out and said that these settlements need to go. He said that during his presidency. No one knows that. He was not a favor of these settlements. And so, again, I'm not trying to say I'm Democrat. I'm very right. But, hey, we got to be honest here. He had those things right. Donald Trump has those things wrong. And Donald Trump in 2015 and 16 didn't have them wrong, but now he does. He changed. So what he campaigned on and what he's actually doing with his political power are two different things. And that's something you got to pay attention to if you're a voter. You got to be informed on that. But, yeah, what was the question again? I'm yapping. Myron's calling? Perfect. But, yeah, it's like, bro. No, I don't think we're going to get drafted, though. That was the question, right? I'm such a yapper. I don't think we're going to get drafted. Thanks, Desert Joe. Oops, I almost just called Sneeko. Okay. All right, guys, I got Myron here in the queue. I'm calling him. Don't worry. Move these tabs around. I might need another monitor. We got a high-tech setup over here. We've got the best setup you've ever seen. Just kidding. I kind of have a poverty setup, be real with you. Okay. We're getting Myron in here. 1 second, guys. So we'll get into all the nitty gritty. I got an Axios article pulled up here that we will read through. I need water. I'm so thirsty. I'm so thirsty. You know what it is? Ramadan is over and I forget it's over. Sorry, I'm not trying to do like the Muslim LARP, but Ramadan is over. And so I know it's over, but you forget and your body adjusts to like not drinking water. And so you just take being dehydrated on the chin. Like, bro, I'd be forgetting I could drink water. Here, he's called him on Discord. Let me actually call him.
Take a back seat. Hey, what's up, man? Are you
I called on Discord.
Okay, let me join real quick. Hold on.
All right, peace.
Hold on, let's see
If it works time. Okay,
No, we're good. Yeah, it works. Oh, wait, hang on.
No, I gotta turn my camera on. I know what to do.
Okay, bet. My stream can hear you, by the way. Your mic is just a little loud, so you just may have to adjust it, however you always do.
Okay, hold on. I got it right now. Let me get you on the screen. Hold on one sec, chat. Okay. All right, camera's on. There we go. All right. You said audio.
Your audio is like
So
chopped.
how's that right now? Is that better or is that too loud? Okay, I got it. Hold on. Okay, so that should probably be better on your end, right? Okay.
Chad, I know I just turned his mic on. Easy
Oh,
does.
that should be all right. That should be good on your end now.
Golden,
better on your end.
You're perfect.
Now I'm going to turn it up on my end. Now on my end, they should be better. Okay. We're good on your end now?
Perfect.
Okay, and I know I'm good on my end for my people. I just turned my side up. So, okay, I think we're good here now. Go ahead and enlarge this shit. Okay, here we are. Okay. It's been a while because it's been a couple of days now since we've been able to jump on and talk about some stuff. You came at the perfect time. I was watching a CNN video on the 48-hour thing. I can pull it up real quick.
About it on the surface, but let's get straight into it. Yeah, let me just read like two chats because I know I'm going to let these sit if I don't.
All right.
Okay, Yusuf says, this is actually a funny chat. Yusuf says, all these negatives you say against the West with all your disagreements with their doings, yet you defend these kafirs. Okay, first of all, it's kuffar. You don't say kafirs. Second of all, what do you mean? I'm a proud American, and I love to be an American, and I'm a patriot, but at the same time, I'm a practicing Muslim. Both can exist at the same time, and I can be discontent with our foreign policy, which has been shit the last few years since Trump has taken office. It's that simple. In regards to me defending kuffar, what do you mean? These people represent the government that I live in, and I was born here. It's my birthright to defend the country. So again, a lot of Muslims, you got to understand, like, you can be proud about your religion, but you still got to prioritize your country and politics. And what I'm doing is vocalizing our misdoings in the Middle East, which is actually more than what you do. So take it easy, buddy. C-Bands, ask Myron about a draft. Full-scale invasion ain't. I don't think there will be any draft. I think he meant to say ain't it. But
if we got a draft, if we actually did have a full-on draft, we have bigger problems.
Yeah, for sure.
Then we're really cooked.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good. You could pull up the clip.
All right, let me 1 sec. Right.
President Donald Trump is threatening an enormous attack on Iran's energy
This will bring everybody up to speed on what the hell's going on.
infrastructure if Tehran doesn't allow free navigation through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. CNN's Eleni Giokos joining us live from Dubai. Eleni, Donald Trump then threatening Iran with an enormous punch on Iran's energy infrastructure should Tehran not, quote, open the strait within 48 hours. It's not at all clear whether Iran will heed that warning. All signs are that they won't. The impact of that choke point and the effect of a shutdown in energy sites around the region continues to have a huge impact on the world economy. Asian markets will open first, of course, for Monday trade. What's expected?
We are feeling it around the world already, I think, Becky. You can see inflation inputs basically across the board, whether it's energy, whether it's, things like downstream products on jet fuel, other products across the world. I think that speaking to a lot of corporates, they're really worried about what it's going to do to earnings down the line. And this is why we're starting to see a lot of concern coming through, and even in the markets and the equities. But just focusing on President Trump.
And let's look real quick what the markets are looking like. If you guys go to theossreport.com, right? This does a really good job of giving a Snapchat. So we're sitting at about $112 for Brent crude. I always, guys, whenever you talk about a barrel of oil, use this.
Yeah, that's
don't use WTI.
That's the way the world measures it.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, interestingly enough, this actually will probably impact how much you pay at the pump more than this one. This is like just cope. This WTI shit. This is what actually dictates the world markets, which is the most important thing, because oil is a global commodity that everybody needs. So you should always be using Brent crude and not WTI. Okay, now obviously at the White House, they might try to use Brent crude to establish that we're under $100, but don't believe that shit. This is what the world really goes off of. Okay, yeah, and you're looking at all these different things. S&P 500 is crashing. Gold is sitting at 4,300. Dude, this shit was $1,000 more like a week or two ago with the gold. Silver's down.
Yeah, it was at like 52.
So, yeah, absolutely nuts. All right, let's keep going.
Line on if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, that he's going to hit and obliterate power plants, and he's going to start with the biggest power plant in Iran. So clearly giving them...
That's a fucking big mistake. But we'll keep letting it play.
An ultimatum. Iran, for its part, coming out with a statement today saying that all vessels can pass through the Strait of Hormuz as long as they're not linked to what they say is the enemy. So we're talking about US and Israeli linked vessels. Now, how they apply...
So basically, it's going to be probably on a case-by-case basis. So, like, for example, Japan is an ally of the United States, but if I'm not mistaken, I think the Prime Minister and the Japanese, foreign ministry in general, they struck a deal with the Iranians where they'll still go ahead and still let oil pass by. Because for Japan, guys, they literally import everything. They have like no natural resources at all. Japan is what's considered like, and I was talking about this with Ryan Dawson yesterday. Japan is what's called like they create ready to go products, right? And that typically costs a bit more. So this is why they have such a good relationship with us, so that they don't have to deal with the tariffs, because for them it's like finished products. They, tariffing just a little bit will fuck them up. So, but the Japanese struck a deal with the Iranians because, and Ryan brought this to my attention, I didn't know this. The Japanese were buying oil from the Iranians back in like 07, 06 when the sanctions were pretty bad. So they've always kind of had this backdoor relationship. So yes, even though Japan is an ally of ours, obviously Iran is able to maintain some, pragmatic business relations even with some of our allies. So yeah, it's going to 100% be a case-by-case basis.
That rule remains to be seen. We've heard just another vessel was impacted by an unknown projectile just off the coast here in the UAE in Sharjah. So we're seeing around 22 vessels that have already been impacted since the start of this war. And that, of course, creates a lot of nervousness from shippers. Iran also saying that if any... Yeah, and like any of these like idiots like Max Afterburner or these other retards like tell you guys like, oh yeah, we're totally going to open up the Straits of Hormuz. Like, here, look, let me show you guys like what I'm talking about. Let's go to the enforcer. These dudes are retarded. They got 22K watching right now, right? What are these niggas yapping?
Because he's the one, that's making the decision. So he's the one who knows best. So it really needs to be explained by him, which so far we really haven't heard a proper explanation yet. So maybe we'll get one soon. But I believe the reasoning behind it is largely the spy base that China has on Cuba. And also there's Russian connections, obviously. There's Chinese connections in Cuba. And it's very close to Florida and specifically Miami. So it's concerning from a surveillance perspective. But the U.S. really hasn't stated that is the reason for an invasion. So once again, we need clarity on.
Cuba says they're preparing for a U.S. invasion as U.S. officials announce possible action. Thoughts? What the fuck?
Whoa.
Did you hear that anywhere?
I haven't seen that. Hang on.
I haven't seen that anywhere.
No, I don't see any official reports of that.
Bro, these niggas don't even have light. What are you talking about? Cuban invasion.
There's
What?
nothing for them to prepare for, by the way. If we were to invade Cuba, that would actually happen in like a few hours.
Yeah, like,
and we
but they're
we
saying
would
Cuba says
switch-
it's preparing for U.S. and I'm sorry. Cuba says it's preparing for U.S. invasion as if we're gonna invade.
Yeah, but even then, I don't know if I've been seeing that. Trump has been flirting with the idea, but
Yeah, he has.
I'm not sure if they've stated or let out any official statements that they're necessarily preparing for some sort of invasion. Although that's plausible, so I'm not saying that that's a fake report, but it's certainly on the table. It seems like that's where the wind is drifting because Trump seems,
Or it might be to take attention off Iran and the Marines going in. Could be that too.
potentially. Yeah, but at this point, any sort of regime change, whether it's beneficial for us or not, would probably be highly unfavorable. But I will admit, with Cuba, Cuba's probably in the most weakened state they've been in the last 10, 15 years.
Yep.
You know, we've cut off their oil supply by removing Venezuelan leader, and then we also threatened Mexico in
Of its
regards
power.
to giving them any more oil. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, no. The plan for Trump was to topple Venezuela, go over to Iran, get it done in a weekend, and then come back and take over Cuba because he needed time for them to feel the pain. Because obviously they still had some energy reserves from Venezuela after he's taken out. But give him a couple weeks, now they're really reeling. He kidnapped Maduro in early January. So yeah, that sounds about right. About 9 weeks later, now they're really starting to feel the pain of not getting that energy from Venezuela. And that would make them, be more likely to capitulate and come to the table. So, but the problem for Trump is that he did not foresee that this Iranian conflict would go this long and go where they would retaliate to this level.
Yeah, we've got our hands full in the Middle
Clearly.
East. We moved a lot of naval assets. Even the USS Tripoli is now on its way to the Middle East, and it's going to be there in the next 2 or 3 weeks following the first batch that had left last week. So, I mean, I don't think that there would be any sort of tension or fight if we were to try to introduce some sort of control into the Cuban government or anything like that. It's something we've kind of aimed to do for a long time since the 60s, but even before that, honestly. But I don't know. Our hands are full right now. I'm not sure if it'd be the best move.
Okay, I'll keep playing here. And then we'll react to the two idiots as well. And actually, I want to react to Max Afterburner with you as well. Because the Hezbollah is crazy. Oh, my camera froze. Hold on.
Yeah, I was guessing you saw it.
Plants are in fact targeted, that they will retaliate, and they're focusing on
Set Media, thank you
desalination
so much
plants
for
to
the
save
$2.
US assets,
Appreciate
as
you,
well as
man.
other critical energy infrastructure. So rhetoric definitely has been escalated. The big question is President Trump going to be happy with the line of, well, anyone can pass through the strait as long as it's not US and Israel linked vessels, and then importantly that whoever wants to pass through the strait will have to coordinate with Iran for security guarantees. In the meantime, we have heard that 22 countries have shown interest to assist in securing the strait. How and when that will happen, still not answered. In the meantime, interestingly, over the weekend, we also heard President Trump saying that he wants to start winding down the war. So in terms of the inconsistencies we've been hearing, specifically from the United States, Becky, this
Really
now
conflicting.
23 days into this war,
Yep.
the Gulf nations have borne the brunt of what we've been seeing in the strikes against the region, specifically on critical energy infrastructure.
This threat that was issued by President Trump on Saturday Night Iran, as you saw, a very direct threat to the Iranians, saying if they do not reestablish free navigation or allow for free navigation in the Strait of Hormuz and completely reopen it, then the U.S. will potentially strike some of their energy infrastructure. Do you see this as perhaps the president really feeling that mounting political pressure that you and I have discussed for the last several weeks?
Well, it's also, look, it is the president either by design or impulse, just sort of careening in his messaging on the war. Literally just days ago, he said incorrectly, as it turned out, but he did say that the U.S. Was not informed of the Israeli attack on Iranian energy infrastructure. And then,
Do you believe that? That they didn't know?
I'm seeing a report right now that a plane just hit a fire truck on the runway in LaGuardia. I don't know if that's true. That kind of just captivated my attention for a moment. I don't know.
All right, I'll rewind this ship for you so you can hear what he just said.
Airport might be shut down. So anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
Let me rewind it because I don't believe this, what he said. Watch this.
Not discussed for the last several weeks.
Well, it's also, I mean, look, it is the president either by design or impulse, just sort of careening in his messaging on the war. I mean, literally just days ago, he said incorrectly, as it turned out, but he did say that the U.S. Was not informed of the Israeli attack on Iranian energy infrastructure. And then, of course, Iran.
That's bullshit, man.
Yeah.
I think he definitely knew. CENTCOM knows every plane that's in the area. What probably happened was the Israelis told them, we're going to do it. And they're like, all right, well, we can't really stop you. It is what it is.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what I think probably happened. And guys, if you guys are watching on X right now, I'm going to get off X. Come on over to Kick, kick.com/MyronGainsX. I'm getting off Kick and Party. So come on over to Myron Gaines X on Kick, guys. I'm ending X and Party right now. Myron Gaines X on Kick. Okay. Boom. All right, let's keep going.
Responded by attacking other energy infrastructure in the region. Iran is not a democracy. I mean, they can.
That's a lie. They are a democracy.
Yeah.
Now, they're not a full-fledged, full-on democracy, but they're a partial democracy because they have a president that gets elected by the supreme leader. They have a parliament. So, like, they absolutely
have a
are
twofold government, and a lot of people don't know that. They think it's just this complete theocratic regime, which to a degree, the theocratic regime has a little bit more autonomy, but they do have a system of democracy in which actually the president partakes in. So, the religious leader partakes in.
Yeah,
so,
dude, the supreme leader votes for the fucking president, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. And it's not beneficial. It's not beneficial for mainstream media in the United States or anybody in the West really to emphasize the fact that they do exercise some form of democracy, because that wouldn't motivate any more appetite for a war in Iran. That would actually liken them to us in terms of being civilized people. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I want to say this too, because before we get into this commentary, me and my brother have got some criticisms, which I want to really address real quick, where people say that we're like pro-Iranian, we love the IRGC or some other, or jihadi supporters, whatever. Let me be explicitly clear with you fucking retards. You guys got to understand that the mainstream narrative in America is basically this. The Iranians are irrational. They're a bunch of terrorists. They're not measuring their responses. They're crazy people that are trying to get a nuclear bomb. They run a dictatorship. They kidnap women off the streets and make them put hijabs on. Like, there's so much propaganda. Oh, they killed 40,000 of their own civilians. The reason why, right, a lot of our commentary is going to come off as pro-Iranian is because we're simply telling you guys that a lot of the stuff in Western media is a lie. Me and my brother, to be honest with y'all, don't give a fuck. You guys have heard my brother make jokes on Shiites. Like, you guys have heard me say that the regime is incredibly inept when it comes to some of their economic, stances and what they're doing, right? By being in sanctions for so goddamn long, et cetera, being hard-headed, retarded diplomacy. But we also have to be very honest and understand that a lot of because the reason why, so here's the other thing too I got to say. The reason why a lot of you guys come to that conclusion of, well, you guys are pro-Iran, whatever. The fact that you're even saying that tells me that you've been hit with the propaganda super fucking hard. Does that make sense, chat? Like, the fact that we have to deprogram you from all the bullshit to even have a level playing field so that you guys understand really what the fuck is going on here literally speaks to the Western propaganda that you guys hear day in and day out on Fox News, CNN, etc. The reality is simply this, and I'm going to give you guys some numbers to explain this. I said this yesterday, I'm going to say it again. Let's look at Israel. Israel's our greatest ally, right? On October 7th, roughly 1,200 Israelis were killed. How did they respond? They bombed the fuck out of Gaza. They waged the war into Lebanon. They waged a proxy war into Syria. They bombed the Houthis, and they bombed the Iranians. And then they went ahead and conducted a genocide and killed something between 70,000 reported, but probably more than likely hundreds of thousands of innocent people all across Gaza. This was for the murdering of 1,000 people, which, by the way, 300 of them were IDF. We don't know how many of them were killed by the Hamas versus how many were killed by the IDF, because we know the Hannibal Directive was activated on that day. Are you guys tracking with me? So let's say, being charitable here, we take away, it was 400 that were killed. So it was 1,200, 400 that were killed were IDF. Let's say 800, right? I'm going to be charitable. Let's say 800 Israelis, innocent Israelis were killed. Let's go with that. Now let's fast forward to June. How many Iranians were killed in Israel's Operation Rising Lion? Oh, well over 1,000. And the majority of them were civilians, okay? Civilians to include nuclear scientists and military. And I'll go ahead and I'll say, you know what, fair game. You can kill the nuclear scientists even though they're civilians, whatever, right? And they killed like 20 generals. But regardless, over 1,000 people, okay, were killed in Israel's operation. Now, let me ask you, how did the Iranians respond? They got their nuclear facilities destroyed. They got hit with a Pearl Harbor. 1,000 people got killed. Did they do a genocide? Did they wage a war on 7 different fronts? Did they invade multiple countries? Did they do a blockade and starve a bunch of children? No. I'll tell you how they responded. They responded by doing a symbolic strike back on the United States that was literally the same amount of missiles that they used and dropped on their nuclear facilities. They told them about it hours beforehand, and they told them exactly where they were going to bomb so that they could prepare their THAAD systems. And then when it comes to retaliating against Israel, their responses to Israel were completely measured because Israel did a blitzkrieg attack on them. Pearl Harbor killed 1,000 people, and they responded and retaliated by bombing them back. So let me ask you guys a fucking question. Now that I gave you guys these irrefutable numerical...
About on the phone earlier, I guess I'll go in this direction, but I don't want to give it too much airtime. Yeah, I don't want to give it too much airtime, but the amount of hate that we've been getting from Trump supporters is remarkable. I was reading my comments the other day, and somebody said, well, you guys are getting this wrong, and this war is going to end really soon. I want you to keep in mind, I've been having to watch a little bit more left-wing media, actually, when it comes to the American side of politics and what they've been covering, because they've been more honest in their reporting as to how asymmetric this war is, why they don't have any vested interest in Trump looking good optically. They could care less about him actually getting any hegemony or winning in November, given the midterms. Likely the Republicans or the GOP is going to lose. They're going to come crashing and burning. Trump could even get indicted and impeached, but they will certainly lose the House. That's my bold prediction, at least for November. At this point, it's not bold. But regardless, you see a lot of people are jumping off the Trump train. And so people think that we're just, jumping on what seems to be popular, kind of getting into the motive, getting into the move, going where the wind is blowing. Not necessarily. I'm just more upset about this asymmetric war. And the fact that Trump started it, despite the fact that he banked on no new wars being one of his biggest promises in 2024 before he took the office. So that's kind of the biggest thing that we've been receiving backlash for in regards to our pro-Iranian takes, when in actuality it's pro-American, because what we care about is the United States not serving the interests of a foreign nation. And now you see Trump is trying to gaslight his NATO partners and saying, well, you've got to get involved in the Strait of Hormuz too. Our problem is your problem. And it's like, no, they don't want their soldiers to die for Israel. And they actually are on the right side of history. And so our problem isn't their problem, especially when we started a war that they never wanted to start in the first place. And what did Khamenei tell Trump, and what did Khamenei warn the Washington of before this war had started? He said this will be a regional conflict, something, by the way, that Charlie Kirk prophesied before he was assassinated back in September. He said a few months prior to him being killed that this would be an asymmetric war that would serve the benefit of Israel, as well as the fact that Iran would pull in all of our Gulf partners, in which they've effectively did. He predicted it perfectly. Trump also had the intelligence go ahead before he started this war. So our critique of Donald Trump is not because he's doing something in the Middle East or something that's not in favor of the United States or whatever. If intervention is needed for some sort of greater good, especially if it comes to the American people and peace in the Middle East and peace for the Sunni Muslims, then I'm all for it. But that's the exact opposite of what he's doing. And there's no benefit to this other than to serve, unfortunately, the only other alienated country in the region that nobody likes, but they have to serve the interests of, that being Israel. So, and that's a very basic general overview, but I don't know who's new here. I don't know. Me and my brother discussed this on the phone earlier, but the amount of backlash we've been receiving, as well as these magatards on X and these other platforms that have been coping really badly. Keep in mind as well, Trump had promised that this would be 4 to 6 weeks. He said, we're going to be in and out. It's not going to be a long conflict. And lo and behold, we're going into the tail end of the third week here. Yeah, we're going into the end of the third week here, and we're finding that Trump is entering the most brutal stage that's going to actually start Iran's real onslaught and their real assault on the region, that being a complete blackout or attacking their grid system and hitting their power plants. Now, let me ask you a question.
And I got a whole list of all the targets too, which we'll discuss after the CNN thing. I have a whole list of what they're going to hit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll very quickly say this because we'll get into the nitty gritty of it in a moment. But look at where Trump is leading things, and look how conflicted he is. He's contradicting himself inside of sentences. Actually, just the other day in his bilateral meeting with the Japanese prime minister, somebody had asked him about the war and everything like that, and if we're going to do boots on ground, and he says verbatim, well, we're not going to do a ground invasion. If we were, I wouldn't tell you, but we're not going to do a ground invasion. It's like, oh, but you're telling him. So what the fuck? But anyways, regardless, so he's not only losing it, but it's really difficult to keep up the lie that this war is beneficial. And he's saying on Truth Social just a couple days ago over the weekend that we are going to slow down our operation. We're going to wind down. It seems like we've made the dent that we intended to make. And so military operations may cease from this point forward. And now he's threatening within 2 days, which I think we're reaching the end of the 48-hour period, if my time serves me correctly. And now he's going to hit their power plants. This could be something that will make an entrance for ground invasion easier. Maybe this is what he wants to do in order to enable Marines to have an easier time in putting their boots in the ground. I know this is just speculative. I don't have any smoking gun evidence for that, but everything that I've said in the last few weeks has come to fruition due to the fact that Trump has really been making it difficult for him to hide his motives. And his intelligence assets, his security generals have been advising him in his ear, and it seems like he's looking to complete other way. And I don't see him pulling out of this war unless he can do it in a way that doesn't make him look bad. And that, again, is not feasible to me. I'd love to be wrong on that, but I think that he's going to care about pulling out of this war and making some sort of dent that will actually cause regime change later. And the IRGC, unfortunately, still stands strong as we speak now. But we'll see what happens in the next few days if we hit these power plants and how that affects the country. But I digress.
Let me address the retard in the chat real quick. Guy in the kick chat says, Goibi, he says,
for fossil fuels in order to get materials for said EVs. I don't know. That's a good question. That I don't think I have the knowledge to speak on that. I don't know, to be honest with you. Thank you so much for the super chat, though. Hour says, I have been having to watch the Dems lately. Great work, gentlemen. Yeah, their reporting has actually been a little bit more closer to the truth, and that's because there's a vested interest for them to make Trump look worse. And they've been honest with the fact that this has been asymmetrical. It hasn't been serving our interest, as well as the fact that, yeah, Iran has been hit, and we're damaging a good deal of strikes and everything like that to Tehran, over 20,000 at this point, if my memory serves me correctly. But even then, it's still rendering useless in regards to nullifying their military capability or their offensive on the Gulf countries, the GCC as a whole, or Israel, which is the most important asset and what we need to protect. Chad Miller, $10. Thank you so much, my friend. Okay, that's it. Go ahead, bro. Take it away.
All right. Let's get back to CNN here.
Let me just grab water. I'm coming. Give me 2 seconds. Just gonna grab water. Go ahead and put it on.
Yeah. All right.
Regime can absorb a lot of pain on behalf of its public in a way that is just harder for a democracy to do. So it's kind of hard to imagine that this threat is going to lead to Iran to say, okay, yes, we cave and we are going to open the strait. More likely, if the U.S. follows through on this, Iran will try to take out more energy infrastructure in the region, and that could almost immediately be reflected in even higher gas prices. I mean, the president has always behaved, I think in almost every situation, as though he is the one with escalation dominance, what the military planners call escalation dominance. He decides how intense the conflict flares and when it ends, and that just does not seem to be the case right now.
If he does get free navigation of the Strait of Hormuz again, what happens then to this issue of NATO and how he's been obviously criticizing NATO allies while at the same time calling on their support? I mean, would he still need their support?
Well, again, if you think that Iran is going to completely back down and open the strait, or that we can do it through...
They're not gonna. And honestly, none of the NATO powers are going to jump in either. Look, you guys got to... So let me give you guys the background with NATO. NATO... honestly, is a bullshit fucking coalition of countries, Western countries, that are supposed to, an attack on one is attack on all, which is kind of bullshit. But honestly, it's a defense pact that we have with all the other countries where basically people get American protection for free. We pay way more into it. We're the leader of it. It's not really beneficial nowadays, right? It was kind of a response to Russian and Soviet aggression. That's what NATO is basically for. But it's kind of a defunct system, if we're going to be honest here. So none of these countries want to get into a conflict, bro. None of these guys that really want to get into a conflict, especially with someone like Iran, who controls such a critical pathway for energy in a very critical region for energy.
Unilateral military force in some way.
And Trump has always had issues with NATO because he's always felt like NATO rips us off. So he was like one of the first presidents, I guess to his detriment at this point, to make NATO partners pay more into it. So he's always had problems with NATO, always criticized it as being useless. So when he goes in and tells NATO, we need y'all to do something, of course those are going to be like, no, thank you, bro. We're not going to fucking jump into this bullshit. So he's had a very adversarial and combative relationship with NATO. So none of them are going to fucking jump to join this war, dude. Hell no. Because we didn't, keep in mind, Trump didn't tell anybody in NATO he was going to do this. The main decision makers were him, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and I think probably General Kane. That's it, bro. Maybe Susie Wiles, his chief of staff. But other than that, bro, this was an extremely tight circle of people. And of course, the Israelis, right? The higher levels of the Israeli government. They were the only ones that knew what they were doing here. So the NATO countries were all fucking pretty much shocked. We all speculated because he had been putting forces in the area for so long. We knew an attack was imminent. It's just that people didn't really the NATO countries didn't know that they would attack on that particular day and strike with the severity that they struck, killing the supreme leader.
Yeah, we gave him no heads up.
None, dude.
Then he doesn't need NATO. But I think,
Yes, he says it all the time. He doesn't need NATO. He has said that before. So him coming in now saying y'all niggas need to help me open up the strait, they're gonna be like, no, thank you, bro.
Yeah, it makes him look really stupid on the international stage. And during that bilateral meeting, which I was watching a good chunk of with the Japanese Prime Minister, there was a funny
that
moment
Pearl Harbor
where
joke was crazy.
That was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
But somebody had asked him why didn't you tell the NATO countries? And he was like, well, they don't need to know. They don't need to know. And he did this whole thing, and he was like, Pearl Harbor was a surprise. I think he tied that in. But yeah, it's blowing back in his face. And it seems like everything is really blowing back in his face. But the NATO thing is really damaging. And something important as well, it also exposes that we kind of can't handle the whole Strait of Hormuz situation ourselves. At least if we do, it takes full military involvement, which will be highly unpopular among the populace in the United States. And I said this earlier, but I'll say it again because your stream is on and your viewership is here. It's a lot more difficult for the United States to secure and reopen the strait than it is for Iran to disrupt it. Geostrategically, Iran is right there. That's their waters. That's their territory. They've always controlled 80% of it anyways. It's only a 20-mile stretch. It's a tight passageway. I think Oman had the other 20%, but that subsided at this point in this war. And so for Iran to deliver threats, maybe hurl some missiles, hurl some drones, which is very expensive, cheap, easier for them to do, as well as the landmines under the water, it's so much easier for them to just casually do that on the side than it is for the United States to go in and secure it and then get into a direct conflict with them, as well as the fact that we have to move our best naval assets across the entire world, 2 of which we've already sent, the USS Tripoli and another, and then 4,500 Marines, whatever their purpose is, which has not actually been explicitly stated by Trump yet. I'm waiting for that. And so it makes you wonder, this is really the epitome of asymmetric warfare, but it makes you wonder, why are we sending those naval ships out there? And I would imagine it's probably to secure the Strait of Hormuz after we take their power grid out. That seems to be the strategy. That's kind of where I'm led to believe, but who knows?
And even that, people forget, that still isn't going to make the insurers and the sailors feel safer. Like, these guys don't have guns. They don't have bombs to defend themselves. Like, they're not resistant to mines or drones. Like, dude, one drone hits them on the side, niggas are cooked, right? So they're not warships designed to take damage. They're literally like freighter ships designed to carry as much, commodities and oil and, other supplies as possible. So, no captain is going to sail without insurance, and no insurer is going to want to insure a vessel that's carrying, millions of dollars of oil. They don't want to deal with that. So like us being able to control the strait militarily does not necessarily mean that the insurers are still going to feel safe enough to allow for vessels to be insured, and no captain's going to not take it without insurance. So we have a whole other paradigm of safety that we need to create for civilians, not even on a military level.
Yep.
So anyway, we'll keep going.
Yeah,
the posture of this
flat on its face. I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got idiots like Max Afterburner saying we're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Shut the fuck up, bro. Just because you can open it up militarily for an hour or two doesn't mean that freighter ships that are civilian based are going to cross, especially when the Iranians have proven that they will bomb you. A couple of ships have already been hit, bro.
Toward traditional allies has been kind of indifference at best and diffidence and actually derision at worst. And, the response of the NATO allies to this is what you might expect from those 15, 16 months of
denial. No, thank you, bro. We're not in.
This kind of behavior. I mean, the president has, really not shown a lot of interest either in making the case to this to our traditional allies, why this was necessary to do other than Israel, and certainly not to the public at home. I mean, there's kind of been this sense that, we have the force to do this, and therefore everybody else, including the Iranians, would fall in line. And, in the end, we may get an awful lot of what we want out of this war, but we are certainly not getting it at as low a cost as he expects. And the biggest thing that we...
What are we getting out of this war? What is this guy talking about? We're not getting shit, dude. We're not getting anything.
He won't be able to verbalize that.
There's no strategic wins. Right now, as we speak, the U.S. has no actual real strategic wins here.
Yeah,
we're going to be very blunt.
He cannot articulate that whatsoever. And that's the thing, is it's a difficult thing to try and fight. Some people try to weaponize the idea of China having to look elsewhere for oil. They've already answered that question at this point. So there's just nothing. There's nothing.
thought we might precipitate, which is the collapse of the regime, seems nowhere in sight. And again, president's response when pressured, almost always his first response is to escalate, to threaten more. Like, right, NATO isn't doing what he wants. We may reconsider our relations with NATO. And that is what the military planners call escalation dominance. But it does not seem to be completely in our hands at this moment.
We're now joined by Miran Kamrava. He's a professor of
It's not in our hands at all. If Trump is threatening to destroy energy power plants, it's not in our, yeah, that's clearly not in our hands.
At Georgetown University in Qatar.
As much as that's actually a declaration of powerlessness that he can't get the Strait open, that he had to make such a crazy wild threat.
That's exactly what I said. It kind of demonstrates that we're weak, and the fact that we haven't been able to make any sort of change effective this far into the war. We're already 3 weeks, and they've been weaponizing it from day one more aggressively the last 2 weeks, has kind of displayed we don't have a full control or grip on the situation as much as we thought we would. And that kind of comes from like Trump being 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out the door. He's like, hey, we'll be quick, we'll be in and out, we'll rely on the regime change from the population, we'll think it'll be organic, we'll raid the protests, we'll do a coup d'etat. But then it's like you realize to do a full-scale regime change, you got to be both feet in, you got to be fully on board, because the IRGC is not Cuba, the IRGC is not Venezuela. And he had the intelligence heads up, but now we're here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with me.
That's what makes this even more unacceptable, that his intelligence community told him they're not building a nuclear bomb. His intelligence community gave him a report a week beforehand.
His intelligence community is us. His intelligence community is us, because it sounds like we were an echo chamber of said intelligence community.
Yeah.
All these reports out of the Pentagon in Washington saying, we warned Trump. It's like, wow, they're saying the same things that me and Myron were saying in the beginning of February. Would you look at that?
And
it's remarkable.
Look at this, bro. Look at this, bro. This shit is crazy.
Hey, Gavin. Trump should have had ample warning that toppling the Iranian government was not going to happen. On March 7th, the Washington Post revealed that a classified report by the National Intelligence Council found that even a large-scale assault on Iran launched by the United States would be unlikely to oust the Islamic Republic's entrenched military and clerical establishment. The report was...
Hey, MAGA retards that talk shit about my brother and me.
Vindication.
This is the IC. Good. This is the IC with the highest levels of intel on our adversaries. I'm going to rewind this for all you fucking idiots that want to sit there and say, you guys are Iran supporters. You guys are pro-Iran. You guys are jihadis. You guys are just saying this because you guys are Muslim. You guys are just saying this because you hate Israel. Okay, idiots. What is this? Huh?
March 7th, the Washington Post revealed that a classified report by the National Intelligence Council found that even a large-scale assault on Iran launched by the United States would be unlikely to oust the Islamic Republic's entrenched military and clerical establishment. The report was completed about a week before the United States and Israel initiated the war. The intelligence concluded that Iran's clerical and military establishment would respond to the killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei by following protocols designed to preserve continuity of power. Further, the prospect of Iran's fragmented opposition taking control of the country was described as, quote, unlikely. The source of the report, the National Intelligence Council, is composed of veteran analysts who produce classified assessments meant to represent the collective wisdom of Washington's 18 intelligence agencies. One would think that, if Congress had any integrity at all, they'd launch investigations.
Oh, it gets better. Also, that's just on the U.S. side. Look at what Israel knew.
No way you're going to pull up the same article as me. Let's see what you're going to pull up, because I had one ready too.
Israel wants Iranians to protest, but knows they'll get slaughtered.
I can't see it pop out, yeah.
You can't see it? Hold on. Let me show this shit right here. I'm showing it on my screen.
I can see now. I see.
Israel wants Iranians to protest, but knows they'll get slaughtered.
Oh, you're sharing the wrong screen.
Yeah. Oh, on my stream they can see it, but let me bring it up on yours then. Now I'm fucking lagging. What the fuck? Hold on. Let me close some of these goddamn tabs. Okay.
Here, while you're doing that, let me quickly show.
Go ahead.
Because I'll do you one even better. You know,
here,
what better?
Right here.
What you got it? Okay, go ahead. Oh,
you can see it on my screen. Israel wants Iranians to protest. but knows they'll get slaughtered. So not only did the IC tell Trump, but also the Israelis knew that they would get slaughtered too.
Yeah, unbelievable. Here, and then take a look at this. By the way, I think what you had showed me was from Washington Post in that YouTube video. I'll do you one better.
Yep.
How about... Oops, wrong screen. Just did an inception. This one. There's Jerusalem Post here. And this reads, U.S. Intel report, large-scale military assault unlikely to topple Iran regime, the Washington Post. So from even the Israeli side, they acknowledged this. And I saw other reports that were unconfirmed on X too about how they said there would have to be some sort of boots-on-ground situation. I can't find any articles on that, but I mean... What they were giving Trump the go-ahead on is exactly what me and you were saying before the war had started. And it's not impressive to know that. It doesn't take an expert military analyst or a veteran. Kind of just takes common sense.
Yeah.
But it ain't so common.
So we got the Israelis know that they're going to get slaughtered, the Iranian protesters. The U.S. intelligence community tells Trump this isn't a good idea, and he still does it, bro.
Yeah.
So all the haters need to shut the fuck up. How is it the intel community agrees with our assessment? Like what? And we were saying this before the intel community gave Trump the at least until we knew. Because remember, guys, they gave it to him a week before, and then it got declassified after the fact. Because obviously the war happened, so they were able to declassify it. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to where we're on CBS. I said CBS, CNN.
Yeah, you were doing the CBS. And by the way, I think Tulsi Gabbard was questioned the same thing by John Ossoff during their hearing. Senator?
Hold on. Yeah, she got grilled twice.
Yeah, she got grilled badly. No, the second time around, I think he brought up the fact that Trump had to go ahead from the intelligence community, from the IC.
Appreciate it. We are now into the
fourth
week
director
of this war. When you look at what stand at the moment, do you see either side moving closer to a strategic objective, or are we simply just watching a conflict that's widening without any clear endgame?
I'm afraid we're witnessing a conflict that continues to escalate. Every day we're surprised by yet another red line being traversed. And now we're looking at this threat from President Trump saying that Iranian energy facilities and power plants will be hit. And Iran has in turn threatened to hit energy facilities here in the Persian Gulf region. And if
Oh yeah, they hit Dimona very bad yesterday. You saw that, right?
Yeah, I did. And
they
I think
them really bad.
Was on scene, and he had the audacity to say, they're targeting civilians. I mean, if anybody wants a sign that this war is, if we really need to take out the Iranian regime, they've targeted civilians. Nigga! You've been killing civilians for 26 months. Actually, no longer, for 2.5 years in Gaza. How do you have the gall to say that? It's got to be a joke. It has to be satire. He goes, they're targeting civilians. I literally was looking at my phone. I screamed at my phone alone. I was like, there's no way Benjamin Netanyahu just uttered such a statement. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, no, you didn't shoot Palestinians in the back of the head trying to get flour and water. No, you didn't just indiscriminately bomb neighborhoods in Palestine, in Gaza, annex the West Bank for the last God knows how many years. You have the audacity to talk about civilian casualties. You are the pioneer. You're the architect of such said concept. I was absolutely taken aback by that statement. I'll pull it up actually in a moment. But yeah, he gets on scene.
Good
he
job,
does
bro.
the whole...
That BB impersonation is getting better and better, bro. Good job, man. That nigga's been practicing in the mirror, bro.
Hold on, let's see. I want to pull up the clip. Here we go.
Anyone needed.
Yo. That was good, dude. That was actually fucking hilarious.
I believe it's this one. Take a look.
Yo, what the fuck, bro?
Needed.
It's probably a little low. Hang on.
I can hear it on my end, but that shit's funny.
An explanation of why Iran is the enemy of civilization and the enemy and the danger to the entire world. You got it in the last 48 hours. In the last 48 hours, they fired a terror weapon on civilians, on children.
Are you fucking serious? He cannot be dead ass. This guy has to be a sick joke. He said children. He could have just left that out. He could have thought to himself, maybe let me not mention children and civilians because like I'm kind of the pioneer of killing them. No, he goes, the children and civilians. You that's your fucking game. That you do that. Unbelievable. Here, let's continue to see what he has to say, though. I'll play this in the background.
Children's nursery here. There's an old person's home here. Civilians, families, they fire terror weapons on civilians, and often they use cluster bombs, which are forbidden by international law.
Bro, I'm speechless. I'm astounded he has the audacity. You know, somebody should probably tell him the IRGC is hiding there or something. Or no, the IDF is hiding under these buildings. That's why the IRGC struck them. I think that would be a good excuse.
Yo.
Yeah.
Did this nigga just say international law?
Yeah, he has some gall.
No, you're watching by the ICC.
As if they're not trying to persecute him.
Nigga. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, you're what?
The very law that he broke, which is why if he enters the wrong country, he'll be arrested.
International law.
What the fuck?
The second thing that they did is that they fired on Jerusalem right next to the holy places. They sent ballistic missiles that could have destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Yeah, the mosque you want to destroy, by the way.
And
the church, the church you give no fucks about. He could care less about that church.
The mosque that you guys literally are trying to destroy, which is a big reason why October 7th happened in the fucking first place. Yeah. And then on top of that, this dude had the nerve to say international law. I'm still stuck in international law. Bro, you are wanted by the ICC. There is an arrest warrant for you and Yoav Golan right now as we fucking talk. When you fly in the air, you have to take weird routes to not go over certain airspace, and you want to talk about international law? Yeah. Bro, the entire international community has literally come to the conclusion that what you did in Gaza was a fucking genocide. You starved them, you fucking blockaded them, you bombed them, you killed them, etc. And you got the nerve to talk about international law? Bro, the settlements in the West Bank have been deemed by the international community for decades as being fucking illegal, as you guys have been expanding them against the fucking Oslo Accords, which you tried to destroy. This is crazy. See, the reason why, and this is so important, why you guys need to watch me and my brother. We are debunking real time the shit that he's saying, because let's be very clear here. There's a reason why he's doing this in English. He's doing this in English right now because he knows most Americans are fucking retarded and will not be able to understand the lunacy of what he is saying here. The lunacy. Saying they're striking kids, they're violating international law, blah, 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 while this guy has an arrest warrant out. Yo, how much do you want to bet, Riyadh, that most MAGA retards probably don't even know that this guy's wanted?
Yeah, they've got no idea. And that's the thing. Here's the thing. If you're still MAGA, and I'll just be honest here, and maybe this is going to be a little abrasive, but it's got to be said at some point. I don't care what backlash we receive for it. If you're still full-fledged MAGA and you're a MAGA-tard, especially going as far as to defend this current conflict, you've probably got no idea as to what's happening outside the U.S., or you're very lazy on the geopolitical status of the world, or really what's happening in the world. And that's just what it is. A lot of Americans are ignorant on an international stage. And so that's why he's effectively able to weaponize these kinds of narratives or this rhetoric or this hasbara. For people like me and you, or even anybody watching, this is like obvious, what in the world is he trying to say? But this is actually effective for people who are clueless and misguided. And so, of course, that's why we debunk it real time. But it's the audacity to say this. Yeah. It really... I was taken aback. Like I said, I was really speechless when I had initially first heard it. And, you know, this guy is like a legitimate war criminal. By several countries unanimously agreed upon the fact that this guy's a war criminal. At the least, what Israel was doing in Gaza, to some degree, if you want to give it the lightest statement or punishment, it was immoral. Of course, we know it was a genocide, and we can define it by the actual terms of a genocide. But even then, Charlie Kirk called it an ethnic cleansing on Patrick Bet-David.
Retards!
Yeah. And...
Anyway, rant over. But
no, the thing is they bank very desperately on the ignorance of Americans, and they've effectively been able to do it. They've effectively been able to use it. But slowly and surely, you know, as time progresses, we see the United States and a lot of people waking up, the civilian population waking up to the fact that we're bidding war, waging war for the betterment of another country rather than ourselves. So, you know, I'm loving the direction in which things are going. Do I think things need to move faster? Yeah, because I'm always demoralized when I go down my X timeline and I see all these Trump shills defending the fact that this war is almost over and we're underway to the key development that's going to stop everything. And it's like, yeah, if only you knew. If we're going to bomb their power plants, that's a really big attack or really big show of our desperation as to how badly this war is becoming asymmetrical, and the fact that we need to hit them where it hurts if we want to do some sort of ground invasion. And by the way, Trump is saying, you know, we're going to get into the Strait of Hormuz, or we're going to stop you from doing these things in the Strait of Hormuz. here's the question. Let's say the United States, which we won't be able to do because, as I said before, it's a lot harder to secure and reopen a strait that's closer to the country that's disrupting it. But let's just say we're able to manage in doing that, and we can do it with the USS Tripoli or with some sort of naval power or air power, whatever, however we strategize it, let's say we do it. That still does not answer the question of the IRGC on the ground. That still does not answer the question of actual regime change. And that still does not answer the question of nullifying or completely stopping their missile capability, which is the #1 threat being posed to Israel. Just the other day in Benjamin Netanyahu's brief hearing that he had somewhere in a bunker or whatever it was, and people were saying it's an AI video, but of course it wasn't. He says there has to be a ground element to this war. And then he followed up by saying, it's the intro of my second most recent video. He says, well, we have to have a ground element. I'm not going to take the liberty in saying how that's going to happen, but there has to be a ground element. I don't think it's IDF soldiers because they can't even handle themselves in the north against Hezbollah. And historically, they've always gotten pummeled by Hezbollah in any sort of ground invasion. But more so the fact that he's reluctant to actually mention what a ground or boots on war kind of situation looks like. And I think that's because he understands that means that's going to be our soldiers. That's going to be our military personnel. So look, and I said this earlier, if Benjamin Netanyahu wants something and Donald Trump wants something, who typically wins historically? It's typically always Benjamin Netanyahu's requests being met and his demands actually being met and being brought to fruition and materialized. So bad direction that we're heading in, but you know, he's doing the whole civilian child kind of. It's like, dude, are we serious? It's like, are we?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Actually,
I'm gonna read these real quick.
Dude's wanted by the ICC. Go ahead.
All right, Speedy says, why is it that every time I meet people who are Jays, they always find a way to talk about the Cookie Monster event? Bro, that's what they do. It's where their victim narrative comes from. My brother's on YouTube, so I'm not going to read the full thing. Trellick says, we need an actual president that will kick dual citizen holders from government while investigating them. I agree. They shouldn't have clearances. Is it, Speedy says, is it just me or am I starting to think that melanated people learn all their victim narratives from the Jays? Yes, sir, that's what that is. Because you guys got to know the Jays funded the civil rights movement. Link is going to be in the chat right here. He's coaching people. I know a couple of you guys actually asked for potentially getting with a consult with him. He'll do a consult with you if you're fat. It's unacceptable to be fat. So there you guys go. Johnny Wick says, W. Myron, Myron, how many times you had to knock Riyadh out growing up before? No, because we have such an age gap, bro. By the time I was like, guys, my brother's like 12 years younger than me. So I was like an adult. He was like a little kid.
Yeah.
So no, never had to have that. It's crazy how you have to explain this. Some people need to use their brain cells to understand it. I know. So boosted. Trump is hitting the power station started about an hour ago. No, he didn't. No, he's not. No, he's not. Brad, can you verify that real quick? So Boosted said that he started hitting the power stations about an hour ago.
I don't see that. I would see that on some of the sources that I closely follow. Like I said, the biggest breaking news as to why I wasn't paying attention earlier is that air traffic at LaGuardia Airport, New York has been halted for a plane crash into a fire truck, killing 2 people.
Roberto says, sorry, off topic. I have a smaller brother. How can I help him be more fit? Man, I grew up in a single mother. Just tell him to stop being a bitch, bro. Because here's the thing. He's gonna figure it out on his own when he gets no respect.
He's got to see you do it. Speaking from experience, he's got to see you. If you want your brother to be like you, then he's got to mirror you.
Soak City, why are you so sure about boots on the ground? U.S. can just carpet bomb Iran into surrendering.
What did he say? Sorry, you read that kind of fast. What did he say?
Soak City says, why are you so sure about boots on the ground? U.S. can just carpet bomb Iran into surrendering. You can
it's not worth a response. Idiot. He must be new here. Must be new here.
He's an OSS. He should know better. But you're retarded. We bully people when they say dumb shit.
Come on.
That's retarded. Even though you're an OSS, we got to tell you you're a fucking retard for that one. Bro, I'll keep it simple for you. No war has ever been won with air power alone, bro. None.
Especially in the Middle East. Especially a war that's aimed at regime change. Air power is the most ineffective thing. You need personnel on the ground, especially when the IRGC has 250,000 armed guards ready to fight that have actual technological weapons that can deal a great blow to the United States military, as well as well-trained guards on top of that. Different to what we saw in Iraq or Afghanistan, and we struggled there as well. And then actually factor in the rough terrain, the mountains, the desert, the snow. It's not going to happen from air power.
Big Mike says, hey, Mario, I just made an image reflecting on what the Shadow Realm undoubtedly looks like. Okay. Spartan Saduker, so boosted. Karamabad, Iran, Shop 3, the missile network and power grid are now destroyed. Trump is hitting the power grid now. I think Chuck Suleiman made a post. Breaking air attack causes blackout in Iran's Hormuz. All right, so maybe it did begin. Check Suleiman's Twitter. Realist and hardest quote of the century. H was right about them boys. Yep. Primo Familia. The McIntyre support Trump that I know are Islamophobic. They hate Muslims and believe they're worse than Jays. Yeah, they're stupid. Stephen Lee says, Myron, what's with the alerts of Department of State advising Americans worldwide to exercise increased caution? Is that due to increased tension with Iran? Probably with the war, yeah. Bring your Bora on after hours, man. Yeah, eventually. Okay. You're looking up that Twitter thing? Do you want me to continue with this CNN thing, or do you want to segue? Because I was going to have us react to dumbass Afterburner here.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. I'm not seeing reports of us hitting their power.
They're saying on Twitter, apparently. That's what they're saying.
I'm on his Twitter right now. I don't see anything. Yeah, we can react to him, and then we'll react to Trump's Truth Social post. We could talk about like what it looks like if they actually get hit, or if he actually carries
we'll talk
out
about
this
that
plan.
next.
Yeah.
Side carries out that threat, then we're really looking into the abyss, I'm afraid.
Joining me live to discuss all of this and the ongoing situation in the Middle East is retired U.S. Marine Intelligence Officer Lieutenant Kirk.
Okay, I'll end it there. All right, let's go into what's going to happen if they are actually attacked. So shout out to Truth Teller. It says Iran just posted the exact targets they'll strike should Trump dare to strike Iran's power plants. Okay, so here we go. Here's the strategic locations. And I actually called this out yesterday, guys, before this list came out. So number one is going to be the Ras Al Khair desalination, largest in the world, millions lose water. And it's right, desalination plants, guys, for those that don't know, basically is plants that take salt water, okay, and turn it into potable water. Okay, convert seawater or brackish groundwater into drinking water using technologies like reverse osmosis or thermal distillation. Okay, so extremely important for the Middle East. The Middle East, obviously, it's in the middle of nowhere in this desert. So desalination plants are critical for their infrastructure.
Not much agriculture there.
Yep. Shukiek power plant, that's a southern Saudi grid gone. Al Karash power plant, Qatar grid. Ras Lafansi power plant, that's Qatar's lifeline. UAE Tawila desalination, obviously that's a big deal for the UAE. UAE Barak power plant, that's basically going to be like a power grid. Bahrain's Al Dor power and water, that's their primary water source, 60% dependent. And then North Zawar power plant, Kuwait's largest, 90% desalination dependent. And then Aqaba Thermal, Jordan's South Grid, Sarma power plant, 40% of Jordan's total electricity. So these are all and you guys can see here, this comes from the IRGC or the Iranian government. These are all the different locations that they would strike, that they have literally missiles pointed at, chat. So, these are all our allies. And I mean, look, it's kind of evil what the Iranians are doing. I ain't gonna lie. They're basically, anytime the U.S. hits them, they hit the fucking Gulf states, knowing that the Gulf states are going to squeal back to the United States because they can't really defend themselves against the Iranians.
Yeah,
but this is what ends up happening.
It's brilliant, and they've leveraged it against them very effectively. And this is what I'm saying when I say the United States, or really just Donald Trump by himself, severely underestimated the IRGC. And these Iranians, man, Persian people are smart. They know how to deliver asymmetric warfare.
Riyadh, do you think we're going to be able to stay in the Middle East after this, bro? As the days pass by, I think we're cooked.
It's a great question, and one would not be wrong to think that it could be over with our Middle East foreign relations after this, or at least this GCC axis that we've built up. One thing that I'm reading here, and I won't even share the screen, just very briefly, but it seems like the UAE is trying to join forces with the United States and kind of create this like offensive axis against Iran and actually take up on the offensive. Now, how they're going to be able to effectively do that, I don't really know. As we know, the Gulf countries are not the most militarily equipped, except for the fact that the United States supports them directly. But this reads here, and this is from the Times of Israel, Gulf states oppose war with Iran. Now, most are pushing to keep the fight going. So I'll read the beginning here. While Gulf countries cautioned U.S. President Donald Trump not to launch war against Iran in the run-up of the conflict, most of them are now urging Washington to continue striking the regime. Four senior officials representing different Gulf capitals told the Times of Israel, there is still some frustration with the way the U.S. and Israel are prosecuting the war, but there is a desire among Gulf countries, particularly the UAE, Saudi, Bahrain, and Qatar, to ensure that Iran comes out of this war with its military power sufficiently degraded to cease posing a threat to them, of course, in the future. These are senior officials that are saying this, representing each country. So Interestingly enough, it seems like they're kind of bolstering up, and maybe it's because of some sort of response to the fact that they've been getting pummeled from some sort of civilian infrastructure standpoint. Of course, they're targeting key military personnel belonging to either the United States or Israel. So the Gulf countries have been suffering from that point, as well as the fact that their infrastructure, their oil refineries in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, Oman, a country that never gets involved in any sort of conflict on the global level, even they've been subject to attack by Iranian strikes and missiles. And so now it seems like there's this axis being built up to oppose Iran and say that we're going to fight back and we're supporting the U.S. and Israel. The reason why this is concerning to me is because this tells me this war is actually going to drag on, as well as the fact that Trump seems really desperate for some sort of support on an international stage, and he's not getting NATO. Who's to say Trump is not going behind the back door of these Gulf countries and telling them, we need your help in this war. We need you to support us, at least from an optics perspective, and say that you're going to fight back against Iran. And that's what they're doing because of the desperation that the U.S. has in being the lone wolf alongside Israel and dealing this war and dealing the damaging blows to Tehran. So maybe after everything, the UAE and Saudi Arabia and everybody else will go, yeah, you know, we'll still have relations with the U.S., but there's going to be different stipulations, I think, for those bases, no doubt. And Iran is requesting that as well. If there's going to be any sort of diplomacy or ceasefire, the U.S. bases have to carry less personnel, less weapons, less fighter jets. Something has to change.
Assuming they even let them stay there.
Exactly. Something has to change for them to pose less of a threat, which means less U.S. leverage in these countries, less U.S. leverage in these states. We don't have the same military presence, which means we're not going to be able to impose ourselves economically if we can't guarantee their protection. This is where these Gulf countries, like you were suggesting, may look to Russia, may look to China. And by the way, people are saying, well, China and Russia are going to get involved. Likely not. What they're banking on is precisely this situation that I'm presenting to you for these countries in the region to be dissatisfied with U.S. support and the United States posing a moral hazard and this liability, especially for an economic safety standpoint. These Gulf countries make a majority of their money, or at least half of their money, depends on tourism, and that's grown in the last 10 years. And as time goes, it's going to be like an opposite linear effect. Oil will become a little bit less valuable, but tourism is going to continue to be the hottest commodity for their government. They need donors, they need infrastructure, they need investments, they need real estate. They're building at a rapid pace, the UAE and all these other countries combined, especially Saudi Arabia. They're westernizing every other year. In Riyadh, now we have concerts, and back then women couldn't even drive. So they're trying to move towards this Western ideology. They're trying to modernize their countries. Good for them. Effectively, it will work, but that's not going to happen if missiles are flying over people's heads. So very good chance that after this is all concluded, which God knows when at this point, these Gulf countries may look to other powers. And if that happens, that will remove a whole lot of lifespan off of the United States being number one and the most powerful country in the world in terms of world ranking and who poses the biggest threat and who has the biggest, baddest military and the most influence, the most important thing. So we'll see. You got to keep in mind, too, there are conflicting reports. I like to think they're true, but I have seen official reports out of credible articles. I think Washington Post or New York Times is one of them, that MBS, or the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, was having talks with Washington prior to the conflict to motivate Trump into the war. But then at the same time, front-facingly, he's telling the media that he wants peace in the region. Both are plausible. Both could serve his interests, but I really don't see the same kind of unified axis with the U.S. and these Middle Eastern countries after this. I mean, Iran is hitting them hard. Just 2 hours ago, sirens sounded in Bahrain. And every single time I open X, every single time I open Twitter, or I look at the news, something in the Gulf country is hit. And it honestly seems like they're getting hit just as hard as Israel, not from a civilian standpoint, but from an infrastructure standpoint. They're being dealt a great blow. And it's inexpensive for Iran to do this. So again, ask yourself the question, Strait of Hormuz. It still does not address the missile situation, which is what is pushing these Gulf countries to try and speed in this war up. Important questions, man.
I think I think where our presence in the region is cooked, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why they're saying the reason why the Gulf states are getting behind Iran now is because they know that if Iran does not take out if the United States does not take out the Iranian regime at this point, that government's going to stay in power, and that government is their terms are going to be, you cannot have any military bases in the region. So one of two things is going to have to happen. Either A, the United States cannot effectuate regime change, which then means the Gulf states maintaining those bases there is a huge liability and they will continue to get bombed. Or B, they effectuate the regime change, then the U.S. can maintain their bases there. But the two cannot coexist. So in other words, if the regime stays in power, the Gulf states can no longer allow the United States to be there because the Gulf states will continue to attack them until those bases are completely out of there. So, and let's be honest here. To do the regime change, you got to do boots on the ground. Boots on the ground's L.
Yeah.
Boots on the ground is L. So I don't see a future where we are going to be able to stay in the region after this war. I don't see it. I don't see it. There would have to be, and this is the only way we would stay in there. This is the only way I could even see it happening. There would have to be a peace agreement where the Iranians said, you know what? We'll give a little. You can stay in the region, but you can only be here from a defensive posture. Kind of like what you were saying, that there's going to be a significantly limited and reduced presence in the region. Defensive only this amount of soldiers there, only these types of planes are there, only these types of THAADs are there, whatever.
Yeah.
The Iranians will basically be able to dictate how they sit in the Gulf if they even allow it.
They're going to do it to a manner where they completely nullify the base's capability of striking back if any attack is imposed or started by Iran anyways. They're going to set it up strategically to where it's not a threat. So they may as well not even exist, which is the whole point. That's the whole point. They have to pose a threat, and that's why the Gulf countries utilize them. So their utility is rendered void if they don't actually pose a threat, which is what Iran will aim to do. And that's not something the two sides can come to diplomacy on.
That's the best case scenario, by the way. What we just presented, them being there but being neutered, is the best scenario. I think it's going to probably be what I said before. They can't take out the regime. They have to pull out completely. Here's the other thing too for the United States. They're going to have to spend billions of dollars to rebuild everything.
Yeah.
It's not like they're just going to go back and be like, all right, good. Okay, guys, let's set shop back up. Let's turn the lights on. We're cool. Let's brush the dust off over here. The bases are destroyed. So not only do they have to go back, but they have to go back and rebuild everything. So there's really and then here's the thing: you rebuild everything, and the Iranians might strike you again because they told you we don't want you on the region. And I think at this point, the Iranians are going to keep their foot down. They're going to say, nope, you motherfuckers are out of this region forever. And if you come back here, if the Gulf states you dare let them back in here, we're going to bomb you again.
Yeah.
What can the Gulf states do? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
100%. And
we're cooked, bro. In the region, we're cooked. I don't see, I do not see an option where we'll be able to stay in the Gulf with this level of projection of power ever again. Ever again.
Yeah. Unless we completely eradicate the IRGC, which is going to be a process that is fully involved militarily, boots on ground, and it could be as long as a year or even longer if we try and effectuate that, regardless of whether we take their power out or not, which these underground cities could be independent of these power grids anyways. Who knows? That's speculative, but that's a possibility and likely a reality. If they set everything up underground, likely the power source would also be underground so they can operate despite a blackout. So it's really important questions, and it's unfortunate. It's a grim reality. The Gulf allies is very strategic for the United States and Israel too. So we'll see what happens. Keep in mind, but
not only because I said this war was going to hurt us economically, diplomatically, and militarily. So militarily, our bases are destroyed, right? Diplomatically, they've destroyed our relationship with the Gulf states because now we put the Gulf states in harm's way. They're getting bombed and destroyed. And then economically, obviously, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. But don't forget, Trump's first international visit, where did he go? He went to the Gulf. They invested trillions of dollars into the United States. Are they going to want to continue investing with us when we've proven that we can't even defend these motherfuckers? Bro, this is why this is such a see, for all the military retards, right? Like this idiot over here that I'm about to show you guys right now, this afterburner dumb fuck, he doesn't talk about any of the geopolitical ramifications of this conflict, which, by the way, we should react to this because this guy, him and Enforcer are getting an enormous amount of views. Look, 12 hours ago, 600,000 views. I think he's botting because when this guy goes live, he could barely get 3,000 live viewers.
That's really painful.
I think he's botting.
Yeah,
but that's a whole other conversation.
Go ahead.
Well, let's go ahead and react to this shit, bro, because this is what me and my brother are gonna do for y'all. We're gonna play this video and we're gonna just debunk the lies, okay, or the propaganda, because this type of stuff is what's flooding YouTube and being pushed in the algorithm. You have anything before I go into this video?
No. I just want to. And here's the thing.
You ain't gonna mention any of the shit we just talked about. All the high IQ shit we just mentioned, with diplomatically, economically, whatever. You ain't gonna mention none of that shit. This dude.
I'll put the cherry on top too to add to what you were saying. This is what I was gonna say a moment ago, but I got lost in the train of thought. What Iran has effectively done. This is why people are saying they're winning symbolically. I'll verbalize that for you, and I'll break it down in simple terms. Iran has been able to fight 8 or 9 countries, deal damaging blows to them, disrupt the economy, raise the price of oil, raise the price of gas, make stock markets in the United States, the strongest stock market, NASDAQ and everything, volatile, all whilst not leaving their country, doing it with missile systems only, and stretch United States missile interceptor defense systems wide and thin across the region, and make us grab at missile systems and THAAD systems in South Korea to put in Israel, as well as the fact that we've been showing a priority or a favoritism in Israeli airspace versus the other Gulf countries as well. So Iran has kind of highlighted that we're not indestructible. Yeah, we're the strongest power. Yeah, we pose the biggest threat. But they've effectively shown, hey, the United States can take a dent too, and we'll show you how we can do it. And then the Strait of Hormuz is just the cherry on top, but that's not even all the bad news. The bad news is those missiles in the air. If we can't stop those, the onslaught will continue. And we haven't been able to stop them, you know? So as long as they continue to penetrate airspace, in which they will, until there's some sort of ceasefire, effectively, it's like kind of a loss for us. And, you know, you got Benjamin Netanyahu by these sites of missiles going, they're killing civilians, you know, and he's going to continue to weaponize that. So it's shit top to bottom, but I don't expect this guy or any of the other, I'm supposing he's a MAGA shill to kind of address these sorts of issues, which are really important for the Americans to understand. And that's the America first position. That's a pro-America position, is that we shouldn't be militarily involved in the Middle East for another country. And that's like basic ABC poli-science, but, you know, they just refuse to admit it. I don't know if it's a pride thing or what. I'm so sorry. Let me just read these very quickly. I have two. Our says, what other way could Israel be taken out if Trump didn't set it up? It seems like a ridiculous thought, but we are in 2026. Are you insinuating that, like, Trump is going to pull out? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Top 5 baller. In Australia, people are siphoning fuel. Oh, my goodness. That is not good. Did you hear that?
Say that again, that last part I was reading.
In Australia,
Sorry.
people are allegedly siphoning fuel. That's from Top 5. Somebody super chatted that.
Yeah, bro. They're double. Their prices have doubled. Yes.
Wow.
Someone mentioned to me it was $1.20 before the war per liter. Now it's $3 a liter.
Holy shit. We're up a full dollar here in the United States as well. That's bad.
Yeah.
My buddy sent me a picture earlier. He said, yo, why is premium gas? He only fills up premium. Why is premium gas $5? It was like $4.09 here in Connecticut. And I was like, bro, why do you think?
Yep. Niggas don't even know. Rick Ross says, keep making me aware. Keep making people aware of this. I just red pilled my lead at work, Lockheed. He couldn't believe all the lies mainstream media told him. He doesn't listen to Fox anymore. I'm telling you, bro, it's all bullshit. Suleiman did a report, blackout in Iran. We didn't see it. Because my brother just surfed. He might have deleted it, guys. Myron for President 28, 2022. Okay, Iran threatens to cut internet cables underwater. Yeah, I heard about that. Myron, did you see that Russia said that they'll nuke Israel if Israel nukes Iran? Send me proof of that. I don't believe that. You guys don't realize that the Russians and the Israelis actually have a very strategic relationship because lots of Russians are Jewish. So this is why Putin drags his feet when it comes to giving the Iranians weapons. They were supposed to give them fighter jets and other air defense that they've been dragging their feet on for a while. The Russians and the Israelis absolutely have a strategic kind of backdoor relationship because there's so many Jewish Russians. Yeah, so I find that hard to believe that they would nuke Israel if Iran is nuked. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any major development in terms of a blackout. And you got to be careful in the fog of war. There's so many fake posts and stuff, and so maybe somebody said something, but it wasn't confirmed, and they got to substantiate those things. Something I'll just report really quick before we play this. Breaking here, Iraqi militant groups have agreed to a 24-hour ceasefire to allow full withdrawal of U.S. and NATO troops from Victoria Base in Baghdad. U.S. and NATO forces have fully withdrawn from all areas of Iraq except northern regions where some troops remain in Kurdish areas, marking a major development. So we'll see. We'll see what that means. Go ahead.
You know what? Let me read a quick little thing here. Quick word for my sponsor, whatever. If you want to mute yourself, you can, or mute me or whatever. It's gonna take me a second.
You're good.
Okay. Quick word from the sponsor, Ninjas. Since you guys know that I am demonetized on this bad boy, this one is gonna come from our boys over at Rumble Wallet. Okay, here's a little inside scoop that many creators are talking about behind the scenes. It's actually one of the reasons I'm using Rumble. They made a way to super chat creators so we get paid immediately and without any fees. YouTube and Twitch take up to 50% fees when you tip creators. This method takes none. That's right, the platform takes 0 fees. I keep nearly 100% of what you guys send me. You can super chat with Bitcoin, Tether, USD, or even...
Someone said read your chats. Bro, I just read it, but I'm reading. Guys, if you have a question, you got to super chat in. Only because I'm not trying to be like that, but because if I read every free question, I'm going to get bombarded. There's no possibility I can read every single one. So just chat in, and me and Myron will give our take. But thanks so much, guys, for the love so far. Like the video. Really appreciate all the support. I know Myron's muted. He's reading a sponsor. But God bless everybody in the chat.
We'll get back to the show. So here, guys, we got our guy, Afterburner, who is literally, I consider him like a Hasbara agent at this point. Bro is literally pushing all the propaganda. I'm actually even going to turn on YouTube for a little bit here, just so that we can wake people up to this, because this is so important to view this. And Riyadh, whenever you want me to pause, just let me know, and I will go ahead and let you give your whenever you want me to pause, because I already know he's going to say a bunch of bullshit. So the title of the video here is
SK1. I'm just seeing the chat. I'm sorry. I'll read it when Myron's paying attention. I see it. Please search. I got you, bro. My bad. I didn't see it at all. I don't just glossed over it.
Over the past couple of
I'll read it in a
days,
moment.
Saying that, oh, we're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. Trump did this. Look at this awesome thing that Trump did. Just a bunch of Trump glazing. And it's actually pretty pathetic. But let's go ahead and kind of get into it.
Welcome to today's video. It's March 22nd, 2026, day 23 of Operation Epic Fury, and the B-52 Stratofortress just dropped payloads across Iran, and it's been doing it for the last few weeks, that have turned Iran's ballistic missile facilities into smoking craters. Specifically, this one right here, the buff, the big, ugly, fat fellow. And that changed. The fellow is changed a little bit from what the actual nomenclature might be, but again, you guys love acronyms, so I gotta keep them coming. They launched likely from RAF Fairford in the UK, flew marathon missions over hostile territory, and slammed precision-guided munitions into the Ku-e Baramali ballistic missile assembly facility, among multiple other places. These B-52s were just seen yesterday taking off loaded with stealthy cruise missiles and JDAMs. So you see the cruise missiles on the outside, and you know that it's also packing some heat on the inside, proving that they can do both stand-off bombing, so launching those cruise missiles, and stand-in bombing, dropping the JDAMs. Meanwhile, the Iranian regime is firing back with defiant rhetoric, as they do. Their military spokesperson at this point could be an AI voice. I mean, we don't really know who's in charge. They're vowing to irreversibly destroy U.S. and allied energy, IT, and desalinization infrastructure across the region if their power plants get hit, while claiming the Strait of Hormuz remains open except to enemy vessels. So stay with me. This is the B-52 doing what it does best to dismantle Iran's missile empire and their ability to produce these ballistic missiles.
Okay, so he said that these B-52s have been doing this for weeks. Okay. Why is the Strait still closed then, dummy? Like, clearly it's not working. The Strait is still closed. By his own admission, the B-52s have been doing these operations for weeks. Why is the Strait still closed?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Because the Iranians have been able to make it dangerous enough for the ships to not pass. And this is what this idiot doesn't understand. The people that are sailing these ships are civilians. They're not going to take that risk.
Exactly.
It's not military warships.
Just the threat alone is more than enough. And even if we offer an equal presence in the Strait of Hormuz for said purpose of guaranteeing insurance for these ships, it's still unattractive because it's a situation of war. It's an area of war. There's a high possibility that drone strikes could occur, missile strikes, whatever it is. It doesn't even matter. As long as there's not peace, even if Iran never mentioned the Strait of Hormuz, gas prices would still be up. That passageway, being local to that of which is the biggest war in the world right now, is going to guarantee that the prices will remain volatile. So it doesn't matter if we send the USS Tripoli and we guarantee insurance and we do, the prices will still be up as long as there's some sort of IRGC presence, as long as there's some AI shadow voice as he claimed, which, by the way, yeah, we killed all the leadership. We got no one to talk to anymore. Good job. Well, then, yeah, there's going to continue to be high volatile prices, and that won't stop until there's a ceasefire or we've completely concluded the matter.
And not only that, he mentioned that, and I love when they say, because this is actually a very big talking point. So again, guys, my job with this episode, like right now, this breakdown, my brother, is we are going to break down the Hezbollah for you. So if you guys notice, he mentioned the leadership. Well, let me tell you guys why the leadership means absolutely nothing in this discussion.
Lester Banana, thank you so much for the $37, my friend.
Something called a mosaic defense. A mosaic defense, guys, is a decentralized military structure that was designed to operate regardless if the leadership is decapitated. The former Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, instituted this. Well, actually, it's been instituted since 2007, since the fall of Iraq. But Ali Khamenei really put this into play before he died in February. That is why within 1 hour of the attack, they were able to start raining missiles down on bases all across the Gulf as well as into Israel. Okay? Guys, if we got attacked, you think the United States will be able to mount an attack in 1 hour if our top 50 people were killed? The furthest down in succession that I've seen is number 17, Department of Homeland Security. It'd be another like 3 times more than that. We would not be able to mount an attack within an hour. Okay? The fact that the Iranians were able to do this is because they have a decentralized military structure in contrast to us, where we have a top-down military structure.
Yep.
The president is the commander-in-chief. He makes all the military decisions, and it works down. He doesn't give marching orders of what's going to happen if he dies. That is what the Iranians don't have prepared for. Okay, since they've been compromised by spies, they get attacked all the time by the West. Obviously, they're dealing with a far more powerful military, and this is why the Iranians have perfected what's called second strike capability. Second strike capability, guys, is the ability to strike back decisively and very powerfully after having your leadership destroyed in an attack. This is something similar to what the Russians have with a dead hand approach. If we were to ever launch nukes and bomb Russia and kill their leadership or whatever, they have mines like in the ground that would detect radiation from a nuclear bomb, and that would launch everything that the Russians have at the United States. The Iranians have something very similar, but without necessarily a nuclear deterrent. Rather, it's more of a ballistic missile deterrent, where the marching orders are done. There's 31 different provinces, which are decentralized and have their own compartmentalized order and target list, and they operate by themselves with no fucking unified command chain.
Yep.
And that is why they've been able to mount this attack. So this retard telling you guys this, that their leadership is gone, I think they're on AI, that's completely irrelevant.
And that's the whole point of enrichment, by the way, despite the fatwa, I think in 2004 by Ayatollah. The whole point of enrichment in the nuclear capabilities is to hedge, right? And that can kind of guarantee some security from a military leadership standpoint as well, despite the fact that their military can operate individually or autonomously of said leadership that's already been decapitated. So, and that's something we've seen historically, right? You know, the United States will be a lot more hesitant in getting into a full-scale war with another nuclear power. I think the closest we've ever really been was, you know, with Russia in the Cold War and the few-day stretch with the whole Cuban Missile Crisis, where they had nuclear assets aimed at the United States and critical key points in the United States, and then we had some in, I think, Italy and Turkey. But, you know, from that came the agreement that we will never get into a real fight with a nuclear power again, and that you can't have nuclear weapons aimed at U.S. sites, something that Iran didn't have. So what's the second best thing they have besides the nuclear missiles that the Soviet Union had during the Cold War? Would be their missiles program, their ballistic missiles program, which have been proven to be effective in these last few days, or really last few weeks. But they've kind of spiked up the drone usage. And remember, guys, the drones that they have are made in-house. They cost around somewhere in the range of $20,000 each and every one. And so for them to use these drones, especially in the Strait of Hormuz, in which they've been effectively doing, is little to none for them in terms of a cost. And then Trump, just the other day, had said he's going to temporarily lift the sanctions off of Iranian oil so we can relieve some of the pressure in regards to the oil prices and the crude oil. So we're kind of like working backwards and having things blow up in our face. Did you hear about that, Myron? The whole, you know, Iranian sanction with the oil, and then the Russian oil and the sanctions being lifted and everything like that.
Yo,
so
this
it's
is
just blowing up in our face. Yeah. Here, I'll show it here.
Because, Riyadh, me and you know, like, all the MAGA retards, right? All the idiots are like, oh, Myron, this is 4D chess. This war isn't for the Israelis. This war is to weaken China and strategically, you know, hurt Russia more. Hey, retard, do you not realize that he wasn't able to get the Strait of Hormuz open? So that means that he had to lift sanctions on Russia, the most sanctioned country in the world. And then he also had to lift temporary sanctions on Iran so that we can go ahead and stabilize the price of oil. This is on top of releasing 400 million barrels of oil, and the price is still at fucking 112 per barrel. Like, do you guys not understand how bad this is? We had to release sanctions on countries that are our enemies to stabilize the oil prices while simultaneously putting 400 million barrels of strategic oil reserves into the market. Yes. And we're still sitting at $112 a barrel.
Yeah.
Do you get it, Chad?
Despite all that desperate attempt and these record numbers that we're breaking in order to relieve the pressure, we're still in a critical state, according to world experts, as to how much oil is. Because it really should be around $60 to $70, $70 being the most, guys. $80 is like, what the hell is going on? And then anything over 100 or even 120, which is where we tipped the other morning, is like critical. That's catastrophic. And we're playing around in that ballpark.
Riyadh, talk about that real quick, because you put that out. I wasn't even up on that. You said that we hit 120 and then we quickly dipped down. What happened that brought it back down? Because did a tweet happen, or did the White House say something? Because I noticed once we get into the 120 range, Trump starts panicking. Have you noticed that, Riyadh?
Because that's the that's the catastrophic stage where there will genuinely be global uprising or global destabilization. And at that point, that's where the prices are so volatile that people cannot keep up. By the way, we're even seeing this with TSA agents. Obviously, we have the whole partial governmental shutdown, and then the airports have record lines right now going outside of LaGuardia, as well as this plane just hitting a fire truck. That's not going to help to the issue. But TSA agents, I've read this in a couple of verified reports on CBS News. Obviously, they're anonymous to protect their own position, but they fall under the government and DHS, and TSA agents are saying they can't even make it to work because the gas prices are so high and they're not being paid by the government. So it's like such a circular issue that keeps going around, and we're biting ourselves in our own ass. So take a look at this tweet. I think this was the response that had fixed the whole 120 issue, although I'm not sure in regards to the timeline. So the Treasury Secretary, Bessent, says the U.S. will use Iranian barrels against Tehran by releasing 140 million barrels of sanctioned Iranian crude onto global markets to bring prices down. He claims 440 million total barrels are being mobilized to undercut Iran's Hormuz's leverage. The framing is creative, but the reality is absurd. The United States is bombing Iran while simultaneously unlocking Iran's own oil sales to stabilize the energy market that the bombing broke. I mean, it just doesn't get worse than this. Talk about asymmetric warfare.
And Mario doesn't like Iran, by the way. Mario does not like Iran.
Yeah.
He's been extremely critical of the regime, by the way,
That's
that guy.
why I brought that up, because if it's coming from him, then I don't need to substantiate it any further. But it's common sense. The way he framed it was actually brilliant. The United States is bombing them, and then we're also giving them the potentiality to unlock oil sales. So they're going to be making money in the same process, and that's going to make a guarantee of difficulty being higher for any access or revenue being generated. That's completely false. So again, you kind of see this whole, it's not only in the military aspect, but it's economically as well. It's hurting us. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm done.
No, I was going to say, so like this stupid nigga right here is telling you that we're winning the war. Hey, America, I need you to listen to me real close. Okay? Look at me, guys. Look at me. All right? This war is costing us roughly $2 billion a day. On day one of the war, we killed Khamenei to get Khamenei. This next Khamenei is worse than the first Khamenei. Yeah. He wants nuclear bombs. He wants war against the West. He doesn't want to do any type of diplomacy, and he wants all the bases gone. That's an L. Next, this was supposed to be 4D chess to weaken the Chinese like we did with Venezuela and to weaken the Russians. Now, Russian gas and oil, sanctions are lifted. They're making money hand over fucking fist and have almost recouped all the money they lost from the Ukrainian war because we were trying to make them weaker economically and militarily. That backfired. The Chinese, they're still getting oil from the Iranians. Nothing is being slowed down on them. And then the cherry to the fucking top of this is we went ahead and lifted sanctions on the Iranians, on their oil, something that we have not done since 2015 with the JCPOA. Does this look like winning to you guys? I don't think so. And this is despite the fact that a barrel of oil right now sitting at about $112. Everybody's seeing a spike in their gas prices. We got a government shutdown where the TSA can't even get paid, or ICE for that matter. We got all kinds of problems going on.
And
meanwhile, we're spending $2 billion a day on this fucking war. Good.
No, sorry. And bear in mind,
and this media tries to tell you we're winning.
And the 112 price is only because the United States has released a record amount of oil reserves, something we've never had to dig so far to do. So we are grasping at straws. Yeah, we're grasping at straws to keep oil prices stable, to keep gas prices stable. And what did you think would happen when the most critical passageway responsible for 20% of the world's oil, or 1/5, has been blockaded or has been effectively threatened? And so these ships cannot pass through peacefully. And even if they can pass through, the price will still increase because the expected supply is to go down. And so if the expected or anticipated supply is to go down, the demand will still go up. And that means higher prices until there is a ceasefire or until there's peace in the region. And you can guarantee that.
Now, let me also tell you this, which is kind of crazy. And then they'll try to tell you that this is winning, guys. Like they're talking to you guys about military wins. We're telling you about real losses.
Yeah.
Because this war isn't a military war. It's a strategic and economic war. And we are losing it, and we're making our enemies stronger in the process. If you're actually America first, you should be 1,000% against this war, and you should be telling guys like Max Afterburner, you're a Max fucking retard. Because this
Sagno Sprite, thanks for the super chat. I hope you're having a better day.
Probably
Thank you so much.
50 to 100K a month. He don't give a fuck about gas prices. This nigga's just going to keep pushing out his bar. He's getting paid by the Israelis probably $7,000 a post to fucking do this shit. So he don't give a fuck. Gas prices go up to $10 a gallon.
These people are compromised. Yeah, these people are compromised, and that's why you have to be so careful in regards to this whole information war and who you're getting your information from. Not only are we in the fog of war, so it's easy for the propaganda to stretch far, but it's also the fact that, do you not understand? It's very evident the United States is losing from a strategic perspective right now because Trump is fighting to censor the media. The commissioner or the chief of the FCC, which is responsible for the licenses of legacy media, mainstream media, and what the news reports, is threatening to revoke the licenses of like Fox News, CBS, CNN, or whoever is reporting against the narrative that this war is helpful for the U.S. and that we're not losing. Anybody who's saying that we're losing and that we're not having a good deal blow or a good amount of traction being covered in Iran in regards to this war and how we're effectuating regime change, anybody who's actually operating in regards to reporting the news in opposition to that, they could be threatened to lose their license in regards to news reporting. So, I mean, ask yourself, if Trump is fighting to censor these kinds of narratives, you know, do you think we're strategically winning? So that's why people like this are discredited immediately upon finding this information and dishonestly reporting it, like how he's doing, talking about B-2 bombers. And by the way, these guys love to talk about these military buzzwords. When I watch them, they always go, well, this platoon and this unit and this aircraft carrier and this has this capability. It's like, yeah, bro, we get the big bad military might of the United States. We get it. We understand. We spend more than the next 5 countries in military spending combined. We get it, okay? Like, we know how powerful we are. That still doesn't take away from the fact that Trump is fighting to censor the news. Why do you think that is? It's because what me and my brother are saying is actually more parallel to the truth.
Yep. Yo, this nigga's a retard, bro. Like, it actually pisses me off that he says this shit, but let's keep playing it.
And then what it's doing next is going to challenge everything you've heard about the B-52's unstoppable reach. And here's some
just so you guys know, he mentioned earlier, he admitted that the B-52 had already been doing this operation for weeks and the strait isn't closed. That's from his own mouth, by the way.
Latest breaking news that's coming out right now. This is from The Guardian. Nobody else is responsible. Trump to blame for Iran crisis, from ex-CIA chief Leon Panetta. So on this channel, we like to explore different points of view, but he called the president naive over the Strait of Hormuz closure, and he said that the president didn't really know what was going to happen, which is pretty silly because when it comes to operational plans, myself having worked on them for 10 years in classified vaults for the U.S. Air Force, that's basically the first thing that you brief. There's unclassified parts of that, but this isn't a Venezuela. So Leon Panetta is here basically saying, oh, we didn't get it done in 12 hours, so this is very naive. But there's phases to this campaign, and one of those phases is after you crush Iran militarily, and you have to do that for a while, as we've seen, then you have to roll into a phase where you focus on keeping the Strait of Hormuz open against Iran's proxy tactics. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So ultimately, I think Leon Panetta is a little bit naive to think that these top generals who are going to be briefing the president didn't actually break down what's going to happen after Iran is crushed militarily. So it's a bit of a slap in the face.
No, actually,
generals who are
wrong again. General Kane told Trump that it would be very difficult to do a regime change, and that's going to mean boots on the ground. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yep. And by the way,
his own general told him that this was. Yeah, go ahead.
No. That's great. And I'll do you one better since this guy is so certified. Let's just take a look at this. Take a look at my screen really quick because this will be a good response since he's avoiding the whole boots on ground thing.
Yep.
Are you able to see that?
Yes, we can. I'll make it big on my screen.
Yep. So when asked about U.S. Special Forces entering Iran to secure its enriched uranium, IAEA head Rafael Grossi said the operation would be very challenging. Let's quickly see this.
Well, talk to me about the options that we know are being discussed by the United States right now, including President Trump and Israel have talked about the potential of sending special forces in to secure some of this enriched material. You have been to Isfahan. You have seen some of the underground facilities.
Yes.
How difficult would it be to move these cylinders that are there full of chemicals?
We're talking.
Guys, so make sure you're listening. This guy has been to these missile cities underground. This is what he has to say.
About cylinders containing gas.
Hold on. I think he's talking about the centrifuges.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is to nullify their capabilities. He's saying after the Strait of Hormuz, because you just said the chief said that we're going to have boots on ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. This is the last step. Even let's say we're able to secure the Strait of Hormuz and whatever, this is the last step. I know I'm jumping ahead here, but I just want to make sure we know that there's other experts who disagree with this guy who spent 10 years doing whatever.
Of highly contaminated uranium hexafluoride at 60%, So it's very difficult to handle. So much so that, for example, in terms of this negotiation, we might perhaps discuss that a little bit, that did not bear fruit. One of the things that we were discussing was downblending it because of its difficulty in terms of handling in the scenario, for example, of a ship out of the material, exfiltrating the material. So it is very difficult. Then, of course, I guess there will be a number of decoys, a number of distracting cylinders, materials over there, which would make it very difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible. I know that here there are incredible military capacities to do that, but it would be a very challenging operation for sure.
For military operation to be carried out.
That's all you need to hear. Go ahead.
And I think that's for like for the nuclear program with the centrifuges. So just so the audience understands, the way that you enrich uranium, chat, is you have centrifuges that spin the uranium until it becomes pure and pure. It's a whole scientific process.
Well,
and then you have the other process of plutonium and a reactor. So if you have uranium, right, to make a nuclear bomb, that's done with centrifuges. If you want to go ahead and do plutonium, which also could get you a nuclear bomb, you can use it with reactors. So that's the two ways to get to a nuclear bomb. These centrifuges are very difficult to deal with and obviously are toxic, especially at a highly enriched level. So how the hell are these special forces guys, number one, going to find them? We don't know where they are. Number two, go in there, break in, and then be able to actually effectuate this. And then do it like you would have to have the country damn near occupied to be able to do that. Right? So I don't know. But I'll keep playing this idiot, though.
I want to see if he's going to go in that direction, so let's see. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
Crushing it and taking it to the Iranian regime in a way that they never thought was possible.
Thank you for the super chat,
Panetta,
Sammy and Chad. I'll read it in a moment.
Probably should have looked at some of those briefings when you had access to what would actually happen if the conflict with Iran went down. And then President Trump...
Yeah, this dude's a retard. But we'll keep going.
Posted this on Truth Social. He said, "We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran." And then he focused on some priorities that as the conflict starts to wind down, what will still be important. And one of the main ones is getting partner nations like Gulf nations, getting Europe, anybody who's getting oil from the Straits of Hormuz, besides China, needs to come in and help and step up to actually keep the Straits of Hormuz away from the...
Yeah, he tried, and he called NATO, and none of them fucking answered.
...proxy threats of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and allow freedom of navigation through the Straits. And then this is from the Aviationist. They said B-52...
This is insane quote from this guy.
B-52s launched from RAF Fairford carrying new impressive cruise missile payload. So this is kind of what I was talking about before, showing that cruise missile payload. The B-52 is so versatile. I mean, you can load this thing down with that payload and then just let it go in and do work. Let it go to work. And then this was a joint statement on the Straits of Hormuz. So United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Japan, Canada, Republic of Korea, New Zealand, Denmark, Latvia, Slovenia, Estonia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Chechnya, Romania, Bahrain, Lithuania, Australia on the Straits of Hormuz. They're all coming together, it looks like, to say, hey, we're putting our foot down and we're all going to step in to open up the Straits of Hormuz. So this is a good sign that some of these partner nations might...
The key question is how are they going to step in and try and open up the strait? Are they going to get militarily involved, or are they going to try and encourage diplomacy, which is going to make Trump look bad? Like, what's their actual tech? Estonia? What are they going to do? What is he saying? What is Estonia? Wait, hold on. What's Estonia about to do? Nigga said Estonia. That's actually funny. Switzerland, Estonia. Yeah, okay, bro. No one's worried about Switzerland and Estonia. If they're coming to the table to talk about the Strait of Hormuz, it is diplomacy. That is exactly what Trump does not want, at least right now. He's not willing to talk about diplomacy because that means Iran's going to have requests that the U.S. cannot meet.
Yo, what this idiot doesn't realize is the fact that they had to write the letter in the first place is the L, bro. Like, do you not... The fact that they had to write this letter in of itself is an admission of defeat. If they actually thought that they could shut down, that they could get the Strait of Hormuz open again, there ain't no talking, bro. Every day that passes by, their economies get fucked up. Every day that passes by, gas is going up. Every day that passes by, the cost of doing business increases exponentially. Okay? If they actually could have got the Strait opened right away, they would have been fucking done that. The fact that they're writing this letter in the way that they're writing it is a declaration of powerlessness. Here's the reality that this fucking retard doesn't get. The Strait ain't opening until the Iranians say it's open. Sorry, that's how it's going to go. Simple as that. They have created enough danger in the Strait to deter sailors and freighter ships from sailing through. That's all they have to do. They don't have to actually bomb. They don't have to actually shoot missiles. They don't have to do any of that bullshit. All they have to do is create a unsafe passage that insurers are no longer going to be willing to insure the vessels.
Yes,
that's it.
Exactly.
No amount of cope or true social posts or stupid fucking letters like this is going to get the Strait opened. Okay? By your own admission, these B-52 bombers are so sick. Okay, bro, what has that done for us? They've been out there for weeks, and the Strait is still closed.
Most unimportant thing he could have said, and this is what I'm trying to say, is, and this has always been the case in warfare, especially in the Middle East, if there is a threat of supply dropping, even at a minute level, at a microscopic level, you will always see sharp drops and increases in price, usually increases. So all Iran has to do is stay in the war. That's all that's all that needs to be done. So this whole joint statement where all countries are going to work towards achieving some sort of passageway for these ships, it's not going to do anything, because as long as the war continues on, the prices will stay where they are, as well as the fact that all bets are off for Iran. They display that there's no red lines in this war. They've attacked like 9 countries in the matter of a week. Who knows if they'll just come back and strike a ship again after saying they won't do it. They're not going to come to diplomacy on their biggest point of leverage. The fact that they can control the Strait of Hormuz and scare everybody into jacking up their oil prices, which makes civilians dissatisfied, works in their favor. That's their biggest trump card. Why would they let that go? Makes no sense. The only way they would let that go is if the United States stops attacking them. Because you know what's arguably a stronger weapon than their missiles? The fact that they can leverage this against Trump and make him stress out and release a record amount of oil reserves. That's what works for them. That's how they're winning. That's what's going to hurt them in the midterms. That's their whole goal. So it's like, again, and I know this guy knows better, but he's purposely stepping over like this basic poli-science 101 to kind of make this bigger point that like we have a B-2 stealth bomber and it's strong and that we're going to weaken the... What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with anything we're currently facing. In 48 hours, now 24, Iran might go into full blackout mode. You think after their power grid gets hit, they're going to go, oh, my bad, let me stop hitting these ships. Oh, my bad. Oh, pull the drones out of the Strait. What are we doing? Are you an idiot? Trump is already exacerbating the existing issue. What are you talking about? It does not take a rocket scientist to debunk this.
And yo, chat, I like, again, the reason why me and my brother are breaking this down, our goal is for you guys to watch videos like this and be able to be like, okay, this is bullshit. That's my goal. I want you guys to be able to watch content like this because there's a lot of people like this guy getting hundreds of thousands of views all across YouTube right now, pushing out propaganda, right? Pro-America propaganda, because we do have our pro-America propaganda as well. But let me take it a bit further. Pro-Israel, pro-war propaganda. Okay? So I want you guys to be able to watch this stuff educated.
Start to roll in with some actual metal, something actually with teeth besides this very stern letter. I mean, the letter's good because it shows that they're thinking about it and they...
Okay, they can't do shit, bro. The Gulf states have been getting fucking pummeled for weeks. The Gulf states don't want to retaliate because they know that the Iranians can, again, second strike capability, and they will fuck their lives up. Okay?
And the Iranians have expressed, especially Masoud, the president, he's expressed like, look, we don't want to, Pezeshkian is who I'm referring to. He's expressed like, hey, we don't want to fight these Gulf countries that bad. It's just like, sorry, guys, you happen to be a strategic target for us to make this painful for the U.S., but like, we really don't want beef with you guys. But if the Gulf countries say, no, we're actually fighting back, Pezeshkian's going to go, oh, it's free game now?
Yeah.
And it's going to be even easier for him to deal blows to these Gulf countries without worrying about upsetting them even further, which I get it. It's like, hey, he's striking them. But if they fight back, then Iran is really going to let everything loose. And who knows if they've actually full-fledged attacked these Gulf countries. Like we know, they've only strategically aimed at infrastructure that will make it difficult for the U.S. and the Gulf countries to continue their alliance. Maybe they'll go even further now. And I'm not saying civilian casualties will ensue, but the possibility or the likelihood certainly increases.
And let me ask y'all something, right? So let me give you guys like an analogy so you guys understand this shit. If, let's say you have a neighbor, right? And you and your neighbor like get along, whatever. You guys go to the mosque every now and then, hang out, whatever. And then your neighbor lets someone go into his house, get on the top floor of the house, purchase a sniper rifle, and then shoot you in your sleep, right? But they miss you and they kill your wife, right? What are you going to more than likely do? You're going to burn his entire house down because he allowed the house to be utilized to shoot at you, and it struck your wife and killed your wife, right? So even though you get along with them, you have the same ideologies, they allowed your enemy to use their shelter in their house to attack you strategically because of where they are located. So yes, that is why the Iranians are beating the fuck out of the Gulf. For decades, they've allowed them to build U.S. bases in their backyard that have undermined their ability to project their own power in the region. So they're like, yo, no more. No more. You guys are housing U.S. bases that are housing aircraft, resources, soldiers, personnel that are intimately involved in bombing and attacking us. No more. We are going to attack you guys until you get them the fuck up out of here. And that's what's going on. That is the analogy if I'm going to go ahead and make it simple for you guys. That's why the Gulf is getting fucked up. And the problem with the Gulf is the Gulf doesn't actually have a real ability to protect themselves. Bro, the Saudis need to ask permission to use the F-35s. What are we talking about? Like, the Saudis have F-35s that they got to fucking get a permission slip signed to fucking use. What are we talking about, bro? Yep. These Gulf niggas, man, honestly, are cucks. They've been cucks, and they're getting fucking exposed for being cucks now.
Yeah.
That's simple, bro. That's simple, and they're getting fucked up for it.
Them trying to play tough and take on this offensive position is just going to hurt them more because it's going to greenlight everything Iran was certainly hesitating about before. So
yeah,
it's just, again, it just points out the fact that you want to make a change, you want it to happen fast.
They're going to hit their structure then, because here's the thing: they've been hitting American structures. If they actually launch a military attack, then they're going to blow up all their military infrastructure.
Yep, exactly. That's what I'm saying. All bets will be off, which at this point, Iran has exercised or kind of displayed the fact that, like, hey, there's no red lines, but this will take it to another step. And this is why we're now seeing what we call a regional war, really just like it's going to be World War III as long as this problem continues to exacerbate. And Trump is not helping on Truth Social.
And guys, keep in mind, the Gulf states are sensitive. Like, they've been trying to build up, like my brother was saying, their real estate and their tourism economy for decades. All they need to do is bomb like a significant location, bomb the fucking Burj Khalifa or some shit like that. Yo, that's done. They're over. It's over. Yeah. So the Gulf states are keenly aware of the fact that they are a glass cannon, and if they are actually hit back, they will not be, number one, they won't be able to respond. And then number two, they can really get their shit fucked up because their entire economy relies upon energy and tourism. Two things that the Iranians have them by the balls on right now. This is why for 3 weeks they've been getting pummeled and they haven't said anything. Now, with that said, it's important for you guys to understand the Iranians have been attacking the U.S. military infrastructure, and then doing precise drone strikes, killing intelligence operatives for both the Mossad and the CIA or whatever it may be. So it's been fairly, very concise and targeted. But if the Gulf states actually go ahead and launch an attack on the Iranians, all bets are off. They're destroying their military infrastructure, and then they're going to go ahead and destroy some of those beautiful buildings that they've built up to show their power and their progression, which would be horrible for them. So the last thing the Gulf states want is an actual war. They can't sustain it, dude. They cannot sustain it. The Iranians don't give a fuck. For them, this is like a fight to the death. This is existential crisis. And the one thing that you never want to do is get into a fight with someone that has nothing to fucking lose.
Oh my God, it's crazy. I literally said, it's like people are going to think that we were listening to each other when we weren't on each other's stream. I said the same exact thing. There's nothing worse than fighting a guy who's got nothing to lose. Nothing worse. It doesn't matter how dangerous you are. It doesn't matter if you're a UFC fighter. If you're dealing with somebody in the street who has nothing to lose, just to make it analogous here, there's no red line that they won't cross. They'll shoot you. They'll stab you. They'll kick you in your back. They'll wait till you're turned around. It's the same thing with Iran. They know that the IRGC has to fall for the United States to hopefully stop this conflict, as well as Israel. That's the real enemy there. They're going to let everything they have go.
Yep. So, okay, let's go continue on.
That the U.S. is like, hey, like Strait of Hormuz is important. We want the global energy to flow, but ultimately, you guys benefit a little more from this than the United States, so just step up and contribute. So I think this joint statement is really cool. Bases like RAF Fairford leading the charge in the UK, letting these legends fly out of there. These B-52 crews are the big swing and you know what at this point, and the UK has allowed them to come in without any more drama because I think the UK sees the writing on the wall. the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their days are numbered, at least in the fact of them controlling the Straits of Hormuz or having any say about what happens in that region. And I think the UK is like, oh, okay, we see how much the military has been crushed, and so we can likely bring some of our ships in with a lot less risk than what it would have been bringing them in, you know, a few weeks ago. But these B-52s are flying.
No, that's demonstrably false. The reason why the Brits originally did not want them to use Diego Garcia and the other places, but obviously the United States really started posturing like, yo, we need to use this, we need to use this, we need to use this. So desperation from the United States and them trying to stop the global fucking energy crisis is why the Brits eventually caved. But the Brits are not getting involved in this conflict for a fucking reason, okay? None of the NATO members are. So what is this guy talking about? We'll keep going.
Extended range sorties, and they're likely the ones responsible for hitting Kui Barjamali facility hard in the hills near Tehran. That was hit on March 7th, but it looks like these strikes have continued since then, striking down multiple of these ballistic missile production facilities, also likely striking drone production facilities, and even near the Straits of Hormuz, striking those underwater unmanned vehicle facilities, prepping the battlefield for the Marine Expeditionary.
There's still mines on the seafloor. That's number one. Number two, they have hundreds of them. You're not going to stop all of them. Number three, they have missile cities where they make these missiles. There's hundreds of them all across the country. This country is huge and vast. Okay? Yeah. And then also, they make their own drones, and they have hundreds of those as well, drone making facilities. Yeah. From what I gathered, the Iranians can make 100 to 1,000 drones a day.
And they're super cheap. They're super cheap. And by the way, they've been penetrating Gulf airspace. They've been penetrating civilian infrastructure inside of Gulf airspace. They've been hitting airports, roads outside of airports, and I believe what was UAE. These are the same drone strikes that could have been hitting oil refineries, as well as the fact that I think the hotel in Dubai, as well as Kuwait, they've been hitting civilian infrastructure. They're aiming for either intelligence assets belonging to Israel or the United States. So their most cheapest, bare bones weapons that they could care less about, that they produce at an insane rate, it's like it's still damaging a great deal of it's still blowing a great deal of damage to these Gulf countries. And by the way, to intercept these drones is way more expensive than it is for Iran to actually deploy them. Same thing with the missiles, but on the drones it's even more felt because the drones are somewhere in the range, like you said, 20 grand.
Well, that's what they sell it for. It costs them cheaper to make it.
Wow.
20K is what they sell. That 20,000 is what they sell it for. They make it for less.
Yeah.
And another thing that you guys need to understand that no one ever talks about, the Iranians have domesticated their entire military industrial complex. Do you guys get that? So like outside of the Chinese radar and some of the surface air missile stuff that they purchased from the Chinese, everything else is in country. Their missiles, their drones, everything is self-fucking made. So they can go ahead and destroy all these facilities. They have hundreds of them all over the country.
Yeah.
And here's other things too you guys got to remember. Dumbass Hexet said what? Oh, we destroyed 90% of their missile capability. Next thing you know, fucking Damona's getting destroyed. Bullshit.
Yeah, it blew up in his face. Everything is blowing up in their face because they're profusely lying to the public and they bank on the ignorance. Yeah, that is very true, actually. Really quick, have a couple chats here. Sammy R says, helium is one of the key requirements in making microprocessors. Most of the helium that Taiwan needed came from Qatar, and the only other significant source is Russia. Yeah, Qatar makes a lot of it, so that's being blocked off. It's going to hurt that as well. It's a good point. I think my brother brought that up the other day. Chad Miller says, hey, Myron, where's your Punisher mug? Punisher mug comes out, Myron's cooking. Facts. Top 5 baller will actually... Oh, he's saying, well, actually, Trump is doing 6D chess. He's mocking the magatards. Yeah, I agree, bro. This is what they're saying. Well, actually, Trump is, you know, what he's doing, this is a greater plan because China, they always bring up China somehow. It's like China and Russia. What do you mean China? China and Russia are having a field day. Putin is kicking his feet back right now. This is lovely.
Niggas are rubbing their hands,
You know how long Putin has been getting annihilated by U.S. sanctions? This is his dream. He's having a field day right now. It's about time the United States looks like, because globally, Russia has always looked like the bad guy, by the way. This is like a cultural aspect to this war. The United States, and my brother has said this before, we lose our moral high ground in doing this because we didn't let any of our NATO partners know. We let nobody know globally. Nobody was on board. Nobody agreed. We joined Israel, the country that just got done bombing the shit out of Gaza, annexing the West Bank, killing almost 100,000 people by confirmed reports. We joined them in a joint strike on Iran. First day, killed 180 girls in a school. Like, what are we talking about here?
And lied about it. And lied about it.
And then lied about it. But at the same time, we're wagging our finger in Russia's face saying, no more Ukraine. You can't fight Ukraine. What the fuck? What can we say at this point? So, crazy. No new wars. Now we've got like 3 new ones.
Yep. You caught up?
I'm all good.
Okay, you guys better enjoy those super chats now, man. Because once we do once we start our stuff together, man, we're gonna have to bring the price up a little bit.
Yeah.
Never mind. I think my mod on Kick was removed by accident. Can you check my name here? Same as the one on Kick. David Myron W. WRAD David Myron W. Over 5K viewers on both streams. You know it, man.
Let's go. W.
Good evening, Lord Gaines and Emperor Riyadh. It's getting tougher to do Uber since this war started. It's just got me second guessing. J-Boy Trump, not gonna lie, is there a possibility Iran could hit the U.S. power grid? No, but they're going to hit the power grids all across the Middle East, which will be very bad.
Yeah, that's
very, very bad. That'll be catastrophic, which is still good, which is going to fuck your gas prices up. They might not hit the power grid, but they're going to just hurt your ability to get cheap gas and energy in general. What else? Okay, so we'll get back to this thing here.
I'm sorry, guys. I was just making a thumbnail. That's why I was on like staring at this monitor.
Unit. And there's nobody that can roll out the red carpet better than the B-52. Essentially, the B-52 is creating that red carpet for these Marines to come in as the VIPs to then do the smaller, more surgical things. So the B-52 is basically the big hammer. It's Thor's hammer coming down, crushing the areas around the Straits of Hormuz. And then you bring in the surgical scalpel, which is the MEU. Plus,
hey, retard, what are they going to do to destroy, to blow it up? Are they going to bomb above ground? What are you talking about? Like, we're going to bomb around the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. With what kind of bombs? Bunker busters? Well, in order to utilize bunker busters appropriately, you need to know what's underground and what's not. And then even if you do know what's underground, the Iranians have manufactured a bunch of underground facilities that our bunker busters can't get to.
Yeah. No.
What are you talking about?
100%. By the way, I forgot to read one guy, so I told him how to read it. SKK, I wasn't avoiding your chat. I forgot to read it. So he says, please search 2009, hundreds of dead bodies in one day. 2019, 1,500 slaughtered in days. 2022, 550 plus killed, including 68 kids. 2026, thousands massacred only on 2 days. I'm not sure. I'm assuming you're referring to the IRGC. You didn't say, but I'm assuming you're referring to the IRGC and war crimes on civilian population. I'm not sure if that's what you mean, but even if that's what you mean, dude, I completely concede. I'm not in favor. Let me make this clear. I'm assuming this is what you mean, but even if it's not what you mean here,
I'll put you solo. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I think you mean IRGC. Let me be explicitly clear here. I have no vested interest personally or culturally or whatever in the IRGC existing for the sake of them being some sovereign government that's moral and everything like that. I'm Muslim. I'm actually Sunni Muslim. And the IRGC, the Ayatollah, is responsible for the proxy network that has fractured several countries, one of the main ones being Syria. There are thousands, arguably hundreds of thousands over the course of the Gulf War, the first one from 2004 and so on, into the Syrian conflict and Obama's administration. There are hundreds of thousands of Sunni Muslims that have been killed by the IRGC and the proxy networks. I know that. I'm well aware of that, as well as the fact that they've done egregious things to their own population, their civilian population, and prosecuting them. The reason why, for this sake, or the sake of this war, I don't want the IRGC to fall, and I've explained this before, but I'll say it again, so I apologize to be an echo chamber here. If the IRGC falls, a few things happen, but the most important thing is to be noted. Israel will have nobody to oppose them in the region. The IRGC funds 2 key proxy networks that pose the biggest threat to Israel currently. Hamas is kind of a non sequitur at this point. You've got the Houthis in Yemen, which still haven't mobilized, by the way. They're probably waiting any moment to part to the Red Sea and cause more disruption and make oil prices go even higher. But you've got the Houthis in Yemen, and then you've also got Hezbollah in the south of Lebanon. As long as this proxy network exists, Israel cannot expand its borders. Israel cannot impose themselves unfairly on Palestinians to a degree where they can completely annex Gaza. See, they tried an ethnic cleansing. They killed a 6-figure amount of population in terms of children being a good deal or a good portion of that. Yet they still have not been able to expel the Palestinians into the Sinai border or get them out of there entirely. One of the reasons why it's difficult for them to do that is because of this proxy network. Israel will have full hegemony and autonomy over this region if the IRGC completely falls. What does that mean? The United States also loses a lot of power in being able to step in and police the region. That's one of the reasons why we can flex our military weapons. That's one of the reasons why we offer these Gulf countries bases. That's one of the reasons why we can trade with these Gulf countries, why we got all these deals with Qatar in the beginning of the year, is because we can step in as the policeman, as the custodian, and tip our finger on the scale. If we cannot do that anymore, we lose a great deal of power in not only the Middle East, but the most pivotal region in the world, that being the Middle East. You got the Suez Canal, you got the passageway being the Strait of Hormuz, and others that are critical for world oil prices and other rare natural earths. Everything else in between. North Africa is very opportunistic. Israel wants to seize control in North Africa. You've got Sudan, you've got Libya, you got Gaddafi's son who was just killed. So much chaos in the region. I'm saying all this to elucidate a bigger point for you, and hopefully you can understand this. I get it. The IRGC is not innocent. I understand some Persians have a vested interest in seeing them fall because they may have family members that have been killed. I'm speaking to this from an American perspective, as well as a perspective that does not favor Israel's power. Why do you think Netanyahu desperately wants the IRGC to fall? It's because he knows his plan of greater Israel and everything else can fall into fruition without any sort of friction or anybody in his way. So if you're pro-American or you have a vested interest in the Middle East being balanced, checks and balances, power balances, well, then you wouldn't want the IRGC to fall. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is what I have to clarify when I say, look, we're not pro-Persian, pro-IRGC, Ayatollah, Shia Muslim. I could care less about that. Strictly from a strategical, geopolitical stance, that's why this needs to happen. That's why the United States needs to pull out. That's why Iran has to have their own autonomy. So that's my response to that. And it's a good question. It's a good question. That's why I gave you the time and the answer, because I see where you're coming from. It's a good question. That's why I actually decided to answer that. But I wasn't avoiding it. I really didn't see it. I forgot to read it earlier. It's a good question, but that's the response. That's the point that I made before. Go ahead, Myron.
No, I was going to say that also keep in mind that the Israelis have already betrayed us while they, literally just use us. So what do you think is going to happen when they become the hegemon and don't need us anymore? They already stole nuclear secrets from us. They already attacked the USS Liberty. They already get a bunch of foreign aid from us. They already bombed Qatar when they're not supposed to. They've already done false flags against us. They were there celebrating when 9/11 happened. They've betrayed us in so many different ways. They've been caught stealing technology from us. You look at Jonathan Pollard, other spies that have taken our information and given it to our adversaries like Russia, etc. So, like, if they do all this as being our greatest ally, what do you guys think is gonna happen when they have no one to check them in the Middle East?
Exactly. And he followed up. He said, "What?
Very simple.
Can't we benefit like 1970?" Again, my brother just answered it. Again, if Israel has full autonomy and hegemony over the region, they've already been backstabbing us with the checks and balances system currently existing, which is Iran posing a threat. If there's no threat that Iran poses, they will completely turn their back on us. They've been talking with India. They've been talking with Russia and China behind closed doors. They're looking for other military support in other countries to lean on, not only from a military perspective, but economically as well. And so Iran existing actually favors the United States from us having control and influence in a pivotal region. That's the point. So hopefully I've answered that.
That's the real 3D to 4D chess that people don't understand. Yeah. That's the real chess. This other shit that these talk about, oh yeah, we're going to go to shut down the Strait of Hormuz for China. That's retarded. The real chess is knowing that the Israelis can never be the hegemon, because if they do, they are going to absolutely stab us in the back, because they've already stabbed us in the back when they have no real power over us like that. Well, they do have power over us, but I mean, as in, like, when we're the one footing their bills, they're still stabbing us in the back. What do you think is going to happen when they're fully independent?
All these potential partner nations that could chip in as well, and then you have a lasting.
If there's one thing you guys could take away from this when it comes to geopolitics, understand this truth, this very ugly truth. There's no such thing as alliances. There's just aligned interests. I'm going to say that again. There's no such thing as alliances. There's just aligned interests. As long as interests are aligned, there is an alliance. Once interests are no longer aligned, there is no alliance. That's simple. So once there's no aligned interest with us in Israel, i.e. maintaining the hegemony in the Middle East, they no longer have to align with us.
Depend on us, yeah. And that dependence gives us power.
That's simple.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Structure, and you have a lasting plan to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. CENTCOM released that satellite.
It's not open, retard. I love how he says keep it open. It's not open.
Imagery, the telltale sign of the B-52.
The threat is what's hurting them. The threat is what's painful.
Dude is
anyways.
So dumb.
Yeah, he's got his
rolling in. It shows those long assembly halls, the support buildings.
Like, look, this is an above ground building, dude. They have military. They have missile building cities underground. And a lot of this stuff is decoys, by the way. Guys, the Iranians have lots of decoys above ground.
And the infrastructure were intact.
Remember CENTCOM was sending pictures of fucking them bombing jets that were painted on the floor? Bruh.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yo, they were painting fighter jets on the floor and helicopters, and the Israelis and Americans were bombing it and putting it on Twitter like it was a W. Idiots.
Yeah.
Prior to the B-52 arriving, and then March.
They've unfortunately been a step ahead of us. They've made us look bad in some instances, and that's one of them. But even the F-35 getting shot out of the sky and then landing, I mean, bro, some really bad optics.
Bad, very bad. All right.
March 7th, it turned everything into rubble at those facilities. It collapsed structures, debris fields, facilities completely out of commission. And we're seeing multiple strikes on hardened areas where the IRGC could be using as fighting positions or just command nodes, underground command nodes, intel collection to do what they do. I mean, they have some sort of tracking systems right now that are still working, right? Because they're tracking which ships are going through the Straits of Hormuz. So they're likely underground facilities that pass intelligence that still have communication with each other. So the B-52 is likely one of the ones responsible for taking down those different command nodes that are communicating and telling the different IRGC factions which
Who cares? What has he addressed since the start of this video? This guy is dim-witted. This guy is, there's nothing behind those eyes.
Nothing.
What
There's no real analysis whatsoever here. He's just yapping, bro.
He has not analyzed. He has not predicted. He has not speculated. He has not laid out an objective fact as to where this war is headed. Strait of Hormuz, B-52 bomber, CENTCOM. What the fuck are you talking about? This is a buzzword galore. He has not made like one legitimate statement.
United States, so you got to take care of that. And the B-52 is likely the one leading the charge on that right now. This isn't just damage to these facilities. These major production lines are being erased, starving the IRGC of fresh missiles during their sustained operations where they're bragging about how many missiles that are hitting Israel.
Bro, what the fuck? They just fucked Damona up yesterday.
Yeah.
What is this guy talking about? Like, this is demonstrably false. Look, I'll go on Suleiman shit right now. Like, bro, and even, I don't even got to go to Suleiman. I could go to Ivan Levy and all these other Hezbollah agents. Bro,
they'll show you.
They have been bombing the fuck out of Israel. Look, morning in Tel Aviv. Like, bro, what are y'all talking about, bro? Like, you guys are over here. Look at this. This is just an airstrike at this is in Iran. They hit Iran, which obviously Iran is getting beat up. We admit this all the time. What is this? Just writing it. F-35 stealth. Yeah, right. I'm the real stealth. Okay. Let me see here. Because obviously this is clips from before. But Israel's been getting hit. Yesterday was especially bad.
Yeah, here's
more missiles raining down on Israel. Like, dude, what is this guy talking about? Like, they're absolutely getting through. Justin Hisselman and Netanyahu. Like, what?
Here, you can take a look at this one. Check out my screen. Oh, you might have just showed it. Sorry, but I'll full screen it here for you.
Yeah, this was from yesterday.
Yeah.
This was in Damona.
So, and guys, bear in mind, we're showing you this despite the censorship campaign from Israel and how hard they're trying to effectuate that to make sure none of this really gets out. They're controlling the press, although it's going to get harder and increasingly difficult as strikes become more widespread. People are going to film it and post it. It's going to slip through the cracks, but they've been working hard to keep that stuff under wraps, except with certified people who should be posting it in the light that Israel wants to spin, like Benjamin Netanyahu claiming that civilians are being targeted.
Or this guy, Yosef Madad, like, look, fire missile population as a crime against humanity. Look, he's showing all, because this is an Israeli Hezbollah, so you know that these are going through. Look, these are the cluster missiles that they're bitching about. Right? Look at this. What is this? This is at least 5 Palestinians were killed in a village in Hebron area by Iranian missile. Yes, 5 Palestinians were killed. I'm going to go through and make that, because hold on, let me not share, because that's kind of violent, and I know that you're...
Yeah, that'll get cooked.
Hold on, I know what to do.
And I'll read some chats really quick. Halo King says, what are your thoughts on gold in relation to the war? I'm wondering why it's performed so poorly, even though this war is extremely inflationary. Well, look, you hold on to it. I don't think it's performed that poorly, though. Thank you for the super chat. Free Palestine from Z's. Yeah, they're all in it for themselves. Think about it. Iran still needs a deal to survive. They're not really worried about Palestine. No, yeah. I mean, I agree. Look, they've weaponized the cause for their own good and their own doing. But
for sure,
you know, we got to take what we can get. Better than nothing. You know what I mean? Like that's if you're a Muslim and you have a vested interest in a two-state solution, then that's actually helpful for you.
All right. Yeah, look, like you see, this is coming from Yosef Haddad, who's like a Hasbara agent for Israel. Even he's showing off the damage, bro. Missiles are getting through. Like this whole 90% capacity shit is a bunch of lies.
They're bragging about all the different things they can do, but as you can see, their missiles were struck down trying to hit Diego Garcia. The endurance and the payload.
Oh yeah. Also, there was talk about that not being them actually.
The Diego Garcia.
Yeah, because that's 4,000 kilometers.
Iran said it wasn't them allegedly. And,
apparently, yeah, that's what they were saying.
You know, that'd be a little conspiratorial here. Let's have some fun. That does open up the floor for some interesting questions. I actually retweeted that. I said interesting. Because, you know.
Because normally they take credit for everything. Even shit that they didn't do, they take credit for. Like, so for them to not take credit for that is kind of weird.
There's two possibilities. Either they're telling the truth, and now we've seen Israel enter the stage of utilizing false flags to weaponize the war farther, perpetuate the narrative that they're attacking innocents and attacking infrastructure unnecessarily, or Iran did strike, and they're playing like 30D chess, where they're saying, no, we didn't do that, we did that one. And we didn't do that one, but we did that one to confuse everybody. There's a potentiality, and look, I'm just having fun with theories, but it could just be that Iran wants to get people to think that Israel is conducting false flags, which, by the way, they have the deepest extensive history of doing. They're the most guilty of doing such said action. So who knows? You know, who knows? But I did think that was interesting, and I would probably expect to see an increasing amount of strikes that Iran does not take ownership for. So we'll see what happens as time progresses. Dope and in music says communicate when to interrupt each other, guys. Okay, bro. Thanks for the constructive feedback. Go ahead, bro.
Of the B-52, this allows it to do things that lighter jets can't really do when it comes to taking out these bigger facilities. I mean, the amount that the B-52 can carry is basically scary. So the B-52 can turn missile factories into history, but wait until you hear.
Dude, a bunch of the missile factories are underground, dude.
This dude
like, is this guy fucking retarded, bro?
This guy's an idiot. And we don't even know where
they have hundreds of them across the country, bro.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Badly Iran's rhetoric is crumbling under this pressure because Iran's regime built the Kui-Barj Mali site specifically to produce those ballistic missiles, which they thought were going to completely protect the regime. And they might have, actually, if you would have let that play out for another 10 years, and they had 10,000 ballistic missiles. They only had 2,500, luckily, at this point. But those facilities feed the IRGC's arsenal for...
I think they got way more than 2,500.
Yeah.
How many ballistic missiles have they already shot? At this point, let me Google that shit. Actually, like
I saw Mario tweet it, but I'm not sure.
Exactly. I'm gonna grok it right now. Yeah, how many? Because it's very important to do the difference between how many ballistic missiles has Iran fired so far, as of today, right? Let me see here.
Oh, go ahead. What's the number?
Okay. As of March 23rd, 2026, Iran has fired hundreds to over 1,000 ballistic missiles since the escalation of the ongoing war with the U.S. and Israel began. So, key figures from credible reports. The IDF report on March 20th, 2026, that Iran had launched 365 ballistic missiles specifically at Israel since February 28th. A Fars News Agency military source, Iran affiliated, stated on March 5th, 2026, Iran had fired over 500 ballistic missiles and naval missiles combined, alongside 2,000 drones. Okay, hold on. Okay, what is the total across all sources? Gotta fucking be real specific with these fucking idiots. Bro, just give me the number, idiot. Okay, best aggregated estimate from cross-reference reports, between 800 to 1,200 missiles total since February 28th.
Got it. Oh,
and keep in mind, they want to go until the midterms. So I think they got way more than 3,000.
They have way more than that. And they've been building them up since the 12-day war. Besides, that doesn't even take into account of what they had besides that. And they've probably been ramping up the production of said missiles until the United States.
Well,
until the United States launches some sort of ground invasion and tries to interrupt that. Go ahead.
The Fatah 1, they started mass producing it after the 12-day war.
Yeah. And
one of their like streamlined hypersonics. They started streamlining shit right after.
And that one is not even required to penetrate airspace all the time. Sometimes they just use a cluster combination, and that does the trick. By the way, I don't know if you saw this, and I'll just quickly mention it. And it's like stuff like this that this guy will just never acknowledge. That makes the greater point. NY Times has essentially confirmed that Israel played a role in stimulating, or I think he meant simulating, the violent regime change riots that left around 3,000 dead in Iran this January 8th and 9th, but which were marketed in the West as pro-democracy protests. So New York Times actually reported on the fact that Mossad and U.S. intelligence assets were involved. You need any more proof?
Oh, wow. New York Times? Wait, when did that come out?
So Max Blumenthal tweeted this not too long ago. He tweeted this 2 hours ago.
Vindicated yet again, bro.
Yeah.
On top of all the other, like, overwhelming amount of evidence we have. I will literally debate anyone on this topic that the protests were 1,000% astroturfed intelligence operations.
Yeah.
Like, it's irrefutable proof now.
Instead, Mossad's strategy during that period was to try to weaken the government until it essentially surrendered to Israeli and American demands, using a combination of crippling economic sanctions and operations to assassinate Iranian nuclear scientists and military leaders and sabotage nuclear facilities. Over the past year, as the prospect of Israeli military action against Iran became more likely, Mr. Barnea reversed Mossad's approach, devoting the agency's resources to plans that could lead to toppling the government in Tehran in the event of a war. In recent months, according to officials, Mr. Barnea came to believe that Mossad could potentially begin igniting riots around Iran after several days of intense Israeli and American airstrikes and the assassination of senior Iranian leaders. And then we have the Mike Pompeo tweet as the cherry on top. You got to love it. I mean, they just make it super easy these days. You don't even have to be a conspiracy theorist anymore. It's in your face.
Yeah, bro. Like, and shame on PBD and his entire team for saying that it wasn't intelligence operation from the Israelis
fully agreed.
PBD is so raw. Yo, shame on them, bro. Shame on them. They spent an hour fucking sitting there talking about, oh yeah, it was 100% the people coming and trying to protest against the regime. Shame on them for that, bro. Like, PBD's like hate for Iran is like really shown over the past couple weeks, bro. You can't trust anything they say when it comes to this war. They're so fucking wrong.
Yeah.
They are so fucking wrong. Me and my brother already debunked all their points. And now that the New York Times is finally coming out and reporting it, everything that we told you guys months ago, back in January, that this was a fucking Israeli Mossad op. So they're so wrong on this shit, dude. Also, guys, I'm going to end the YouTube stream here on my end very soon. So come on over, guys, to Kick. I dropped the link in there. I just came on for a little bit, give you guys a little bit of sauce because I got this broadcast going on with my brother. But come on over to Kick. Come on over to Kick. Or you can go to my brother's channel, Riyadh's Report, either or. It's tagged in the title, I think. So go ahead, jump in. I'm going to end my YouTube stream right now. Come on over to Kick or come on over to Riyadh's Report, either or. Or actually, you know what? Do both. Open up a tab on both. That would really help both of us out. Even if you prefer to watch on Kick, open up a tab for my brother. Or if you prefer to watch on YouTube, open up a tab for me if you don't mind on Kick. Really would appreciate that. Helps quite a bit, man. The more live viewership we have in Kick, the better. I'm already doing you guys a solid by doing multi-streaming, which I hurt myself financially for doing that like a fucking retard. I should be just streaming to one platform, but I still keep Rumble and all these other platforms open for you guys. So only thing I ask is open up another tab. One for YouTube for my bro, Riyadh's Report, and then one for me on Kick, kick.com/MyronGainsX. But I'm going to go ahead and end the YouTube stream now, guys. Come on over. Ending the YouTube stream. Follow. Come on. Okay, so let's keep going on with this moron.
Those close range, middle range, and even the long range threats for striking deeper and deeper across the world. At some point, they would have been able to strike the east coast of the United States, and obviously the UK would have been struck before that. But after weeks of coalition hammering with the B-52 and other assets, Iran's missile production is getting gutted, air defense is shredded, and Iran's maritime assets in the Strait
a lot of those are decoys, bro. Like, that shit is just standing there. What are you talking about? Like,
Hormuz, likely right around that critical choke point. As we look at the map here, you can see all these different areas where they likely can have these different proxy threats. And now we're moving into the next phase where these need to be focused on. And this is not an easy thing. Remember, you bring in the sledgehammer, you crush the big things, and then it takes a while for that surgical scalpel to come in and make things happen.
3,500 Marines or 4,000 Marines are going to go invade Karg Island in the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, you're like a sitting duck when you come in. If you look at the vantage point from the mountains, it's like you can literally see them coming from miles away.
For the last 12 hours, though, CENTCOM has said that there has been more degraded coastal missile sites and fast attack boat infrastructure, keeping the choke point contested still. but increasingly under coalition control day by day, slowly, just one step at a time, striking down Iran's threats. Iranian officials, though, they're still talking big. They're claiming that the straits are open except to enemy vessels, and they're vowing retaliation. And in the Straits of Hormuz itself, the B-52 just bent over the IRGC and showed them what real strategic reach feels like. But President Trump has been clear. He gave Iran an ultimatum just yesterday, saying they have 48 hours to fully open the straits, or the U.S. will hit and obliterate Iranian power plants, starting with their biggest one. And Iran is being very defiant, saying if they do that, then they're going to strike desalinization plants in the area and basically...
Yeah, which they will.
Once
you start destroying power plants, gloves are 100% off, bro. That's like one level below nuclear weapons.
All the area into more chaos, which they do have the capability to do still, even if it's a one-off, a pop shot. But the numbers and the imagery don't lie. The B-52 is overwhelmingly crushing Iran's defense.
Yo, this dude is a fucking idiot, bro. Like, yo, this entire video,
it's
like this guy's like a rep. Yo, is this guy a rep for a fucking Lockheed Martin or some shit? Who makes B-52s? Like, this nigga's got to be getting paid, bro.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, who makes this shit? Like, is it Lockheed Martin or like who makes it? Oh, Pratt & Whitney. Okay. Bro, like this guy's got to work for Pratt & Whitney. He must be getting a check. Like, this is embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, bro?
To be this dishonest, especially at his age, he doesn't seem that old. There's got to be like some hidden financial motive or somebody in his pockets to charge him up to say such just inaccurate and disgusting rhetoric. He's like missing every single great point. He hasn't made any coherent point in regards to how the United States is going to cover any ground in the war. It's really painful to listen to. This guy's got no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I'm actually getting, I'm like, my head is hurting. Do you want to, you got into something else you want to watch? This, I mean,
no, like, I mean, this is funny, but he has not made one point. It's amazing because he's exposing himself. I don't know if he's made one point that actually stands as. But yeah,
look at this shit, bro. Like, this is what kills me. Look at this nigga, bro. Hold on, we're at 10:47. We're almost done with this fucking hell bullshit. Like, dude, look at this. Almost 600,000 views, bro.
Yeah, it's absurd. And the comments are probably egging it on, too.
That big 70-year-old bird, the B-52 is still an amazing flying machine. The same B-52 I worked on over 40 years ago are still kicking ass. I am 80 when I was a child. Oh, boomers, bro.
I am 80. Worked on that 40 years ago. Is unfortunately misinformed boomers who are veterans who have a vested interest in the wrong thing. Look, this is what I'll say.
Look, as a retired B-52 tail gunner, yes, B-52s used to have tail guns. Panetta was a part of the mindset of kicking your own. The Panetta, like, yo, all these guys are old boomer niggas, bro, that are stupid, that think Israel's our greatest ally, bro. Like, and that's why these guys all watch Fox News, dude. All these idiots watch Fox News. Yeah. Incredible comment section. Idiots.
Yeah,
that's why this guy,
mainstream media.
This guy, here's the thing, bro. I'm way more popular than this nigga, way more known than this guy. I challenge this moron to a debate why the United States is losing this conflict. He could go ahead and accept or not. Bro, Max Afterburner, this is, let me make myself big. Look at me. Look at me. Max Afterburner, you are pushing out pro-war propaganda. I will happily debate you on why we are losing this war in every single way that actually matters. B-52 bombers, F-22 Raptors, F-35s, all of that is completely irrelevant. We are losing the war, okay? Because this war is not just a military war. This is also a strategic war. If we want to have a conversation about them winning militarily, awesome. You can glaze American firepower all day. But we are losing strategically in every single way. And if you cannot concede that, or if you want to defend your ideologies on this, I'd be happy to debate. You actually would probably get more benefit from it than I will. Because quite frankly, your military analysis and your geopolitical analysis is subpar at best. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're pushing out a bunch of very harmful propaganda that, quite frankly, is removing the context as to why this war is the biggest mistake we've ever fucking made. And the Americans are going to pay for it. Maybe you, because you don't give a fuck, because you're going to make money hand over fist, so you don't care about rising gas prices. But I'm talking for all the Americans that cannot afford $8, $7, $9, $10 gallons of gas. You are pushing out harmful pro-war rhetoric, and you're a fucking embarrassment. Clearly, the Israelis and Pratt & Whitney and probably Lockheed Martin have you on some type of fucking agreement to pay you a bunch of money to glaze American firepower, but this is way beyond that. And this war is the biggest mistake we've ever made. I'd be happy to absolutely demolish you in a debate and explain to you why this war is an L for the United States in every way. So, anyway, this fucking guy, dude, is retarded, man. Absolutely fucking retarded.
And as time goes on, he's going to struggle harder and harder to justify how the United States is using all this impressive military firepower, by the way, because we're entering the 4th week. If we get into the 5th, the 6th week, the 2nd week, the 2nd month, the 3rd month, I don't know. He's going to be at a shortage of things to say or brag about, because the Trump administration has miscalculated how long this war is going to be already. They keep falling back on that claim and keep falling flat on their face in regards to their predictions. It's a matter of time until this guy loses steam, and everybody will see to what the truth is. And that's
someone said he already accepted. Nah, no, he didn't. Because when I went in his chat yesterday while he was live, and I said we got to do a debate. You're wrong, and he said he didn't even mention my name. He's terrified. So,
what's his thing? Max Afterburner.
It's Max Afterburner.
Afterburner.
Did he actually accept? Somebody tell. If he actually accepted, give me the link and the timestamp. And we'll fucking set it up and I'll embarrass his ass live. We can have a neutral moderator and I will explain why this war is catastrophic in every single fucking way. It will be one of the greatest ass whoopings you guys have ever seen on fucking YouTube.
I doubt it. Highly doubt he'd accept.
Yeah, I don't think someone said he accepted.
No, I don't think so.
All right, give me the link, guys. Let's fucking make it happen then. That's actually true.
It's gotta be
if he actually accepted, give me the link, give me the timestamp. I'll watch it and then I'll fucking try to reach out to him somehow. Maybe I'll tweet at him on Twitter or some shit like that. And we'll set it up. I'll get a neutral moderator and we will debate why this war is a L in every single fucking way.
And by the way, guys, this is the Truth Social post that we've kind of been talking about. You don't have to take your screen. I'm just going to show this really quickly. So this is what Trump said, just in case you missed it. He said,
I got it big right now so they can see it.
Yeah. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time. By the way, we've already reached more than 24 hours at this point.
Oh, I wonder why he said without threat. Do you see how he has that without threat? That's key.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. If Iran does not fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that's what we're referring to, by the way, just in case you guys have not seen that. I wanted to make sure. So he tweeted that out yesterday, or no, sorry, at this point, yeah, 2 days ago. It's almost pretty much 48 hours. So
yeah,
we'll see. We'll see where we are.
Do you want to still keep watching this goy slop, or do you want something else? Because this is painful. I ain't gonna lie. We can finish it if you want. We got 3 more minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I don't think this guy is saying anything useful. I was actually going to bring up. Speed. Yeah, you can speed it up.
It keeps coming back for more bombing runs, proving that age is just a number when you've got that kind of payload and stamina. But the B-52, the reason why it can
Cinema Log 808 says timing is important when interrupting my
can do as far as bringing in the heavy metal and striking massive swaths of area. And in my opinion, one of the best things to prep and prepare for the Marine Expeditionary Unit that's rolling in. And you teamed up with other assets like F-15s, F-35s, and you really have the ability for the B-52 to just execute brute force with one single pass and be protected by fighters overhead. It's basically like the B-52 flexed so hard, it made the whole Persian Gulf blush. But let's move to the 4D chess strategic analysis section. Iran's missile empire is collapsing, production lines are being destroyed, stockpiles dwindling, their leadership is being struck extremely hard. It's basically a temporary job if you're in the leadership of Iran at this point. And the U.S. strategy is very clear. Methodically degrade offensive capabilities of Iran's military industrial base and then secure the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah, that would only matter if these people didn't have a decentralized military and a mosaic defense, which literally combats structure and the need for a centralized military. It's completely decentralized. So even if the leadership is gone, the 31 different provinces of the IRGC will continue to launch missiles no matter what. And this has been proven because on February 28th, after they killed the leader and the top 50 officials, they launched missiles literally within an hour, bro. Drones and missiles were going out within an hour.
He's so dishonest. It's crazy.
It's actually fucking painful. He's acting as if like a centralized military structure is what the Iranians use. It doesn't matter, bro. You can keep killing the leadership. It has no bearing on their ability to wage war.
That narrow checkpoint and then protect it without boots on the ground, at least yet, and then bring in allies to help protect it and keep it open. You've got some of the world's best, most capable navies after the United States.
Yo, the allies are coming, bro. Like, how many times do you have to, like, what is this cope? Yo, none of them are coming.
Yeah. No one wants to step in.
The Japanese struck a secret deal with the Iranians after they were just at the White House, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
They did. The Japanese prime minister did a bilateral meeting with Trump, showed a pretty face, and then went behind closed doors and told Iran, hey, look, listen, we'll strike a deal. We'll pay you whatever we got to do. Just fix this import issue, fix this export issue, as well as the fact that, again, like I've said, Iran has categorically displayed they have no bounds. All bets are off. Their gloves are already off, really. There's no red line for them or boundary they won't cross. They'll attack anybody who gets involved just to deter them. And they've used the Gulf countries as a pawn for this. And honestly, at this point, it doesn't even matter whether you have a U.S. asset or not. If you're against Iran, then it's full war. And when they have no power and Trump hits the power grid, which he may or may not do, we know he likes to bluff, and so maybe we'll call the bluff. But if he does that, you bet your ass countries are definitely going to stay hands off, because Iran is going to be like a hot pot. You literally can't even go anywhere near them without them guaranteeing some sort of retaliatory strike.
States that are on the list of countries that I read, so they can come in and help open the straits as well. And the B-52's deep strike ability, it exploits Iran's weakness.
So we need to get a B-52
the US's
counter.
air superiority
How many
advantage.
times has he said B-52 in this goddamn video? I don't care about the B-52. Fuck the B-52. I get it. It's a great, it's a marvel of engineering. No other country has anything like it. We get it, bro. We get it. Holy shit, bro. This is the craziest military nerd LARP I think I've ever heard. B-52, B-52, we need a B-52 counter. He said it at least like 100 times. It has nothing to do with nothing. It plays no role in the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. It's water. What are we talking about, bro?
Bro, this fucking retard is talking about B-52, B-52. Meanwhile, everyone's like, bitch, I'm paying $5.20 for fucking gas. Like, what
Bro. Yo, and it's expensive as hell to run that plane, by the way. It's so expensive to use that and actually operate it. It's so expensive.
This nigga talking about B-52s. Meanwhile, everybody's saying, bitch, I'm paying $5.20 for gas. Like, what is going on with this fucking dude, bro?
Hardened sites in the hills around Tehran, basically hitting any of these last vestiges of these sites that the IRGC has that's out away from the civilian population. Because again, the IRGC is using human shields. They're putting their headquarters in schools, hospitals, and that will be another phase of the campaign as this news.
There's no way he just actually said that confidently. He said human shield. Go back. You gotta go back.
I got you.
You gotta go
I'll
back.
let you
There's
cook
no
on this
way.
one, bro. I'll let you cut. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna let you take this one.
The U.S.'s air superiority advantage hitting hardened sites.
Let me slow this shit down a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll go to this normal cadence.
Gotta make sure I
in
actually
the
heard
hills
him right.
around Tehran, basically hitting any of these last vestiges of these sites that the IRGC has. That's
I'm gonna put you on big screen. Go ahead.
Out away from the civilian population, because again, the IRGC is using human shields. They're putting their headquarters in schools, hospitals, and that will be another phase of the campaign.
Just pause. So he's talking about the school strike. First of all, right, that kind of outs him. This guy has got to be paid by some sort of foreign agency or something. There's no doubt this guy's a paid agent, because the human shield rhetoric, like, that is a key term. Like, that's like hearing an Israeli speak Arabic and then you hear the ha instead of the ha. That's the first thing. Secondly, in regards to the whole human shield thing, first of all, yeah, there could have been military leadership in that school. That hasn't been confirmed yet, whatever. Trump was asked about that in Air Force One, and he lied, by the way. He opposed and contradicted intelligence statements and Pete Hegseth. He lies and he says, well, I don't know who did that strike. It was probably Iran. They're inaccurate with their munitions. And then the camera pans over to Pete Hegseth and he goes, well, we're investigating. So he had to like backtrack and simultaneously not contradict Trump. You put him in a horrible position, as well as the fact that the Pentagon had stated that it was the United States. And we don't even need that. Even if it wasn't the Pentagon, if it was intelligence, it was a Tomahawk missile. It was, but regardless, let's say that he'll take the fact that it was the United States, it was a Tomahawk missile, a human shield, whatever. We're going to kill 190, 180 innocent adolescent girls for the sake of killing one.
And even they're under, like, they're like 10 years old, like 8, 7, 9, 10.
Tiny. These are children. The same thing as Gaza, for the sake of decapitating some unimportant, irrelevant military official that plays no role in slowing down or speeding up Iran's nuclear enrichment, their ballistic missiles program, their proxy network. What are you talking about, human shields? It was the most unnecessary strike of the war, and it's what's caused a lot of condemnation. These are the kids right here on the screen. Yeah, this is the same thing with the whole Gaza rhetoric, and this is the situation that I said would unfold. You're going to see civilians being killed and them weaponizing the idea of human shields and whatever. This guy is just disgusting, bro. And these are the levels that you have to stoop low to. The bar is really low here, but these are the levels that you have to stoop to in order to justify such said strike. So, again, that is just like another Hasbara spinoff, another lie. He sounds like he's making $7,000 off of that video, quite frankly. But, I don't even know why I'm surprised.
These are all the fucking beautiful children that were killed. Like, are you fucking serious, bro? Like, you're going to sit there and say human shields? These kids were human shields? Like, it's fucking disgusting, bro.
Disgusting. By the way, the United States has the capability.
I want to make sure I show you guys. I want to show you guys the faces that were killed. I want you guys to see them. I want you guys to see this shit. This is what our tax dollars are paying for, and we get no fucking benefit besides raining destruction, death, and killing innocent fucking children for a for no benefit. You guys are paying more for gas for this shit. You guys are paying into a fucking military that is bombing and killing innocent fucking kids. That's what Max After Retard is not going to tell you guys. I got to fucking hit this shit back. These are children. Children. Innocent kids.
Literally, some of them are
fucking
babies.
Kids.
4
Are you
5
kidding
years
me?
old.
This fucking scumbag wants to sit here and say, yeah, human shields. Get the fuck out of my face, Max retard. And that's why I am fighting against all of these retards, whether it's this guy, the fucking enforcer, all the people that are pushing out the pro-war rhetoric. I'm on all y'all motherfuckers next. I will criticize and shit on you and insult you until you guys fucking either A, come to a debate so I can embarrass the fuck out of you guys, or you shut the fuck up and stop pushing out this pro-war propaganda, because this benefits nobody. We are killing fucking children, and while we're doing that, we're also paying the fucking cost, because now our energy costs are through the fucking roof. Nobody benefits except for the Israelis in this fucking war. And if you cannot at least acknowledge and concede that, you're a piece of fucking shit. Max Afterburner is a fucking retard. These are the human shields this fucking scumbag is talking about. These are all real fucking children.
Yep.
Incredible.
Ridiculous.
But sorry, you're going to say something?
No, it's a grave violation of humanitarian law, and this is what the United Nations said. This is what other sources have said. This is what other countries have condemned, and this is the ongoing theme with any sort of Israeli-motivated attack. You'll see there's no regard for innocent human life, especially children human life, which should be a no-go no matter how important the military leadership is that's within close proximity of those children. By the way, the United States has the capability of having the intelligence to wait until these key assets or these key officials are in a place where we won't have the same blowback of civilian deaths or civilian casualties. Yet
this was day one too.
We chose the first day, the worst time, to launch such a strike that Iran had no clue was coming. Like, probably one of the biggest low blows in this war. And people will say, oh, it's IRGC propaganda. The UN reported on it. New York Times reported on it. And Donald Trump was asked about it on Air Force One. And what did he say? It wasn't us. If it was propaganda from the IRGC and there weren't kids in that school, because some people say that, if it was propaganda, wouldn't Trump just say, oh, there were no kids in the school? Idiot. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't Trump say that? Why wouldn't Hegseth say that? Why wouldn't the Pentagon say that? Why wouldn't the United Nations say that? Stupid. So, and by the way, another point, I have to say this. Iran has no shortage of reasonings to get into a full-fledged war with Israel and the United States. Do you think they have to weaponize the name and fake pictures of dead children to strike back? They don't need that. Why would they weaponize that? They've been at tensions in the region for years. They don't need to lie about dead kids. They don't need to kill their own kids to justify it. They don't need to launch some sort of false flag to justify a war. There's an appetite to go to war with the United States and Iran. The IRGC is fed the fuck up with the United States and Israel. Something that's not apparent here. So if you see a strike here, you see an attack here, that actually might be fake. And we've seen that historically with the United States. We tried it in the 60s. We've tried it before. Israel's tried it on our soil. Israel's tried it in the Middle East. So they're not the people to do that. And they're all going to say, I'm defending them. Use your brain. Just use your brain. It's common sense. Has nothing to do with which side I'm on.
Is never right, bro. Never killing innocent children in school is never justified. I don't give a fuck what anybody says, especially when you know that killing high rank. Let's say they said, oh, well, we knew some IRGC guys high ranking were there. Well, are you really going to impede their ability to still launch missiles? No, retard. So you killed a bunch of kids for no fucking reason, for no strategic purpose. Honestly, if you actually know how the Iranians fight, you know that they have a decentralized fucking response. So did you really need to blow up a fucking school and kill 200 kids? And it's inexcusable. Like, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Like, this is the one topic that I have my red line on. Like, you guys know I make fun of women, I make fun of idiots, whatever. But when it comes to kids, that's red line. Like, no, ever.
And the guy could have been as honest.
And then fucking idiots like Pete Hegseth have the fucking nerve to say, let's pray. Bro, you're a fucking murderer.
Yeah.
A mass murderer.
And this guy's got some nerve, because he could have at least conceded at the school point and went, you know, we had a strike on a school. I didn't agree with it. I thought it was nasty. And then continued on with his narrative. But he went as far as to perpetuate the human shield thing. And it's like, wow, you know, we've reached the new low. You could have at least conceded on that. You don't have to agree with everything the United States do or is doing to be in favor of this war. Even then, I'll grant him that. And he still didn't take that option, although it was available to him. So it shows how bad faith he is.
And then also, yo, Uncle Len 1K, appreciate you. If you guys are brokies in the chat, just say fries in a bag and someone might gift you a sub on Kick.
Is just fully tightened right now on the military and on the Straits of Hormuz. And a lot of corporate media outlets are saying, look, this is a blunder. This isn't going well. Well, yeah, this would be nice if it was over in 12 hours, but this is a multi-month campaign, if not a little bit longer.
Yeah, but that's not what Trump wanted. Trump wanted this shit to be done in a weekend, buddy.
Yeah, go on longer than that.
He wanted
and
this
that's
to
what
be
the
a few days long.
operational plan from the U.S. military has always called for. It's not like just because President Trump is there, he can snap his fingers and now make this a 5-day operation. The military—
That's what he hoped.
Objectives being met.
That's what he planned for. That's why he has to keep changing his story.
Have to be done methodically, and there's no shortcuts, unfortunately. But I do understand the frustration. It would be nice if this was done in 12 hours. So picture this, Iran doubles down. They try to fully close the strait. At this point, B-52s—
It is closed. Why is this guy assuming that it's not, bro, it's closed. What are you talking about?
Go full persistent nonstop patrols, basically carpet bombing areas around the Straits of Hormuz. That means unleashing massive amounts of JDAMs and wiping out anything that could be connected to the defense industrial base that's threatening shipping. At that point, they'd be pounding any surface coastal areas and underground ballistic anti-ship missile sites. And then the team of Marines is arriving. The Marine Expeditionary Unit, about 2,500 Marines, potentially there to amphibiously, surgically strike anything else that's threatening the Straits of Hormuz. Now, would they be boots on the ground? Maybe, but they don't have to do that. They have amphibious capability.
Retard. Yeah. That is boots on the ground. Are you fucking stupid?
That's effectively boots on the ground. That is effectively boots on the ground. Again, this guy is really bad faith. Completely dishonest.
Are you serious?
He knows that with his alleged military background.
How does this have 600,000 views, bro? This guy's got to be botting, man.
Yeah.
When he goes, he has like less than 3K watching him, and he has like 600,000 plus subscribers. This guy's got to be fucking botting, bro.
And it's more than 2,500 Marines.
The Straits of Hormuz. Now, would they potentially there to amphibiously, surgically strike anything else that's threatening the Straits of Hormuz? Now, would they be boots on the ground? Maybe, but they don't have to do that. They have
retard. By Marines being there, by definition of them being there, that means boots on the ground.
Yeah. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Yo, this guy,
and
also, this Marine unit, so this expeditionary unit that he's talking about, right? It's
By the way,
small
guys, expeditionary means like for any purpose. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it says here is the smallest form of the Marine Air Ground Task Force in the United States Fleet Marine Force. Each MEU is an expeditionary rapid reaction force ready to answer any crisis, whether it be a disaster aid or a combat mission. MAU was the name used until the late 1980s. So, guys, this is not really like a full-on ground force that you want to use to invade a country. This is like kind of a specialized unit, more for like search and rescue, containment, etc. There's a video where someone actually explains this perfectly. Let me go back to this video here. And I could talk about the MUs, because the way that they're trying to use this for Kirk Island actually doesn't make sense. And I'll find that here in a second for you. Do you want me to keep playing this, or you had some of the commentary you want?
No, that was great. Yeah, he's this guy's just lost his marbles.
Amphibious capabilities where they could operate in the water the entire time, but they would be perfect for helping to secure checkpoints and neutralize those fast boats up close and personal. B-52s providing top cover, A-10s providing top cover, dropping precision loads on command nodes, while Apaches and even the MEU itself starts to surgically strike command nodes. Regime hardliners are likely going to fold more and more, but again, they're hardliners. So there's also going to be the hardliners that double down and make this problem not an easy one. The wins are stacking up as far as degrading their ability to produce more drones and more missiles. What do you think happens next? Is the regime on the ropes, or do they actually follow through on their ability to strike desalination plants and other infrastructure in the Gulf? What do you think happens in the next 48 hours? Let me know in the comments below. Do we see even bigger B-52 runs? Go ahead and follow me on X, follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there pretty much every day. And then join the Max Ready Room by clicking the link.
Let me show you something funny, Riyadh. I want to get your reaction to this. Because I reacted to this yesterday, but I want your fucking take on this. Hold on. This thing, bro, this guy, it's so fucking stupid. He's so stupid, bro. Look at this shit. This shit had me dead yesterday. Hold on. I'm gonna go right to the part, because we reacted to this yesterday, and I was like, what the fuck, bro? Are you serious?
26, day 22 of Operation Epic Fury and the AH-64 attack helicopter.
Okay. All right, enjoy, bro. This is gonna. Then tell me what you want me to pause, all right?
end until the aggressors leave the region. And then here's some quick member questions that have come up that I wanted to address. Again, just my perspective. Someone asked on the channel, have we been pressured into this by Israel? So I don't think we have. That's my perspective. To me, this is America first national security, and I will tell you why. Iran has chanted death to America for decades. They've raced towards a nuclear weapon, and we're actually getting reports that just came in a couple days ago from CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and he stated that while the U.S. strikes have prevented Iran from enriching new uranium to 60%, Iran still possesses a significant stockpile of 440 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, which is considered weapons-grade material and enough to potentially produce at least 10 nuclear weapons. And we've seen reports that most of that was likely stuck in some of the compounds that were struck in the 12-day war and also recently, Isfahan, Natanz. However, it looks like there's potential movement around those sites, so we don't know exactly where all of that uranium is right now. So that leads me to this question.
You want me to rewind any of it, or are you good?
I'm good. I'm taken aback in the fact that he just said that. The surefire way to destroy everything he just said is, one, Iran's hedging a nuclear weapon. That was their plan. Secondly, they're doing it so they can assure exactly what's happening right now was to never happen, which is regime change that Israel has verbalized for the last 20 years. Thirdly, we had this fixed. We had this all figured out. Obama checked it all for us. It was done. We had the JCPOA that could have graduated to something bigger. We had everything taken care of. We had the inspections. We had the sanctions lifted. We had good relations. The economy was thriving. There was no death to America. Iran has always been willing to diplomatically meet the United States in the middle. The intermediary that has always ruined that potential eye-to-eye conversation that we've been trying to have with Iran has been Israel. Why does Israel want this war? Because Iran is the axis of resistance, the last leg of resistance left to destroy and stop Israel from expanding their borders and doing things that are, by the way, illegal to international law. So no, it's not that Iran chants death to America and that's why we need to attack them. Iran chants death to America because America backs Israel to do all the bidding that has killed their people and destroyed the region. There is no hate from the Muslim world towards America because of America's sovereignty, their freedom, the fact that they're Christian. It all comes from the fact that we do the bidding of Israel. This was the same concern that was echoed by Osama bin Laden. This was the same concern that is echoed by the biggest terrorist groups in the region. And interestingly enough, the other ones like Al-Qaeda and ISIS have a bigger Muslim death count on their hands than non-Muslim death count. ISIS kills more Muslims than they do anybody else. They persecute Muslims first. Their leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, who's not with us anymore, but the leader of ISIS formerly, what did he say? Muslims are the number one enemy first. We have to kill all the Muslims that don't follow our leadership, that don't follow our caliph. So you got an issue where you see these fractured groups that seem to be indirectly serving the benefit of Israel by destabilizing the native Muslim population in the region even more. You got Israel that's dying for Iran, the only leg left against them to actually face them in some sort of resisting capacity. You want them to fall, and the United States has to get involved because they say death to America. Who gives a fuck if they say nuke America? They don't have the ability to do so. They don't have intercontinental missiles, so they don't even have the ability to strike us domestically if they wanted to. And on top of that, Iran understands mutually assured destruction. If they were to ever even as small as let a ballistic missile enter our airspace, we would probably just nuke them to fucking oblivion. So no, it's not because they chant death to America. It's because Israel has a death grip on our foreign policy. Israel has a death grip on our Congress, the ones who are responsible for passing laws in the legislative branch, the ones who are responsible for standing up against the executive branch. By the way, the executive branch is also controlled by Israel because Donald Trump has Israeli donors all in his pockets. He sabotaged the JCPOA, which was the plan that guaranteed peace in the Middle East. You combine that with AIPAC and how they fund every single politician to pass this legislation. Benjamin Netanyahu gets standing ovations in our Congress. He's a foreign leader, and he had more influence in 2016 and 15 than Obama did. He got everybody to hate Obama because of his position on the JCPOA, him trying to strike the deal behind their backs, and his position on the Israeli settlements, which are illegal according to international law. There is no argument that you can make for this war. It will all blow up back in his face. This guy's a Hasbara agent, bro. I didn't mean to rant, but this is ridiculous. I cannot believe he has this amount of views. This is why what me and you do is critical. And I always go on X and I go, man, everybody knows this stuff. And then I'm freshly reminded as to why I need to continuously say the same thing every single stream. Because if it means one or two people are entering the right side of history or stepping on the right side of the fence, then it's worth it every single night. But this is correct. This guy is disgusting. He doesn't know a thing. Willfully ignorant. He's doing the human shields. Now he's using Talmud Tatum's points on Twitter. And then what the fuck? Like, this dude is an agent, bro. This dude is trash. To think that he has the amount of influence he does in reporting on the war, yo, we're cooked, bro. This is why I'm so frustrated with our people. This is why I'm so frustrated with Americans. Because there's a plethora of people who support him. I pray they're all boomers and they die in the next 20 years. I really hope nobody who's actually young follows this guy and listens to him. Because we're fucked. We're fucked. Oh my God, bro.
Dude, the craziest part. So one of his fans asked him.
Just my perspective. Someone asked on the channel, have we been pressured into this by Israel? So I don't think we have. That's my perspective.
Like, bro.
To me, this is America first national security, and I will tell you why. Iran has chanted death to America for decades.
This is crazy. You know how many people have admitted who have been on the, you know how many people who have been at that side of the fence have now admitted, yeah, I'm not going to lie, Israel. You know what? Hang on. I'll do you one better. Stay right there. Hold on. Take your screen off. I got you.
All right, I got you right now.
This is Israel's war.
I'm excited. Bro. Oh, by the way, I found out this nigga's last name. You know what his last name is?
What is it?
It's Bodenheimer.
Oh, there you go. That does all. That answers all the questions for us. Here, ready? I'll do you one
now,
even better.
He hasn't publicly said that he's Jewish.
No, I mean,
but that is
right
absolutely
there.
a Jewish last name.
Obviously, we see where his vested interest is, and by his foreign policy is so bad. And shout out to Josie. Josie showed it to me because Josie's Jewish, so she knew that he was Jewish as well right away. His foreign policy is so bad anyways, so I'm not surprised at all. But here, let's see what the late Charlie Kirk had to say about this. Let's see if he thinks this war is for us or for Israel.
This is Israel's
war. And he's pro. And you know what's crazy? Hold on. You know what makes this even crazier? He's pro-Israel. Super pro-fucking Israel.
Charlie Kirk was one of the, if not the biggest Christian Zionist in modern American history in regards of his influence on the youth, his influence on the Trump campaign. He arguably won Trump the campaign. He swayed a lot of people into voting for Trump a second time, despite the hesitation from his first term. Charlie Kirk was revolutionary in his right-wing mindset. He was the biggest conservative in the country, and he was pro-Israel, and he defended it every single time he did his college tours. And this is what he had to say. And of course, many of you know this, but this is what he had to say about the Iran war. This is months before his assassination and way before, of course, this conflict that we're currently in.
I'll make it big screen. Go ahead.
Possible case scenario. This is Israel's war. Yeah, the worst possible case scenario is Iran says, okay, you humiliated us. You killed all of our leaders. We're going to go make this a regional mess and try to get as many people involved as possible. They're going to go after Americans. They're going to go after Saudis. They're going to go after everybody imaginable just to create a big mess and to try to draw the world into it. But I can say concretely, here's where I stand. We do not want U.S. boots on the ground. We do not want American kinetic involvement. This is Israel's war. This is Israel's war.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? And people still have the goal to believe people like that guy, Max After Dumbass, whatever the fuck his name is. And here's another prediction.
Make sure we.
This stuff is uncanny. Dude. It's kind of unsettling, to be honest.
Make sure we don't go to war against Iran, which would be a profound mistake for our country. So that's a really, really important thing. Drill, baby, drill domestically. Peace in the Middle East, peace with Russia, Ukraine. You'll see gas prices go down to $30 a barrel. Charlie, what does that mean? $1.75 a gallon. That's what it means, okay?
And there's
Make
so
sure
much
we don't
more.
go to war against Iran.
There's so much more, but that's just kind of like
and that he is one of the big, he is, like you said, I would agree with you, that he was the biggest pro-Israel political commentator in the right wing. And how do I know that? Because he ran Turning Point USA, which was predominantly funded by Zionist donors. So people show their support with their fucking money, and he was able to do that. So
this guy's a super weapon for Zionists. He was, they utilized him heavily because he was white, he is Christian, he's conservative, he's TradCon, he's all the great things, all the great buzzwords and key terms that, you know, people are trying to push so much on the right, but he was also a hardcore Zionist.
And not only that, let me turn my camera on, I can turn it back on. The other thing people need to understand is that, I mean, there's no other more credible source. Even he knows, as the biggest Zionist supporter of Israel, and I know those people said, oh, he was starting to turn on Israel. That's irrelevant. What we're talking about is way before this alleged awakening. He was still saying war with Iran is bad.
Yeah.
Joe Kett talked about how he went to the White House lobbying for him to not go to war.
Yeah.
Begged them to not bomb Iran. Steve Bannon begged them to not bomb Iran. Tucker Carlson begged them recently for this war not to bomb them. Here we are. And then you got idiots like Max Afterburner has the nerve to say, oh, you know, we're not going to war for Iran. Are you retarded, bro? Sorry, for Israel.
Yeah.
And then he like gives this whole fucking like bullshit. Oh, MEU, by the way, look at this video I got as far as the MEU goes. This comes from an actual Marine, okay? So this Marine vet take a spot on. He got real experience from deploying to the Strait of Hormuz in 2010, and he's accurately explaining that an MEU is a rapid response force for maritime security evacuation, limited ops, not a full invasion army. Let me go ahead and run this for you guys because he was talking about Max after retard. Because I need to, you know, we need to clip this shit. So let me go back to his original video.
Welcome to today's video. It's March 22nd.
Because I need someone to clip this shit, what you guys are about to see. Hold on.
That's what the operational plan from the U.S. military has always called for. It's not like just because. Picture this, Iran doubles down, they dams and wiping out anything that could be connected to the defense industrial base that's threatening shipping. At that point, they'd be pounding any surface coastal areas and underground ballistic anti-ship missile sites. And then the team of Marines is arriving, the Marine Expeditionary Unit, about 2,500 Marines, potentially there to amphibiously, surgically strike anything else that's threatening the Straits of Hormuz. Now, would they be boots on the ground? Maybe, but they don't have to do that. They have amphibious capabilities where they could operate in the water the entire time, but they would be perfect for helping to secure.
That's effectively boots on the ground. But let's go ahead and talk to an actual Marine that used to do this. Let's see what he's got to say, because clearly this guy, Max after retard, doesn't know what he's talking about.
That the deployment of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Straits of Hormuz means the United States is about to launch a ground invasion of Iran. As someone who actually deployed to the Straits of Hormuz with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit back in 2010, 16 years ago, let me slow that conversation down a little bit because you're wrong. A MU, a Marine Expeditionary Unit, is not an invasion force. A MU is about 2,000 Marines on a few amphibious ships broken up amongst them. It's basically a floating crisis response team. They train for raids and evacuations and securing small objectives, anti-piracy missions.
Also, keep in mind, guys, this idiot said, oh, it might not be boots on the ground because they're going to be from the water. If you're in their territorial waters, you're boots on the ground, retard.
Yeah.
You're effectively, like, is this guy serious at Max Afterburner?
Well,
it might not be boots on the ground because they're going to be on an amphibious ship. That's still considered boots on the ground. You're in their waters, idiot.
Exactly.
Maritime
the bodies are there, they're
like
present.
Yeah, like this guy's nuts.
The United States were about to invade Iran on foot with mechanized infantry and armor. You wouldn't see 2,000 Marines broken up on a few ships on a MU. You would see hundreds of thousands of troops, months of buildup, massive amounts of logistics being shifted, entire armored divisions moving into the theater. That's not really happening, is it? What a MU is actually useful for in a place like the Straits of Hormuz is much narrower in scope. They are there to secure shipping lanes, respond to attacks on tankers, evacuate civilians if they have to, maybe seize a small island or a port if something escalates. That's the kind of mission that a MU is designed for. That's what they are set up for. They couldn't do a ground invasion of Iran if they wanted to. Could the situation get worse? Sure, wars tend to escalate. Are the people in charge people that I trust 100% to do the right thing? No, of course not. But the idea that a single Marine Expeditionary Unit, which is about 3 to 4 ships max, showing up in the Straits of Hormuz means that the invasion of Iran has begun. That is people online who have never served, never deployed, they have no combat experience whatsoever, they have no experience in the military at all.
Or a retarded former fighter pilot who's a moron and doesn't understand the logistics when it comes to ground invasions. This guy's from the fucking Air Force more than likely. The other guy, Max after retard. Speaking of which, Gaming Rowan Gabe, and thank you guys so much for the gifted sub, and VY Venice and Giannis. That's all you guys.
Let me read these chats really quickly. Some good questions. Halu says energy/oil plants are being targeted as of now. How long until desalination plants are next? Will they or we go that far to cut off water sources? Yeah, there's a
if they attack
potentiality
a plant,
for that.
desalination plants are next. 100%. That's going to be on the list.
Well, if Trump actually follows through with what he said on Truth Social, that can become a reality very quickly, and that'll hurt the Gulf countries badly. As we know, they don't have a ton of agriculture or anything like that. They rely heavily on that water to be converted. Ken Rose, thank you so much for the $2. IMZ86 says, hey, Riyadh/Myron, hope you guys are well. Would love to be a contributor, help get special guests on the show. I reached out on IG. Okay, IMZ, I'm looking at the live chat now. Put your Instagram there so I can pinpoint you in the DM. Put your Instagram in the live chat, and then I'll find you, and I'll respond to you. Halu says, I love seeing the transformation of Riyadh becoming aggressive like his big bro. It's like when Nick started, he was jovial. Now he's cynical as fuck. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I got to be careful for obvious reasons. You know what I mean? But sometimes you can't help yourself with the passion, man. You really can't, because people are vigorous. I can't even verbalize or articulate how wrong this guy is, and it pisses me off because he actually has an audience.
Not this guy, the other idiot.
Not this guy. I'm talking about Max.
This reason.
And there's so many other guys who echo the same thing. It's not just him. I see it on X. I see it also on
MU
YouTube.
guy's on point.
Yeah. This other guy is on point. I'm saying in general, though, there's an echo chamber of the same rhetoric, and it does get to be frustrating because of how misinformed people are. And if you're a clueless American,
we're the minority, Riyadh. We're the minority.
And I told my brother this on the phone the other day. Obviously, as you guys know, I'm still working. I have a relatively normal life, of course, and so I'm surrounded around a bunch of people who don't really care about politics or whatever. You can call them normies. I think that's kind of a degrading term sometimes, but whatever. I'm surrounded around normies for the sake of explanation, and they always are asking me like what's going on and stuff because they know I'm into this kind of political whatever, and I end up always shocking them. And I don't like to talk about politics with people who aren't into it. I entertain different conversations or whatever have you. I'm not just a political nerd or whatever it is. I don't like to be spun as that kind of person or have any connotation associating with that. But they'll ask me like, hey, what's going on? And I'll give them the briefest overview, the quickest generalization as to what's going on and how this war doesn't really favor the United States. And I, really condense everything and elucidate the best point for them. And they're always shocked. And to me, that makes the point that like what we're doing is actually essential. What we're doing is critical for the understanding of a lot of Americans, and hopefully stuff like what we're doing is going viral. People clip it, people watch, people tune in. And so the support is it means the most to me. But, if you're in the real world, and a lot of you guys can relate, if you're in the real world, if you're at dinner with your family or anybody else, going out and about, a lot of people just don't know anything about this kind of stuff. They don't know anything. So that's why what this guy does is so destructive, because if somebody's just naked in knowledge and they watch this, they'll have the complete wrong idea. They'll have the complete wrong idea of the war. Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely will. And they have been, obviously, with the views and the numbers that they're racking up. So they just tell people what they want to hear. No one wants to hear that the United States is losing, but the sooner you accept the truth, the sooner a change can happen.
Yeah, and the better you can hedge your bets too. Like you can kind of like make moves. If we're telling you guys, gas is only going to get more expensive, you guys can prepare. Maybe you'll start saving. Maybe you'll start cutting costs in some ways. Because I'm telling y'all right now, gas is only going to go up from this point. It's not going to go back down. We're not going back down, bro. We've already done all the fucking Band-Aid assistance that we can to try to bring the price down, and it's still not working. Okay. Oh, let me finish this MEU guy's comments.
And honestly, they don't understand how military operations work. Sometimes the loudest voices in these crises are the people with the least amount of experience. And this is exactly one of those moments. That being said, every Marine that's out there, I hope you get a piece. I hope you get some. I hope you get your combat action ribbon, and I hope you come home alive. The Straits of Hormuz is a very tense place.
I hope you don't go. I don't want you guys to get your combat ribbon, because that might come at a cost that you might not want that ribbon at.
16 years ago, every time we went through it, the ship got...
Everybody wants combat until they get fucking, shot, or a friend dies next to them, or they're bleeding, or they get permanently disfigured.
Very quiet.
It's all about getting some until you lose some.
Everyone was tense. Everyone was at their action stations. Everyone was ready to go at the moment's notice. Of course, today is a lot different than it was 16 years ago, so I wish you all Godspeed, good luck, and get some today.
Yeah, I don't want them to get any, because the Iranians are playing for keeps.
Yeah,
we're in an elective war, an optional war. They're playing for keeps, bro. They're fighting to defend their land. Like the people, like here's the other thing too, why we're never going to beat Russia and Ukraine too. The Russians want Ukraine way more than we want to help Ukraine.
Yep.
Simple as that. And just so you guys know, we've spent more money in this conflict already than Ukraine. In 4 years of conflict with Ukraine, we have spent more in this war. That's why they're asking for $200 billion. We're spending $2 billion a day on this war. Meanwhile, you're over here paying $8 for a gallon of fucking gas. Some of you guys in the chat showing me $8, $7, $6. We got our guys in Australia paying $3 to $4 for a fucking liter. What?
Ridiculous.
Cooked.
It's ridiculous.
Cooked.
What do you
you guys
also no, I was gonna say the moral aspect as well. Like the Iranians and the IRGC, they have home court advantage, and they're the ones who were attacked. So for them, psychologically, there's just so much more of a reason to fight. There's so much more of a passionate reason to fight. The spiritual element is there. It's like they feel justified in this attack. I would argue probably a lot of Marines who are on the way to the Middle East right now are probably thinking to themselves, what the fuck are we doing? Why the fuck are we at this war? I would like to think that a lot of them don't think similar to Max. And so that's also heartbreaking to think about how demoralized they may be and how much they may not want to fight. And I'm not saying, they shouldn't be at war and they shouldn't be fighting and just because of the fact that they're soldiers. No, I get it. That's what they signed up for. But
hold on. Guys. My brother got 1,000 people watching right now and he only has 600 likes. Bro, smash the fucking like button, man. Open up a tab, watch on Kick, then also watch on YouTube, and then smash my brother's like button, pause. So we can get him to 1,000 likes, man. Let's get the engagement up for him. Let's get him up. Okay. Sorry, bro. Go ahead. Continue on. I didn't mean to disrupt.
No, thanks for that. What I was saying is, it's heartbreaking to know that these soldiers are likely demoralized or not really motivated to go to this war, because if they're going to fight, which is what they signed up for, I understand it, it should be a fight that they're willing to engage in, that actually serves the United States, serves me, serves Myron, serves everybody watching who's here in the country. And precisely what they're doing is not serving any of us. It's serving you-know-who. So it's really disheartening. And as Tucker Carlson said, he said it's heartbreaking, and that's a great way of putting it. Let's see. B. Rice says, is it possible for another country to send a secret missile to Israel if Iran said they never sent the missile? Just asking. I'm not sure I understand the question. Is it possible for another country to send a secret missile to Israel if Iran said that? Oh, no, I don't think that would happen. I see what you're saying. Thanks for the super chat. Shayer BD says, I used to love Enforcer, especially during the Ukraine war, but now it's disappointing how giddy they are with whatever's happening now. Yeah, it sucks, man, but this is a litmus test. Things like this kind of show you who's on the right side of history, who's paid, who you can actually listen to, who's honest, who's genuine, and then who you should never take information from again. So just use this as an opportunity and a scanning process, a vetting process, a litmus test, if you will, to understand who you'll take your information from moving forward. Because I think this conflict is like the best one to scan across the entire media world and see who's on the right side of the fence, who's on the wrong, and mark the people who are on the wrong side of the fence with a big red X. Because if you're wrong on this, you're wrong on everything. This is the easiest thing to be right about, I'd argue. So Freon says, I smashed the button, pause. Thanks so much for the love, man. Shout out to everybody who just jumped on from OSS or whatever. Thank you guys so much. Or from Kick.
Yeah, open up a tab, watch on there. Open up both tabs, one on Kick, one on YouTube. That helps us a lot, guys. With the live viewership helps us with growing. So just open up a tab, keep two open, and that helps a lot. So here, I'll drop my Kick link in my brother's chat. Make sure you guys have a tab open for Kick, and then one for YouTube, and that helps both of us out immensely. So we appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get that.
Tommy the Third says, great stream tonight. Thank you so much, my friend. We're working for you. Sorry, I didn't.
Don't leave my brother's stream. Just keep the tab open and just. I dropped the link in there. Okay, yo, do you want to watch? I got here. Oh, look at this. This is Fox News. Came out 8 hours ago. Breaking Israel under fire amid Trump ultimatum to Iran. Let's go ahead and look at this real quick. Let's go. It's good watching Fox News because they watch Fox News with us, and then they'll know how to identify the Hezbollah. So, let's go ahead and go in here again. Give my brother a like here, guys. All you got to do is smash the like button. That's what I did. See, I got a tab open for him here. And then I'll drop my link, open up another one there, myronGainsX.kick.com/myronGainsX, and then let's go ahead. And then whichever one you prefer to watch on, you can. But just keep both tabs open, show some support. We're giving you guys all this sauce at what, 2, 3 o'clock in the fucking morning? Nobody gonna do this for you guys.
Sauce, bro. Oh, you got to pop out. You got to pop out for me.
Pop out?
Oh, wait. Okay, we're good. Go ahead, play it.
Okay.
Mike Tobin live in Tel Aviv. Mike, we're hearing that missiles are approaching Israel right now. What do you got for us?
Well, we should start hearing the sirens in about 2 minutes now. The way the alerts are going right now, everything from the north to the south of Tel Aviv is under watch right now, in the eastern section of Tel Aviv in particular. So when we hear the sirens start coming, usually what we get out of Iran these days are the cluster bombs. And the reason you get the cluster bombs is they're effective in terms of getting through the Israeli air defenses. And when I say cluster bomb, what I'm talking about is a warhead that's made up of dozens of little bombs. And when that's intercepted by the air defenses, it'll break up into dozens of bomblets, and the bomblets still get through. And we've seen them be very effective in terms of hurting people on the ground or destroying property because those bomblets get through. What we saw yesterday was an exception because those were ballistic missiles with big 1,000-pound warheads. For the most part, those big warheads aren't getting through. They get intercepted. Last night, 2 of them got through in Dimona and Arad. The IDF did that.
And bro, just so you guys know, those 2 missiles that came in created enormous damage. You want to know why? Because that was like what, was it half a ton? They've been launching like the heavier ballistic missiles recently.
Yeah, the one on Dimona and the others, those have a lot more damaging capabilities than the one we saw in the beginning. These are like a little bit more heavier set, and they deal a much wider radius in terms of the blast.
Their investigation, and they simply determined that there wasn't a new type of weapon that was effective in terms of getting through, and there wasn't a failure of the system. It's just the fact that you're shooting missiles out of the sky, which is a very difficult thing to do. So we're keeping an eye on the skies to the east of us right now, because that's where we expect the missiles.
Narek Lever, thank you so much for the super chat. Much love, bro.
Where the missiles come through, and then hopefully we'll see the interceptors launch and get after them. So that's a situation right now, and this is a drill that the people here in Israel are repeating every day, multiple times a day. You get the alerts over your phone. That's a period we're in right now. Once you start hearing the sirens wail in the background, that's an indication that the missiles are getting close. And what people have to do here, again and again and again, stop what they're doing, get up and go into what is called the mamad in Hebrew, the bomb shelter. You go into the bomb shelter, and that dramatically increases your chances. And now here.
Whoa.
Here we go.
That's an unsettling noise. That's a really terrifying noise, man.
That's the sound of the sirens going off. That means the missiles are inbound, and we look off in the direction of Iran right now and wait to see where these missiles will appear in the sky. It's very different than the shorter range rockets that we see out of Lebanon and we saw out of the Gaza Strip for so many years, because those run out of fuel halfway and you don't see
Take a look at my screen really quick.
You only
Go ahead. Sure.
Good thing this Fox News journalist is in Israel and he's not outside of Israel, because we know what happens to journalists outside of Israel. Did you see this in southern Lebanon?
Along the border.
Please tell me you saw this.
See.
Oh,
let me open
you're
this.
in for a treat.
Oh no, I did see this. Yo, they brought the fucking they brought the Israeli minister in Russia for this shit.
Yeah, oh, really?
Journalist, bro.
More than every other conflict combined, if I'm not mistaken. Just in the Gaza conflict alone, they've killed the most. This is what they do. It's not a secret. They don't try and hide it. They target journalists who potentially report anything that makes them look bad or any sort of unfavorable journalism against the Israeli regime. That was in southern Lebanon, which they've been indiscriminately
Al Jazeera
bombing recently. Yep. Yeah, so unbelievable. But yeah, the chat is reacting to that. Crazy stuff, man. But just take it for what you see, You don't gotta believe us. Just pay attention to the media and you'll see what journalists are being killed. I mean, if somebody's trying to silence everybody, why do you think that is? But go ahead, you can keep playing the Fox video.
The interceptors.
Oh, and when how much longer can you stay on? Because I know it's getting late and you got work tomorrow. So
yeah, Wagey is calling. The Wagey life is calling. We could finish this and then I'll hop off.
Okay.
I'll send it over everybody over to you.
Yeah, no worries.
What's different about the things that come in from Iran is they're ballistic missiles, so they leave the atmosphere, and when they re-enter, it's almost like a meteor shower with the rocket coming back in, because they get hot upon re-entry to the atmosphere, and then you'll see the interceptors go up after them. So right now, what you hear over Tel Aviv, I'll hold the microphone now.
Siri, thank you so much for the $5. I recently discovered your channel, and I am super grateful for your detailed and informative commentary. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much for the love. Great to have you here.
Period of time and waiting it out, because the shelters are very effective, particularly with these big warheads when they come in. They spread shrapnel all over the place. And yeah, if we look up in the sky to the east, what I can see now is a cluster bomb. You saw the...
Oh, shit.
Oh no!
He had to get some serious permission to show this, because for a very long time they weren't allowed to show this. So I would argue the only reason they even are letting Fox News document this is because it's a cluster munition. And I know that I think after yesterday, the Israelis pushed to try to push a Security Council meeting for this. These cluster munitions are fucking Israel up, bro, because they can't shoot them down.
Yeah,
these really fucking them up, bro. They cannot stop it, dude.
There seems to be an increasing attempt to try and frame Iran strikes as like unfair or indiscriminatory in regards to civilian population. You see what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying now, and we're seeing more damage on the ground kind of surface in the media. So at this point, maybe Israel will kind of make a 180 and try to weaponize the bombing campaign, give the American spin on it like Fox News and others to make it seem like Iran is targeting civilians and bombing them indiscriminately and hurting them and whatnot. And so maybe this is a part of the campaign.
That's why they're only showing it's 100% a part of the campaign.
And so because this is the first time I've really seen like American media get into it. So they're going to try and really push this hard for the West.
He had to get all types of permission. That's why he's wearing the fucking, press outfit and all that other shit. Like, he had to 100% get permission from the Israeli government, wear the shit, document in a certain way. They probably knew that missiles were going to come. That's why he's there at the perfect time.
Yep.
Niggas on air for 3 minutes, and they're already getting sirens. So,
Sagnos, have a good night. Thank you so much. See you Thursday.
Everything that you guys are seeing from the media is 100% being tailored by the Israelis for you to see it. That's why they're selectively allowing cluster munitions and civilian structures when they get damaged. That's why Yosef Haddad is literally out there like recording only civilian structures, but they're not showing you that they're destroying military infrastructures. I've also heard that they've killed quite a bit of military officials in IDF, the Iranians, but they're not documenting any of that.
I've seen that as well, and I believe it because Israel's never going to confirm it anyways.
Yeah, they're never going to confirm it. So so that's what's going on. So just understand, guys, that the Israelis have a very strict censorship law in place right now for any type of damage or missiles coming in. So the fact that you guys are seeing this in of itself proves that the Israeli government wants you to see this.
Yeah.
If you're seeing it, that means the Israeli government wants you to see it, especially with mainstream media like Fox.
Anything you see is on purpose. Exactly. So I expect them to keep this up. And hey, as this power outage happens,
bro, look, no, nigga, look at this, look, they're pushing this. Look, 2.6 million views in 8 hours.
Oh wow,
guys, take the red pill. I'm telling you, me and my brother are really putting you all right now.
Yeah,
you guys are only seeing this because the Israeli government is allowing you to see this.
Yeah, and if that power outage happens in Iran, this will spike up. Like Iran is.
Someone said, "Is Bibi dead?" No, guys, don't be a retard. Bibi is not dead. He's 100% alive. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
guys, don't be retarded. Go ahead, Riyad.
No, you're good. I was gonna say if that power outage or Trump actually strikes these facilities that are responsible for the power grid or whatever, these power plants that he's claiming to strike or the water plants, then we will definitely see Iran kind of pick up the missile activity in Israel. I think they're probably gonna pull out their last set of guns here and really fight hard, especially with the amphibious presence that's gonna take shape in the next couple of weeks with their Marines arriving on the ships. And so definitely expect the missiles to pick up in the next week or so. But it all depends on what Trump does. I don't know. Maybe we'll call the bluff. But I would imagine Fox News is going to ramp up and start really reporting this stuff on the ground, frame it like how Gaza was looking. Look at all these buildings destroyed. Look at this indiscriminate bombing campaign. They're carpet bombing Israel, whatever. I would imagine that's the next step here. But who knows? Because this is big that Fox News is actually in Tel Aviv. They've got journalists on the ground. This is kind of like, I didn't see this coming.
100% manufactured. And real quick, stop the show. Sandman, thank you so much for the big 50 gifted subs, bro. All you brokies in the chat better say W Sandman. Also, all you guys that have, you fry in the bag, motherfuckers, Sandman is going to help you guys out with getting some emotes. I put new emotes in there, by the way. We got the full 60 emotes, if I'm not mistaken. Josie, I think I need 2 more spots, though. So if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to, and if you got an emote, use the badges. Yeah, we got 2 spots, Josie. So send me 2 more emotes if you don't mind. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, thank you so much, Sandman, for the big 50 gifted. Appreciate you. All you guys, I got a sub. Now you guys can go ahead and use all the hilarious emotes that we have. We lost 2 of them, though, because they were too offensive, I guess. But let's keep going on here. But very important, guys, the fact that you guys are seeing these cluster munitions, this is the Israeli government allowing you to see it because they're going to make a big case to go after Iran for using cluster munitions, saying that it's illegal against international law, which is comical to me because the Israelis break international law more than anyone else.
That was the interception, and now we've got dozens of bomblets coming down over Tel Aviv. I see one bright light that is cascading in this direction, a lot of light separating off of it, and those are the bomblets. And the bomblets themselves are still quite dangerous because they're little explosives.
Not often
you
get to see this on a high-definition camera, man.
Yeah, not often.
It's
yeah, you're seeing it on shitty-ass iPhones.
Yeah, it's always some botched-up iPhone footage that's been sent and saved and uploaded and exported like 100 times.
There's some Hebrew nigga running around.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean?
literally.
Oh,
Literally,
crazy.
This is high-quality
The
footage.
bomb is coming. The bomb is coming. Oh, run.
Pound warhead like came in Dimona last night, but they're still very capable.
Your Israeli fucking impersonation is better, but I'm trying.
The bomb is coming. The bomb is coming. Take cover.
Take cover.
Yo, and they're scouring to the shelters too. You've seen the clip.
Oh yeah. Yo, them niggas are
crazy.
running. It's fucking up their economy, Riyadh. I was showing these guys a video the other day. Like, bro, stores are empty because people got to stay right next to the fucking the shelters, dude.
Yeah.
So niggas are losing their minds.
I've been seeing clips on X, and like I said, they've been censoring it, but despite that, I still see like a lot of them flooding or scurrying into shelters. So,
yeah, bro,
is now cascading, and we heard a big boom there. That's probably the interception. And I'm looking at one single light now cascading. I won't give specifics on the location, but over in the skies over Tel Aviv, headed to the ground. And we'll see what that results in.
Mike, are you in a place where you
didn't appear to cause a large explosion. Go right ahead.
Yeah, do you feel like you can answer some questions real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so when it comes to the defense, the interception, you've got all these different Jacob's Ladder, the Iron Dome, the Arrow system. I know
which can't stop those cluster munitions.
Before this launch, back during the 12-day war last year, we talked about the capabilities, and then as this started, how much U.S. ships are helping in this to defend Israel. Is the sense that Israel's Iron Dome, the Arrow system, is still operable, still functioning with a proper amount of munitions, or are we using some U.S. assets now? Where does that seem to be?
Well, that's the kind of information that
Oh, I'm looking at my Kick chat. You guys use my emotes in other people's chats and they ban y'all niggas?
That's so funny.
Someone said they used because I got like an ape one. Niggas use the ape one in Los Boyos chat. They banned them.
I'm looking at it right now. That's hilarious.
Yo, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's fucking funny. Actually, no, let me add your fucking chat to my shit.
Won't
Hold on.
necessarily give us, but what you have is a multi-layered defense. You've got the Iron Dome, you've got David slings, you have the THAAD interceptors that can intercept much higher in the atmosphere, and you've even got the Arrow missile systems. So the Iron Dome is supposed to be for a little bit closer range. And one of the things I can tell you in the background
my bad.
is I'm hearing multiple explosions, soft explosions. That's an indication that those bomblets are now cascading to the earth. A lot of them fall into open areas, and they even fall in residential areas when people are inside, and they don't result in many injuries. Really, the effect of these is a terror weapon. They traumatize the people who are living here in Israel. But the answer to your earlier questions, they've got multi-layers of interceptors and defense. And despite that, what we saw yesterday, you're shooting a missile out of the sky. You can't get them all, and 2 of them got through.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Tobin, thank you so much. Please stay safe. Thank you for all that
breaking
breaking
news. The effect of
news.
these is a terror weapon.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And catch
Really quick.
You guys want to share it? Go ahead, bro.
No, I just had a super chat really quick. I wanted to read it. Rhino Fit, thank you so much for the $10. I've been following Myron for a few years, and I've learned a lot. Even better now that we got you as well. I really appreciate your commentary. Great stream tonight. Hey, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Aaron Angus says, I know you are popular now on YouTube because of ads. I keep getting interrupted by ads while watching you live. I'm getting YouTube Premium after tonight. No, shout out to you, man.
Yeah, guys, if you guys don't got YouTube Premium, you're retarded. YouTube is unbearable with ads,
You need YouTube Premium, man.
You need YouTube Premium, bro.
Okay, but I'm all caught up there.
There you go. On my stream now, bro, I have it where your chats are showing up as well. Like your chats and your viewer count, I can see it. So okay. Well, let's see here. What's the next thing that? Let me go back. Let me go on Fox News and see what's the latest here. We could. I think it's best if we watch Fox News with them so we can help like red pill them on some of this shit. Let's see here. Hold Mark Levin, bruh. You want to take a break?
Horrendous lately.
LaGuardia. Actually, no, we should probably do the LaGuardia shit, right?
Yeah, well, let's jump on that. Yo, the whole TSA situation is really bad too. So if you guys don't know,
it's bad, dude.
If you guys haven't been traveling, there's a partial government shutdown right now due to a disagreement with the Democrats who are not voting to fund DHS because of their dissatisfaction with ICE, and they don't want to fund DHS until ICE is able, or DHS until ICE is able to meet some certain stipulations. I think some of them, you probably know them, but some of them being that ICE needs to wear body cams, they need to take their masks off, a couple other things. And so there's been disagreement, a partial shutdown. As a result, guys, TSA agents have not been getting paid. Some of them, for the large part, since late January. For several months now, they have not been getting paid. Many of them missing checks, skipping out on checks. And so you couple in the large gas price increase and the fact that they have to make it to and from work, and then the fact that they're not getting paid. A lot of these people, they're government workers. They're normal. They make about $60,000, $70,000 a year. They don't have any high-ranking.
I don't even think they make that much. They make like 40.
It's $61K. That's what I saw online.
That's
per the TSA. Right. Yeah, it's around $61K on average. And so, you know, they don't make much money. These people live check to check. And so when you stop paying them, they stop showing up to work, rightfully so. Understood.
And a higher cost of living.
Exactly. And then the higher cost of living because of the war currently. So it's like the worst culmination of everything. And Trump's response to this was to have ICE workers cover the TSA lines and actually do the security checks of people, which I don't know how the hell that's going to work. I don't know if they're like certified or even qualified to run the machines. Maybe they are. So that's where we're at in that situation. But you couple in this issue at LaGuardia Airport, it's getting really bad. If you're planning on traveling, I hope you're aware of this, and you better get to the airport like 5, 6, maybe even like 8 hours early because of the fact that lines are reaching the outside of the doors of major airports like JFK, LaGuardia, airports in Houston and Atlanta, so on. The ones that have a lot more traffic, of course, the busier airports, the international ones, you want to make sure you're making it earlier to your domestic or international flights. Because TSA agents are pretty much on a strike. Not even a strike, but they're just not showing up if they're not getting paid.
Yeah, because they got to get another job.
Yeah.
We interrupt with breaking news here this morning. I'm Alan Devlin. The NYPD has confirmed that an Air Canada plane has collided with a Port Authority vehicle on the tarmac at LaGuardia Airport.
Canadians fucking everything up as usual.
Right now is a live look at the airport there, where it is shut down completely due to this emergency. It is unclear what actually caused this collision, and there are no word on injuries, but you can see video from the tarmac showing that Air Canada plane here tilted backwards as FDNY, NYPD, and EMS race there to the scene. We have been told, the FDNY says this happened around 11:38 p.m. yesterday. Flight radar says the plane's last speed was going 24 miles per hour at that time. Port Authority is handling this investigation.
I wonder, this has got to be from either, was this, the real question is, was this a pilot error, or was it the air traffic controller?
Had to be something in regards to communication. No way it was a pilot error. Yeah, I highly doubt it was a pilot error. It usually never is.
Let me see if the air traffic controllers are getting paid right now.
I was going to ask that question. I was going to say there's got to be some personnel that's responsible for communication within the airport and the runway that maybe is absent, or there's a lack of them. Therefore, this is why that happened. I don't know, but that's not common. You know?
And Port
Especially at an airport like LaGuardia, that is not common.
In this incident.
Yeah. Okay, so air traffic controllers who work for the FAA under the Department of Transportation are currently being paid their regular salaries. Okay, so it's just DHS.
Was a Port Authority vehicle. That was the vehicle that the plane apparently struck there. Transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve joins me now on the phone. Chris, you are looking at some of the same video.
How many dead? Only 2?
That's what I saw in an X report. I saw that in an X report. So we'll take it with a grain of salt. You know how X is.
I am here.
But I did get that news like 2.5 hours ago. Not bad. Not bad, yo. That's why you got to follow the right people.
Yep.
Through anything you may know or may be able to piece together from the little information we have right now involving this collision.
Well, Alan, certainly given what's going on,
details as we understand them are fluid and changing. But this flight was coming in from Montreal, had landed and was slowing down on the runway when this apparent collision happened. You're looking at images of the plane sort of inverted with the nose, or the area where there should be the nose, up in the air. It is likely that that occurred as passengers were evacuating out the back. That very well could have shifted the center of gravity on the airplane, resulting in it standing up the way it is in some of those images. So that likely occurred after the collision here. The pictures are very concerning because the front of the airplane looks to have taken significant damage. That's, of course, where the pilots would have been. A flight
What if it was a female pilot?
Towards the front of that aircraft as well, the CRJ 900. 24-mile-an-hour collision. You don't know how fast the other vehicle was going, but clearly a significant crash here. You have to be concerned about the injuries to the people in that vehicle, as well as folks on board that airplane.
And CBS News New York right now is working to learn of any possible injuries involved in this incident. Chris, while I have you here, so we do understand the vehicle on the ground was involved in this incident. Can you walk us through some of the logistics of how these vehicles move around the tarmac, move around the airport in order to avoid something like this from happening? It's required that these vehicles, trucks, fire trucks, cars, whatever it may be, move throughout the airport. But obviously, there are safety protocols in place to prevent them from coming into the path of an incoming plane. Walk us through that.
Yeah, generally speaking, there is communication between the ground vehicles and air traffic control, particularly around active
really
runways.
Quick, I have an interesting statement from the IRGC from about an hour ago in regards to everything that we were talking about. It's actually quite relevant. So this reads, by its official IRGC statement, the liar, terrorist, and child killer U.S. president claimed that the Revolutionary Guard intends to target water desalination plants in the region and harm its people. First, it is the aggressive and anti-human U.S. Army that began this war by killing children, including the deaths of 180.
Want to show it on screen?
Yeah. Okay.
I'll make it big on my end. Go ahead.
Yep, including the deaths of 180 kids, and has so far targeted 5 water infrastructure sites, including the desalination facility on Qesem Island. The IRGC has not carried out such actions. Second, it is the terrorist, whatever regime, president who has threatened to attack Iran's power plants. It is obvious that attacking electricity infrastructure would disrupt essential services such as hospitals, emergency centers, water networks, and desalination plants, which is inhumane. What we did was announce our decision. If power plants are targeted, Iran will respond by targeting power plants belonging to the occupying entity, as well as power plants in the countries of the region that supply American bases with electricity, in addition to the economic and industrial infrastructure and the energy sector in which the Americans have shares. No doubt we will do that. We are determined to respond to any threat at a level that achieves deterrence, and we will do so. The United States does not know our capabilities, and you will see them on the field. Yeah, exactly what you want to hear if you're an American. But, you know, let's hope that Trump wasn't serious in that statement. And many of you guys, I don't know if you guys have seen the clip, but the foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, in an exclusive NBC News interview, had said that he's excited for the United States to enter a ground invasion phase.
Yeah, he said we're waiting.
Yeah, and I have it here.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion?
This is kind of like a funny clip, but it highlights like the scary reality. Here, that should be big screen for you. Are you able to see that?
Yeah, let me make it. Go ahead. I got it big now.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
The fuck this works.
Because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
Yeah. So.
Yep. That's not a good move, man.
That's their character. That's their morale. That's their mindset. That's where they are right now. So.
That would be a bloodbath for us, man. Completely not worth it, bro.
Not what I want.
And you know what the crazy part is? The Israelis aren't going to give us nobody. The Israelis ain't going to give us shit, bro.
Yeah. Well, that's why Benjamin Netanyahu said in his statement briefly, he was saying, look, this war needs to have some sort of ground invasion element or a ground element. And he didn't specify it'd be the IDF. It would be the IDF. Why wouldn't he say that? That's his military, right? It's because he's depending on U.S. troops, probably these Marine expeditionaries that have already left the coast of California just 2 days ago, to be the ones who start this boots on ground phase that by the way, will probably quickly translate into something on Karg Island and eventually Tehran or anywhere else. But we're going to have to really get into the heart of Iran, a huge country, by the way, and get underground if we want to cover any ground in this conflict and achieve our goals, which are really difficult to achieve. And that's per the IAEA chief and head of staff. That's not from me. So
absolutely, we're so fucking cooked, bro. We're so fucking cooked, man.
Bits of air traffic control audio I've been able to go through. It does sound like a controller tried to stop this vehicle leading up to this collision. How it ended up on the runway will be the center point of what will likely be an NTSB investigation here. We know the National Transport.
They're the ones that do all post crashes for planes, guys. They're not really a law enforcement agency. If there is a criminal wrongdoing, then they turn it over to another agency like FBI.
Transportation safety.
If you guys remember, they were actually heavily featured in the movie Flight with Denzel Washington that had the alcohol problem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, NTSB was the agency that like did the investigations.
Excuse me. We know the National Transportation Safety Board has been notified of this accident. They're going to gather information. It seems extremely likely that this will be an NTSB investigation.
100% it's going to be. And then they refer it if it goes criminal.
It has also stopped operations at the airport for obvious reasons. But the big question is where was the communication breakdown that allowed for this vehicle to end up on an active runway as a plane was landing? That should not happen. There are communication protocols in place to prevent that. And in this case, you know, it didn't happen.
Had to be an error on that end. Couldn't be pilot error.
Unless it was a woman.
Yeah, true.
Collision here, but you mentioned the model of the plane here, CRJ 900. That's a smaller jet. They are, as I understand, a number, or I guess in the fleet of many different airliners here in America. I've flown on one. Chris, I'm sure you've flown on one as well. Do you know anything about the details of the size of the jet or how many people could be potentially on board at max capacity compared to some of the larger planes we might see in and out of LaGuardia?
Oh. So that's a kind of a detailed picture.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Zoom in a little. But that's...
What the fuck?
Not looking too good, man.
Not good at all.
Yeah, I hope that's not AI. I mean, it looks really, really bad, but it's the pictures I'm kind of getting on X, so...
What the fuck? All right.
You know, it will depend a bit on the configuration of that airplane. It's a regional jet, so you're looking at 70 to 90 people potentially on board, depending on how Air Canada has configured that airplane. It is not as large as like a 737 or an A321, but it is a sizable regional jet.
Holy!
And our viewers
these pictures are real. Take a look at this. Oh my goodness! Apparently the pilots are in critical condition. Dude, look at the whole front of the plane is destroyed.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's bad. Damn.
Yeah, that's actually nuts. The pilots are... So how many dead total?
So it's saying here casualties, but no confirmed, which is great news. It seems like it says both the pilot and co-pilot are reported to be alive but seriously injured with the fire truck visible on its... And I can't continue reading on unless I close it here. I'm seeing reports that like 5 people are in critical condition, many of them being first responders. But yeah, I mean, that's really bad.
God
Plane
damn.
had to have been like really moving, man.
Yeah.
There's no way this is real, but I guess so. I'm seeing multiple of the same photos. So here's some more photos here. That's what was the fire truck, I guess. Yeah. Pretty bad.
So they don't have any confirmed. No one's dead yet, right?
I don't see any confirmed reports of somebody.
Hopefully everyone survives.
So, yeah.
But we know 2 critical condition at least.
Yeah, the pilot and the co-pilot. That's what I'm seeing consistently.
DNY EMS response, a massive response there at the airport right now as they're all working to, of course, tend to anybody there on the tarmac, in that plane, in that vehicle. The airport remains shut down, Chris, for what could be a large, long, significant amount of time here this morning. This is, of course, on top of what is already a delayed DHS, funding issue that's been slowing down some of our airports across the country. How is this, with LaGuardia being such a massive airport with such, I guess, connections to all of the airports across the country here. How is this incident going to domino effect into air travel on a national scale starting, I guess, this morning?
Yeah, certainly. And it looks like the Air Canada CRJ 900 is equipped with 76 passenger seats, typically 2 flight attendants and 2 pilots. So maximum potential of 80 people on board that airplane. And it does look like, based on images, that many were able to get out through the overwing exits of the aircraft. Obviously,
that's
how
good.
Many people up front could have been hurt.
Desert Joe, W Gaines Brothers collab stream. Thank you so much. Crystal D Chin, my IG, i.ae.m. I'll talk to you soon. YouTube block my super chat for my. Okay. Thank you, my friend. Nuchaka W Late Night Stream. Thank you, bro. Always a supporter. Appreciate the love, man.
To stay intact before investigators get on scene. Is it something that can be assessed quickly and the vehicles moved off the runway? But I would expect significant disruptions to LaGuardia tomorrow, particularly tomorrow morning. It is a busy airport. It's going to lead to, at the very least, significant delays, probably cancellations tomorrow as this accident is investigated. You also then have to inspect the runway for damage, make any repairs to any of the equipment there. So it seems highly likely that there will be limited operations, or reduced operations at the least, at LaGuardia as we start this week.
All right, Chris Van Cleve here speaking with us early this morning. Chris, thank you so much for your insight into this incident here. We are continuing to try and piece this together here at CBS News New York. If you are just now coming in and joining us, you are looking at images of a massive EMS and FDNY and NYPD first responders response to LaGuardia Airport, where we have confirmed that an Air Canada flight has collided with a Port Authority vehicle there at the airport on the...
You want to jump into Twitter space, see what they're yapping about? Or do you got to go now?
Well, I want to play this video first, and then I'll step out.
You
I
got a
just
video?
wanted
Go ahead.
quickly cover Trump's plan to replace these TSA agents that are missing with ICE. So let's see.
Yeah, that's kind of retarded. Let's replace disgruntled guys with agents. Yo, they're gonna be even more mad. I'll tell you, bro. Like,
really bad
if,
idea,
if
man.
they put me at the airport, I'd be fucking pissed. I am overqualified.
Like, just pay
for
the
this
TSA agents, man. Just pay the TSA
well, the
agents.
agents aren't getting paid either.
Yeah, that's very true. I want to find his Truth Social post as well, but here I have the news segment. They'll probably actually cover his Truth Social post, so let's see. Let's take a look. All right, you should be able to see that.
And I want to turn now to breaking news. As flyers across the country, they're continuing to face travel headaches as the partial government shutdown enters day 36. The president now saying he plans to deploy ICE agents on Monday to airports as Congress has yet to approve funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Senate Minority Leader
help.
Chuck Schumer.
I'll tell you right now, bro.
GOP law.
Those agents are going to be pissed because they're going to look at it like, we're not fucking TSA. We're criminal investigators. Like, we have real shit to do, real cases to do.
They're also not going to know how to operate the machinery, the equipment.
Yeah.
They're not going to know the protocol. Like, where's the training?
This is way below their pay grade, bro. Way below. They're going to be pissed.
This is kind of disastrous. It's a really bad idea.
Lawmakers for not coming to an agreement to support efforts to fund the TSA.
It is unacceptable for workers and travelers in entire airports to get taken hostage in political games. But that's what the Republicans are doing. It is unacceptable to say we will only pay TSA workers if it is attached to a bill that funds ICE with no reforms. But that's what the Republicans have been doing. Democrats want to pay TSA
Schumer
workers.
and these other guys, they've been some of the biggest fucking losers when it comes to this thing because they just cry all day about fucking ICE, and they're leveraging. Basically, they're in their war against ICE. They're like making everybody else suffer.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what they're doing. And I think Newsom just released a statement because this whole TSA issue is now hovering over to California. But this is not the answer, man. This is definitely not the answer. This is the one time where the GOP blames the Dems, and I'm like, yeah, this is actually correct. Like, the Dems are bugging out.
Yeah, no, they are.
With no strings
They're
attached.
mad. They're pissed off. This is like political warfare. Like, that makes everybody else suffer because all these losers are getting paid. So,
and that's
like,
the point.
For them... Yeah, and exactly. And it's like the Democrats are so pissed off that ICE is doing what they're doing and their constituents are pissed off at them. So therefore they're like, you know what, let's just make everybody suffer then. What the fuck?
What better time for them, and this is why they're doing it, what better time for them to do it than right now at the height of this war and Trump's really low approval rating currently. Like they're doing this at this moment strategically. Here, let's see if there's any more. I just want to see if they're going to pull up his Truth Social post. But yeah, we'll see how that works. They're supposed to start today. So Monday, apparently they're supposed to officially start. I don't know how that's going to look.
How they're going to be pissed.
Work. Bro, do they even know how to read the X-ray machines? Like, this is not their job,
Nah,
bro.
man. I have no idea how to work any of that bullshit.
Yeah, bro. Like, it takes a certain style of learning and, like, actual understanding and expertise in that.
And I already know the agents are going to be pissed. They're going to say, what the fuck? This is way below my pay grade. I'm a GS-13. I already know they're about to complain, bro.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, it's real bad, man. Trump is bandaging leaks on a boat in the middle of the ocean, man. It's not going to help. It's not going to fix it. You know, so we'll see. But the Dems are weaponizing anything they can, even if it means sacrificing the civilian population. I would be pissed if I was traveling right now. There's nothing worse than this. Is the worst time to travel. So guys, if you're watching, you plan on some trip soon, I would wait until the government is back in full effect and the Democrats and Republicans can come to some sort of agreement.
Yo, Ohm, thank you so much, bro, for the 50 gifted on Rumble, man. I'm seeing it just now. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, bro. Really, really appreciate that. OHM333, 50 gifted. I'll give you another, Don DeMarco. Thank you, bro. Watching on Rumble, appreciate you, bro. I guess I'll jump on a Twitter space, man. Then I don't know if you want to go with me or you got to go.
Here, I'll end stream now, but I'm gonna jump in and listen. I'm gonna jump and maybe I'll speak, but I'm gonna end on my end because I got to be up in like 3 hours.
Bro, go to sleep then. Fuck that shit. Just go to sleep.
It's good, man. Wagey life. We're all good. Operate on 1 hour of sleep. Real nigga shit. But okay, guys. I'm going to end. So jump over to my brother's stream. I'll go ahead and pin his stream. Before I do that, while I have you guys here, well, your audience, check out my Clips page. Come subscribe to the YouTube channel, of course. Also, the Clips page has really been helping. So check this out. I got it up. I got it up already.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yep, I got that up.
Oh, on Instagram. Okay, yeah.
Yep. Check out the Clips page on Instagram. We just had 1K followers. Shout out to you guys. I got my guy Halimi doing clips. He's done a really good job so far. And then, of course, jump over to the YouTube and got 948, pretty much 1,000 of you guys watching right now currently. So I'm gonna go ahead and link my brother's stream. I'm gonna hop off. I'll jump in the Twitter space off stream, but I kind of gotta get prepared for bed here. Okay. Desert Joe's already got that taken care of. Oh no. All right, I'll put it. Shout out to Desert Joe, man. Okay. W guys, shout out to the mods. Been doing an amazing job. Love One Chest. All right, I just pinned it. Jump over there, and I'll hop off, guys. Thanks for the love. Let me make sure I caught every chat. Hold on. All right, man. All right, bro. I'll hop off on end stream now, and then
okay.
We're running.
Come on over to Kick, guys. Come on over to Kick. I'm gonna come on over to Kick, guys. I'm gonna end my Rumble stream too, so we're gonna go only Kick here. Come on over, guys. I'm gonna end. All stuff, brother, guys watching my brother's stream. Come on over to Kick. Kick.com/MarionGainsX. I'm gonna end the Rumble stream as well, so you guys know that's the main platform. Then we'll go to OSS after that. So come on over, guys. Thank you, Red. I'll see you, bro. Later. I'll see you in the space, I guess, for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll see you in the space, and then later this week we'll run it again.
All right, brother. Peace.
All right, bro. Peace. All right, guys. Jump over to Myron's stream. W stream went into a lot, kind of a information-heavy stream, but you need that in times like this. So, okay. Anyways, sorry, I got distracted. So, we'll be back on likely Thursday, but you guys know how it works. If the news is pressing or there's some key development that's huge, some breaking news, then we'll jump on whenever that happens. You know, we got to give you guys good live coverage whenever it comes at us. But, yeah, man, this conflict has been nothing short of surprising. Every other day, I'm just surprised at how bold Trump is getting. I get it. It's his tactic. He's trying to escalate, but seems to be blowing back up in his face. I hope it stops. But love you guys. We'll be back on likely Thursday, again, unless something else develops. I pinned my brother's Kick chat, so jump over there. Spam W's in the chat. And until next time, guys, peace.